Norgrave will be number 12. Following her will be Captain Georgia Adams. Number 1, Emily Windsor. Freya Kemp. Maitland Brown, the Australian import. We'll talk about her later, I'm sure. Lindsay Smith, Alice Monaghan. Rihanna Southby is the wicketkeeper for today. Mary Taylor, Ava Lee, and 12th will be Megan Sturge. And the Thunder team will consist of Emma Lamb opening the batting with the young Seren Smale, Naomi Datani, Fee Morris, Deandra Dottin, we all know her, Ellie Threlkeld, captain and wicketkeeper, Danielle Collins, Liberty Heap, Tara Norris, Mahika Gour, Laura Jackson, and 12th Phoebe Grahams, and 13th Sophie Morris.
Well, we've just had the wave from the umpire in our direction. We're sat in the tennis pavilion away sort of towards mid-wicket as Georgia Adams faces the first ball from Mahika Gour. It's down the leg side. It's taken well by Ellie Threlkeld, but it is a wide ball from the left arm over the wicket of Mahika Gour. Just how wide, it's going to be a little difficult for us to tell from this angle, so don't expect us to be adjudicating on those LBWs and that kind of thing, but we will be able to bring you what is a marvellous scene here in Southport. On the coastline, we had great fun up the road at Blackpool. We're doing a tour of the seaside, so to speak, with Thunder this year, as Mahika Gour is on her way once again, and back into her crease goes Adams, defends out to mid-wicket, and Liberty Heap picks up there. So we have 3 on the leg side at the moment, mid-on. Liberty Heap are just picked up at mid-wicket, and we have Laura Jackson down at long leg. And then on the offside, we've got a slipper gully, a fielder at third, backward point, cover, and also a mid-off in the form of Seren Smale, who of course made 94 in the game at New Road, just 6 short of her first century. Got a first half century in this competition last season as Adams is back into a crease in orderly fashion, defending the ball down the onside of the wicket. There is just the 1 run on the board so far, and it is played away just gently, really, by Georgia Adams in the early stages. What are you making of this so far, Alison?
I think it's a really good tight start from Mahika Gour, and I think
our first
train
of the day rattles past as that one goes outside the off stump and through to the wicket-keeper Threlkeld. And
I'm going to correct you a little bit there, Mike. I think it's McGachan opening the batting, not Georgia Adams. I think Adams is coming in at 3.
You are correct. You are correct. Yes, Adams is listed slightly later. Sorry. From this angle, they look very similar. Tall figure, and it looks as if we've got a 1 on the back from this angle. But it is a very slender 8, isn't it, by the looks of things? So you're right. It's Ella McGachan who is facing up to Mahika Gour in this first over. Apologies there for viewers at home, as this one's turned leg side. There's going to be a single. The first runs off the bat. It is 2 without loss. And McGachan gets down to the non-striker's end.
Which has brought Abby Norgrave onto strike, I believe, number 12.
And it will be Norgrave to just take her guard and examine proceedings. As I say, first train of the day is rattled past in the distance on the far side over towards the cover boundary there. We'll see plenty of those throughout the day. I saw the grey ashes being advertised. It was the first sign I saw on my way into Southport today. And that's because they're hosting the Ashes over 60s at this ground.
Ooh, I'm nearly there, Mike.
Do you reckon you'll get a game, Alex?
2 years on, maybe.
I reckon you get a game. It'd be nice. I presume, I mean, it may well be a mixed edition, I don't know. I presume it's a men's Ashes. I do not know.
Oh, gutted.
As in comes Gour, and this one is played out down the offside, out to Liberty Heap, who's there with the fielding at cover. 2 without loss. But it'd be nice to get, if that does turn out to be the case, we'll certainly do a little bit of searching around on the internet to find out that is definitely the case. But who'd be getting in a women's team for that now? Would
half the people I used to play with at
so what are the sort of names?
Good old sticks around there.
Or am I asking a difficult question, because you've got to say who's over 60? Here comes Mahika Gour to complete the over, and this one's defended down the offside. It's 2 without loss at the end of the first over of this game. The umpires will change positions, and the bowling will be coming from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, as I look nervously for approval from Paul behind us, who gives me the thumbs up. This is very much his stomping ground. Paul today, the ECB reporter here.
We've got our local man behind us correcting us every time we.
This is the home of cricket as far as Paul's concerned. South Perth and
Getting
Birkdale
back to cricket, what a great first over from Gour. Just what you need,
it was
really,
good, wasn't it?
You know, she was on the button straight from the start.
In fact, if it wasn't for the wide, it would have been the perfect over. Now this is Tara Norris, by the looks of things, to bowl from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. And, of course, she took the 4 wickets in the win, or the loss, rather, against Central Sparks at New Road. She was there batting towards the end, was the last wicket to fall as well. So she had a very good game, Tara Norris, had a very good Charlotte Edwards Cup as well, of course, reaching finals day of that competition. So she'll be looking to pick up where she left off. And I said this at New Road the other day, but it's relatively unusual, I feel, to have 2 left armers opening the bowl, and they're a sought-after commodity these days.
Definitely, but yeah, what a pair to open in the bowling though. Norris and Gore, what a great combo they make. A little bit full there from Norris, dab down towards gully area, no run. Good start though, she won't mind that.
Should also say we've got Faith Florence with us as well today, so it's myself, Mike Perkins, Alison Byrne and Faith Florence bringing you the first of what is a mega day for both the counties that these sides are associated with, as well as these 2 sides themselves. We'll explain more on that in just a moment.
Comes Norris, second ball of the over. Nice little dab down into the vacant square leg area, and that's some very athletic fielding. I think that's young Liberty Heap over there at moving around from mid-wicket to square leg to slide in and prevent that from going for more than 1 run.
So yes, as I was saying, obviously Lancashire, T20 quarter-finals later. Hampshire, who are the county probably most strongly associated with the Vipers, although they are also involved with Sussex as well. They have a T20 Blast quarter-final coming up later today. So it's a mega day of cricket with the Ashes as well.
Again, she's trying to play that down to lane. It's wrapped her high on the pads there. Yeah, she started well as Norris.
Lovely length. Can't tell too much on the line from this angle, but we assume it's good because it always is good with Tara Norris.
It's also nice to see Laura Jackson back in the fold, another seam bowler, trying to force her way back into the Thunder team. We seem to be blessed with seam bowlers this season.
I don't know if it was just perspective. I'll come to that in a moment after this ball from Norris.
And again, that's just tiny bit too full to be classified as too short to be classified as a Yorker, but great length from Norris. Dot ball. It
really seems to, certainly in terms of length, be honing in on those stumps. As I say, to me, and I don't know if it was just the perspective because we were sat down fairly low at New Road, as we are today here at Southport, but Jackson looked as if just was pushing it through a bit more than she has in the previous editions of this competition.
Defended off the back foot there into the covers. Well fielded by Alice Monaghan. It's been ferried back to Norris as we speak. Both opening bowlers have settled quickly into their work. Beautiful day, Mike.
It is indeed. It is indeed, and of course we've got plenty of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket going on as well. We're mentioning, as I say, let's get into the business end of the Blast competition, which was linked with the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year. Also, lots of
Norris in. It's driven straight that time, but Jackson was quick to the ball. And despite a slightly wayward throw, there's no runs added to the total, which remains on 3. So at the end of 2 overs, Vipers are without loss of wicket, 3 runs. Good start from the Thunder.
Yeah, so as I say, lots of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket going on. 2 other games today, as well as this one between Thunder and Vipers, which is 3 without loss, the Vipers score in the early stages of this one. It is McGacken opening the batting with Norgrove here, and Thunder will feel maybe this is a little bit of an opportunity to get their first win on the board in this competition. Vipers obviously missing a few with England. They've got a few back from England A, crucially, which they were missing against the Sunrisers, as McGacken wakes, bat raised and defends the ball into the offside, and there is no run on offer there as Heat picks up at cover, and it's whizzed into Ellie Threlkeld. 3 without loss. Titani just examining the ball and giving it a quick rub on the trousers. And it's a great day of sport, full stop, isn't it? It's not just Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy fixtures. It's not just T20 Blast fixtures. It goes outside cricket as well. We've got Wimbledon on at the moment. Andy Murray 2 sets to 1 up as this one's bowled. Flicked off the hip neatly down towards long leg. And that'll go all the way for 4. At first, it didn't look as if it was quite going to have the pace on it to get away, but it was flicked neatly. It was nice and fine. It got away. 4 runs, 7 without loss, Ali Byrne.
Yeah, I did a little walk on the outfield earlier. It's rock hard, so you've got to have your line and length really well positioned here, because if you do get a little flick off your bat there, it will run away. Jackson wasn't that far away from it, and she had no chance to pick up on that. So you're going to get value for your shots today, I think, here, Mike.
You certainly are, yeah. And we were here last year, and it certainly turned, didn't it, for Alex Hartley, who took 6 wickets that day, as Mahika Gore is on away again, and this one is defended neatly by McGack, who I know it was a horrendous mistake to make, first of all, thinking it was Georgia Adams walking out, because she hasn't been opening the batting almost since I think the first edition of the competition, but of course made 500 runs in that first edition of the competition. But there is something of the Georgia Adams, I think, about the McGacken technique, I have to say, at least from this position at mid-wicket. She's sort of quite tall and quite deliberate with that straight bat as well. She sort of is in a crouch position now, but she'll rise up to that tall position as Gore approaches and delivers, and there's a little twiddle of the bat outside the off stump. It doesn't bring a run, and even in the way she just puts that palm up to the partner, there's something Georgia Adams-esque about that for me, I have to say. Am I making enough excuses here?
Well, you can stop now, Mike. You made a mistake. We've all done it.
We've all been there.
Nobody's died, as
I won't bore anyone with it, but it's been a moderately...
It's fine. And to be fair, Mike, you did have a few little technical issues before the stop, which we won't bore
We've had a bit going on.
The good folks with. In comes Gore.
Here comes Gore and bowls, and it's flicked into the leg side, and Jackson will pick up down at long leg this time, so will prevent the boundary. Great take from Ellie Threlkeld, one-handed there. It's one of those things that nobody will remember at the end of this game, but it was rather magnificent. 8 without loss. Did you see her stumping at New Road? Wow.
I didn't actually watch that game, I'm not going to lie.
It was phenomenal.
Looked at the scorecard and saw the performances, but didn't watch it live.
Stood up to the stumps to the medium pacer. Bouncer bowled. She takes it above her head and still affects the stumping. Phenomenal bit of cricket. Mahika Gore bowls, and it's played away behind square on the offside. The fielding is done in the gully, and it is 8 without loss at the end of the 3rd over, Ali Byrne.
Yeah.
Honours even at the moment?
I don't know. It's hard to say, but I think if you'd asked the Thunder Girls if the score was only going to be 8 off 3 overs, they'd have definitely taken that.
Yes, they certainly would. Let's look at the scores elsewhere. We've got Northern Diamonds 22 without loss. They're playing the Blaze, who are top of the table, so the top 2 going at it there at Chesterfield today. And then South East Stars, they are up against the Central Sparks, 9 without loss in that one after 3 overs, so a very similar situation to the one that myself, Mike Perkins and Ali Byrne find ourselves in here at Southport.
Indeedy. In comes Norris for her 2nd over. Again defended. Well bowled.
That's the Georgia Adams shot for me.
That
defence on the crease, tall, in behind it.
Right behind it.
That's the shot that reminds me of it.
Yeah, McGacken. You didn't know you had a twin, did you, Georgia Adams? You do now. As you can hear, the Thunder Girls are shouting their support to Tara Norris, and why wouldn't you? She's doing well.
Adams probably the taller of the 2, I'd say.
Yes. Norris for a 2nd ball of the over. Again, full driven. Nicely stopped by Emma Lamb in the covers. Nasty little bounce, but she seemed to deal with it really, really well.
Now, Emma Lamb's played a lot of cricket, of course, with the Test match, but nice to see her back in Thunder colours today in the all red. Because
or as Fire Engine Red, as our dear friend Claire Jenkins always refers to it as.
Yeah, I think Lancashire Red, to be honest. I know that'll maybe rile a few, because this is obviously the whole of the Northwest this team represents.
Ooh. A little bit wider there from Norris, and it tempted McGacken in to try and play a little cut shot, but it seemed to keep a little bit low. And a few oohs and ahs from the Thunder players there.
But for me, that is a Lancashire Red if ever I saw one.
Same colour as my dress.
Yes, well matched today. Well done.
You're welcome. Norris marches back to her mark. Starts a run up. Very, very bouncy, energetic run up it is too. Again, left by the batter there. Heard a little scream as the ball was left
me
over.
too.
Whether she felt that she'd gone off balance or missed her mark slightly, but no wides, no balls, dot ball. Good result if you're a bowler.
Yeah, I hope you're picking up enough of that on the from the cameras and that sort of thing that are bringing you your sound there, because we are, as I say, quite a sort of distance, but a lovely view, it has to be said, over towards the score box on the far side, which is looking splendid set against the green trees.
In comes Norris. And again, she's got that Georgia Adams backward defensive shot off pat, hasn't she, Mike? Great start from Norris. Dot ball, score still remains on 8. Just saw a little glimpse of young Sophie Morris there, who's one of the 12th today, or 13th, if you like to call her that.
Yeah, again, she played up at Worcester. I was curious which way they were going to go, really, with the reshuffling of the side, because you've got to get Lamb in, and they've clearly decided Lamb's bowling is enough to offset Morris's.
Here comes Norris. Oh, she's really putting in the effort there. I don't know if you can pick up the effort scream, almost like a Sharapova-esque scream as she releases the ball there. And I do believe she's bowled the first mode of the day, so the score remains on 8 runs. What a great start from the bowling attack of Thunder.
Yep, certainly is. I mean, it's an interesting way. The other way they could have gone, of course, is bring Lamb in for one of the batters. But I suppose the great thing with Lamb is if you can trust her bowling, and she obviously bowled a fair bit in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, then you can bring her in for one of the bowlers, and then you get Emma Lamb, who is the top run scorer for Thunder in this competition, coming back into your batting lineup.
Blessed for bowling though, the Thunder at the moment. Got a few good all-round bowling. Excuse me.
Driven nicely by Norgrove into the offside. Liberty Heaps there to do the fielding as Gore starts a new over. Dot ball.
I'll just take those marbles out of my mouth and start again. They've got a few all-rounders who are perfectly capable of bowling a full set of overs. Tatani, Morris, great acquisitions which have added to the depth of bowling as well as the batting, I feel.
Well, the modern game, it's all about all-rounders, really, isn't it? It's all about having those all-rounders to, that's what Australia have done, really. They've revolutionised this game with Gore bowling, and this one is defended on the front foot, neatly forward. Again, was Norgrove, who's wearing 12 on her back. And that's kind of the approach the Australians have taken to cricket in all its formats, really. But obviously, it's mainly one-day cricket in the women's game. They've gone, right, we're going to pack our side with all-rounders. And Elise Perry's the sort of model of that. But you've got your Ash Gardners, you've got your Jess Jonasons who can bat as well. There's so many players now in Australia, and it seems that more and more are going for that approach. As Gore bowls, it's tucked into the leg side. There's one on offer. The fielding will be done by Lamb, who's at mid-wicket there for the right-handed Norgrove, who gets 1 to a total. She'll be relieved because she hasn't scored to that point, I don't think. That's her off the mark. 9 without loss.
9 without loss, indeed. It's just the little things, isn't it, when you see these top players? You saw Lamb there pick up a relatively easy ball for 1, but it's the perfect accuracy into the keeper's gloves that just separate the good from the excellent, I think.
And as I say, it's one of those things that will be barely remembered at the end of the game. But it was such a high-quality piece of cricket.
Her captain, who is the keeper, will definitely remember the quality of the throws into her, believe me.
Yes, that is true. That is true. It's always best to get your throws in nicely to the captain as Gore comes in and bowls. As the second train of the day rolls past in the distance, I won't count them all, I promise. 9 without loss is the score. We've come in, we're well into the 5th over now as a few spectators walk around to our left-hand side. One of the ground staff just taking a wheelbarrow across. The ground staff, as well as preparing excellent wickets here at Southport and Birkdale, they also do a very good job of the hanging baskets. We've got some lovely purple and yellow flowers hung to either side of our commentary position here in the tennis pavilion as Gore comes in again to bowl, and that's well defended by McGacken in that fashion that makes me think of Georgia Adams.
Gore's just got that short of a length at the moment that, that it's sort of like they're going to have to defend it now, but at some point would one of them be tempted to try a little hook shot there when it's not quite the right length? We will see, but they haven't got anybody out.
Well, of course, Sparks were 5 for 2 at this point in the previous game because they hadn't negotiated Mahika Gore and Tara Norris as well as these two batters have in the early stages. As Gore bowls the flowing drive, now there's one on offer if Smale misfields any worse than she has, but she's
Twice.
just about recovered it inside the ring, and the batters went for the old adage of never run on a misfield. That's 5 overs gone. It's 9 without loss. I am going to make way for Faith Florence, who is going to join Alison Byrne on commentary, and we'll continue rotating through the day. I'll see you probably,
we will indeed.
all being well, I'll see you around about the 15 over mark. I'm just going to go check on the stream at Chesterfield.
Welcome our friend Faith. Welcome Faith in a moment. She's just getting her microphone adjusted as we move into the 6th over of this 50 over contest. Northwest Thunder, the home team of course, in their red outfits, can't miss them, and equally bright orange outfits from the Vipers. And Norris is coming into bowl from the Harrod drive end. Oof, and it's gone slashing past the outside edge there. An attempted square cut which didn't quite come off for no run.
Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Faith. How are you?
Very well, thanks. A little bit husky, so you'll have to forgive me, listeners, if my voice sounds a bit husky. Got a bit of a cold, been burning the candle at both ends, but delighted to be here.
Ah, what have you been... Oh, no, you're allowed to tell us what you've been up to. In comes Norris. She's thinking about that one. Second ball of the over. Again, it's a little bit fuller. Again, she's tried to drive that one, but it's just met the full force of Laura Jackson at the other end of the pitch, who's fielded it beautifully and simply. And the score remains on 9. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Faith, those people who haven't come across you. I've just had a quiet chat with you earlier on. We met, 10 minutes ago. So I'm interested as well to find out a little bit about how you became involved in cricket, your love of cricket, etc. as Norris comes in for a third ball. Again, she's hit off the back foot, and you can see how fast that outfield is. It's sped down to the no chance from the diving fielder there, I believe is Fee Morris. I can't see her number. She's lying in a different direction. That's 4th the total. There will be a very valuable 4 runs.
It's quite dry, the grass, isn't it?
It is.
The ball's going to be absolutely rapid across this outfield. We haven't seen that many boundaries yet, but it looks like if you get past the field, kind of guaranteed boundary. If you get past the infield there, it's not going to be easy to chase those down.
Norris again. Scores moved on to 13. Oh, she's left that one. Playing quite sagely at the moment, these two openers.
Indeed, it's kind of a cautious start, isn't it? Quite a steady start, I think, for both teams. I'm from Liverpool, Ali. Well, that's where I live. That's my home.
Not far from me. I'm across the river in Birkenhead.
Born in Nairobi. I'm Ugandan. Fell in love with cricket as a girl, just watching on TV, West Indies. My mum loved to watch Viv Richards back in the day.
Who didn't? Here
Indeed.
Comes Norris. This is a good contest. Norris is getting up ahead of steam here. She's not happy. Dot ball, good bowling, great contest going on out there. I can sense something's about to brew. I don't know what you think, Faith, but something's got to give here.
Yes, I mean, oh, excuse me. Tara Norris bowling very accurately. She's got the good line and length going. But you sense that the batters are quite comfortable. They're going to start to want to take a few more risks.
Norris is striding in again. And that's driven straight. But again, she couldn't pierce that field.
Of course, with both teams coming off a loss in the last week, both teams are not going to want to let this one slip by. Big opportunity, and particularly for the Thunder at home. Is very keen to get their first win on the board.
13 so far.
So it looks like Mahika Gore is going to bowl her 4th over from the Grosvenor end.
Yeah, it's hard to take in, actually, that she's so young still, isn't it? It's crazy young. In she comes, 6'2" of her. Long legs and arms, bit shorter. Again, she's made the batter go backwards. She was looking to take a quick single, but there was never really one on there.
I know, that's just... I think they're into the offside and retrieved by Deandra Dottin. Having
a nice game of football in a little warm-up there, Deandra was having. don't know how much football they play in the West Indies, but she seemed fairly decent.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Two-footed
Deandra
player
Dotton
by
and
looks of it.
Saren Smale doing a little bit of keepy-uppy.
In comes Gore. Nice straight drive. I think that's beaten the field this time, and that's a glorious shot of the day for me. 4 runs straight down the ground, straight along the carpet, and Ditani's got to go in the tennis courts to get that one back, I think.
That was an absolutely
Lovely.
beautiful shot, and it looks like the boundaries are now starting to flow a little bit. Both batters have got themselves in.
Score moves on to 17. Interesting. She didn't really need to take much of a backlift there, as you said earlier, Faith. It's quick. Place it well, it will go. Second ball from Gore. Oh, she nearly had a little dibble-dabble at that one outside the off-stump, but it's taken easily by Threlkeld. Dot ball.
How good is it to watch Mahika Gore bowling?
Oh.
Eh?
Just noticed, Faith, I don't know if you noticed young umpire Grace Branbury having a little word with Mahika there, possibly running too far into the line of the wickets there. Something to watch out for, possibly. Ball number 3. Oh, again, I think it's hard to tell from here, but by the oohs and ahs, it sounds like she beat the outside edge of Norgrave on that occasion. Beg your pardon, I can't see the numbers very well from here. Is that 8 or 12, Faith? I think it's
That's an 8. That's
there you go, that'll be
McGacken on
McGacken.
strike.
There you go. These helmets stop you seeing the full face of the players.
Yeah, she just took a little waft at that, and it does look like it beat the bat. Retrieved by Ellie Threlkeld.
They've got a slip in for that very reason. In comes Gore. She's driven it straight, but Gore managed to get down from her great height to get a fist on that one and stop it going past the mid-on area. Dot ball. Score remains on 17.
I remember this fixture last year. I was in the crowd, and it was so hot that, you just felt woozy from the heat. And it was a good day for the Thunder there, and they'll hope to repeat that success. Yeah,
it was a hot one. I was out in the trenches with Mike that day, I believe. Here comes Gore. Bit short again. Instead, this time it's been almost sliced out as a third area for 1 run. So, score's moved on to 18.
Yeah, the batter's not afraid to just take the singles when they're available and put away the bad balls. Seen a couple of boundaries now starting to come through. Thunder definitely will be thinking about high time. It's that they took a wicket. Don't want these batters to get too comfortable, this opening pair. Quite a good partnership developing, and if you've got your openers staying in, it's going to make life very easy for the batters coming in underneath it. So it's Tara Norris again.
Certainly is.
At
Here
the
she
hard end.
comes. USA international, of course. Left-hander, and she goes. She's dabbed that down to third to the waiting Mahika Gore for 1 run. 1 run to Abby Norgrave there.
Oh, and I think of Tara Norris, what a fantastic signing for the Thunder. Remember her heroics in the Women's Premier League, getting that fifer on early on in the competition. Such a dynamic bowler.
Great asset. We've made some really good acquisitions this season, I feel, Faith. Norris is forcing a batter onto the back foot now. Dabbed it down sensibly. Run.
I completely agree. Some really good signings for the Thunder, and it's one of those things that so it's puzzling for some people why the Thunder haven't yet won a game in the 50-over competition in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy.
It puzzles me when you see them do so well in the Charlotte Edwards and then to not get a win yet. Maybe today's the day to change all that. In comes Norris. Back-footed drive again. Picked up easily by Jackson, who's been kept slightly busier than some of the other fielders in that area. No run acquired. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, when you think of the quality of the players they've got. I mean, you've got one of the world's most aggressive batters here, bending over to do her shoelaces in front of us, Miss Dottin. You've got one of the best spin bowlers in the world, the best probably. You've got Kate Cross. Now, admittedly, they don't play all games, but they have played a few this season so far. In comes Norris. It's a good spell of bowling this, Faith, keeping it tight, another dot ball.
Absolutely. Well, you know, they say winning is a habit and losing can be a habit as well. It's such a good squad. It's got great variety and good balance in the Thunder squad. You just feel that that first win is all they need.
Exactly. I agree.
Really
Something's got to give. And we've got some really good youngsters coming through. I mean, Sarah and Smale, 94 last in their last game. Great sign for the future. And Norris comes again. Ponytail flaying behind her. Really good pick-up from Norris. Not easy to do that when you're coming in with the energy she's putting into it. Get down so quickly to retrieve that ball is some athleticism.
That's it. There have been so many magical moments and moments of individual brilliance across the Thunder side, but they haven't quite pulled it off as a team to get it over the line. There's always something special. You know, we've seen an amazing glove work from the skipper Ellie Threlkeld.
Norris striding in. Really hear the effort she's putting in there, and Liberty Heaps having to run round that one at short fine. Beaten to it by Sarah and Smale, just the one run there.
And when you look at some of the highlights of the Thunder's innings, you know, you wouldn't necessarily, if you didn't know they had lost every match, you might expect that they had done better, but just haven't quite managed to get that complete performance to get the team over the line. So they'll be hoping today's the day, and of course the Vipers will want to keep that record.
They certainly will. Vipers, of course, today perhaps a little bit more vulnerable than they might otherwise have been. Maya Boucher has been kept to the England squad, and of course they've got a big injury worry over Georgia Elwis, who's damaged her back, but they're hoping to have her fit for their next game, which interestingly is going to be on the Isle of Wight, Faith, which will be a first for the Rachael Heyhoe. Oh, good drive. Good drive, and she's got full value for that. She's stepped into that, down on one knee, whack into the covers. Lovely shot there for 4 runs, well-deserved 4 runs. What a shot.
That was a beautiful shot. The fielder can only give chase to retrieve the ball. There'll be no stopping, well, there certainly was no stopping of that shot. And I think the opening batters for the Vipers are getting mighty comfortable here.
Getting a bit more confidence, yeah. It was a great shot from Norgrave. Here comes Gore again. A little bit shorter. Yeah, she does like that. Just short of a length, so to speak. But again, why wouldn't you if you're 6'2" and you can get it at a really uncomfortable height for the batters to face? Yeah, dot ball again. Force the player into a back-footed defensive shot. Yeah, so Georgia always will be a big miss for them. And I was just noticing Anya Shrubsole was part of the coaching team today, and she's played for them a couple of games this season and performed brilliantly. They're missing, of course, Danny Wyatt, Charlie Dean, Gorse coming in. Again, she's forced the player to play a back-footed defensive shot for no run. It's beginning to be a bit of a pattern.
She's bowling well, Mahika Gore, but doesn't look like threatening to take a wicket at the moment.
On that length, really, she's hoping that the batter will make a mistake and try and play a shot that technically they wouldn't necessarily want to play. She's trying to frustrate them at the moment, I feel. Gore again. Defensive on the front foot this time. It's squirted down to Dottin down in the gully area, who you would be very foolish to take a quick single to, methinks.
Indeed. And you mentioned missing Georgia Elwis for the Vipers. You know, somebody of her experience, obviously a very key player for the Vipers. But they also have the introduction of Maitland Brown.
Yes.
That might make up for that a little bit. Really exciting Australian import.
Looking forward to seeing her play, Faith. Are you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In comes Gore again. A little bit fuller. Oh, and that was close to the fielder, but that's been driven beautifully down to the long off area, despite the dive of Datani again. He's had a couple of those to chase after already this morning for 4 runs. What a lovely shot.
Beautiful shot, and Datani did give very good chase there. She's a very good fielder, Naomi Datani, and I think there's going to be she's going to have to do her best. A lot of running around this afternoon or this morning. Try and stop those boundaries.
Gould's not wasting any time getting on with the work. In she comes again, a little bit shorter. This time it's been punched through off the back foot to the square boundary, and I'm not sure if the fielder's going to quite make that. Oh, did they? No, she signalled her for. I do hope she hasn't hurt herself against that brick wall that she's almost obliterated there. But it's 4 runs again. The Vipers are moving up a gear here. They've moved on to 28 without loss.
Absolutely, and both opening batters. Well, actually, I was going to say they're both on 13, but with that boundary, now Abby Norgrave has moved ahead of Ella McGacken. She started slower, Abby Norgrave, at the start of the innings, but clearly has found her range, found her timing, getting quite confident facing the bowling, and you wonder whether a change might be due for.
Do you know, you read my
the
mind.
Thunder.
Read my mind. I'm wondering if Laura Jackson might be making an appearance shortly. We'll see. Tara Knowles is keeping the Harrod Avenue end busy for now. Here she comes. Still got a slip in. Nice drive. Misfielded slightly, and Jackson's been kept again busy in that area, long off. 1 run taken.
That brings Ella McGacken up to 14. Abby Norgrave on 17, 33 for no loss so far for the Vipers.
No, Threlkelt's having a little chat with her fellow fielder there. She's sending the slip away, moving her in front of the bat. Got an extra player on the leg side now. I think they're putting in a square leg. So yeah, same as before, slip's gone out and they've put a short square leg in.
They need a wicket, don't they?
Norris into bowl. Back foot. Defensive shot. No run. Threlkelt moves quickly to the stumps to take that fielded ball. Interesting, they've taken the slip out there. Perhaps they're thinking Norris, with the angle she's coming in with the left hand, there's no, it's going to be moving into the right hand, and maybe they'll get better value putting a short square leg in. And of course, she's got the opportunity to stop a single as well. Norris again, takes her mark, strides in. Again, another defensive shot down to gully, missed dotting. Straight into the gloves, of course, you'd expect nothing less. Dot ball.
And they're well set, the opening pair now, aren't they? Good partnership developing, and you'd expect them from here to really try and maybe start to kick on a little bit, especially as they continue to face the opening bowling combination of Norris and Gould.
Norris into a delivery stride as we speak. That's a beautiful flick off the legs there, and there's no stopping that. She's flicked that off her toes over to the large tree that we can see at the mid-wicket boundary. Not sure what type of tree it is. I know it's big. Yeah, lovely shot.
She's really found her groove now, Abby Norgrave, hasn't she? Really casual shot, just picked the gap effortlessly there. Fielder nowhere near it, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is it looks like a good batting track. The outfield's quick, and I think it's coming onto the bat nicely. Here's Norris. Lovely shot of the back foot this time. She's punched that through the gap into the cover boundary. Another 4 runs there for Norgrave, moving the total on to 41.
Danielle Collins gave chase there, but at the moment they're just retrieving the ball from the other side of the boundary. Seems there's really no stopping.
I think it's a warm day. I think might be time for a bowling change. I'm sure Threlkelt's got her head truly switched on in that department. She's great. I love her captaincy, actually. Here comes Norris. Oh, nice try to dive to prevent the single there, but Dottin has swept in to prevent 2. And the score moves on to 42 without loss. And at the end of that over, it's 42, as I say, without loss.
Now, it was quite a cautious start from both teams, but you feel now that the Vipers are really settled in. They're picking that line and length really well. scoring off the boundaries when the opportunity comes, rotating the strike very well. At the moment, I'd say the Vipers are probably the happier of the two sides.
Go on. Go on. Tell me who's coming into bowl, Faith.
Laura Jackson.
There you go. Got it in one.
Here comes the change.
Now, Mike alluded to the fact that she seemed to be bowling a little bit quicker in the last match, and I read a piece about her on the Lancs TV website where she's been working really, really hard on her pace as a way of perhaps regenerating her fortunes with the Thunder team. And it's something she's really, really attempting to do. It's a deliberate thing. She wants to be bowling faster. Let's see, shall we? Right arm over the wicket, Laura Jackson. Well, it does seem a bit faster than last season, definitely. I haven't got my speed gun on me today, though. Have you got one on your pocket there, Faith? No?
No,
Mike,
unfortunately.
Got a speed gun with you today? No, he's useless. He can go home.
Unfortunately
One
not.
run to the total, 43 without loss. But definitely signs that there's a bit more venom in that right arm of hers. She's always been a bowler who's been able to seam the ball. Comes Jackson. Yeah, definitely quicker. That's a bit fuller, and the batter doesn't really have much option other than to block it.
A lot of good bowlers in the Thunder side, aren't there? And there's a lot of competition for the places, and it's great to. I read that piece on the Lancs website that she's been working hard, get that place in the team, and really take her opportunity.
And she comes again. Oh, it was edged. Definite edge down to third there. Well bowled, Jackson. To actually get an edge when both batters are set like that is not an easy thing to do. So she was unlucky there. One run though.
Absolutely, and that'll give the batters something to think about.
Yeah.
Maybe just ruffle their feathers a little bit.
I'm wondering if Falcott's toying with the idea of bringing back that slip. We will see.
That'll be Norgrave on strike.
Jackson in. Again, Fuller. It's been driven. Tatani's got down to that really well and prevented it going for a boundary, but couldn't quite prevent the single. And again, it's one run to the Vipers, who are progressing nicely at 45 without loss. Both batters, as you say, are moving nicely through the gears. But it's good that, as you say, they've got a good variety of bowling attack here, so they'll hopefully, they'll be able to rotate and keep the batters having to try different bowlers from different angles as Jackson comes in again. Oh, that's a good Yorker. Really had to jab down on that one. Oh, yeah, more of those, Miss Jackson.
Absolutely, very nice from Laura Jackson.
Very well defended, though, from McGachan. Could easily have snuck under. Or, worse still, broken a toe. Jackson through a delivery stride. Again, full again, but it's been flicked to mid-wicket. Oh, slight misfield. They're going to take her. Oh, she's made a right hash of that. Never mind. 3 attempts to pick it up, and they actually snuck an extra run there. Number 2, is that Fee Morris or Danielle Collins, Faith? I can't see the numbers from my angle.
That's Danielle Collins, number 30.
Yeah, she won't be happy with herself there.
No, a bit
In
of
her
a
haste
fumble
to
there in
prevent
the
a single,
outfield.
she's given 2 away.
Indeed, as the batters converge in the middle to catch up. Now, the last time these two sides faced each other was, of course, in the Eliminator in the T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup. The Southern Vipers, of course, coming out on top. But there were moments in that game where you felt the Thunder could have taken it. So they'll feel like they can get one over the Vipers today, I think. And they'll be looking for revenge in this competition.
Yeah, they need one of these out now, though, Faith. It's getting change of bowler. In comes Tatani. Nice straight drive to start off the innings. That's a lovely shot through the covers again. She didn't have to put too much on it, but she's pierced the gap there as McGachan. And Tatani has been taken for 4 runs off her first ball. Never a good thing when you're a bowler and you come on and you get smacked straight away.
Indeed, a nice little loosener there for Naomi Tatani.
But fine margins. I didn't think she did an awful lot wrong there, but the batter took a really nice stride through the ball and didn't try and overplay it.
Looks a very batting-friendly pitch. They're really going to have to think outside the box here, Thunder.
It was a good toss to win, shall we say, which the Vipers, of course, did. Tatani into bowl. Bit shorter. Oh, that's wrapped something. A bit high for an LBW, but certainly Tatani seemed to put a bit more pace and venom into that one, Faith. No run.
Indeed, and the first sort of little mini shout. So that will encourage the Thunder
50 up
squad.
as well, of course, the Vipers after that earlier taken 2. Psychologically always fantastic to get your 50 up, especially if you've not lost any wickets. In comes Tatani again, left armour, another left armour seam bowler that Thunder have got in their armoury. Well done, Tatani's bowled a nice ball there. It's been defended easily for no run.
Yes, that's right. They didn't have many, or maybe even any left arm quicks previously, and all of a sudden they've got 2 or 3.
Well, just like the red buses, the left arm seamers seem to have come along all at once. Titanium. Bit shorter. Oh, and I don't think that's where she wanted to hit that. She was looking to pull that much squarer, and she's practising it again, that shot. Well bowled. Always good to see the batters having to change their shot if you're a bowler. That's what you want to see.
Indeed, and that's what I mean when I talk about a nice balance in the Thunder side and good variety in the attack.
Tani again, very strong girl to Tani, powerfully bowled into the batter there, short of a length slightly, but no run. Yeah, and a few clouds starting to drift in across this beautiful vista at Southport. But at the moment they are definitely not looking like the rainy type clouds, thankfully. But the breeze is getting up. You can see those big trees wafting around. In comes Tatani. Short again, and that's been dabbed down to fine leg. Oh, another misfield. They're going to get another run here, are they? No, just
they're
one.
tempted,
Yeah,
but
the fielding's not been tip top as yet.
No, and
I
that's
don't think Ellie Threlcott will be overly pleased with the 2 or 3 errors that we've already seen.
Yeah, that just makes the batters think that they've kind of got the edge over the opposition. I think when you see quite a lot of misfields in a row, they'll start to get even more comfortable.
Just a lack of concentration, I think. 52, the Vipers have moved on to with relative ease. No major scares. One little edge to slip. Unfortunately, we didn't have a slip fielder in place. Here comes Jackson, first ball of the next over. Back-footed shot. That's a good piece of fielding. That's better.
Yeah, much better.
From a Thunder point of view, I think it was young Liberty Heap over there, stopping the quick single.
Much better, and that's what Thunder are going to need to do, at least apply pressure. If it doesn't look like any wickets are coming anytime soon, they can start to put that pressure and force the Vipers to try and take some risks and, like you said, maybe make a mistake.
Jackson in again. Full, driven. Oh, difficult chance there to stop that one, but it was backed up well by Seren Smale there, in a distinctive white Under Armour vest there. Trying to put a bit of work on that ball because it just starts to lose some of its swing ability, seam ability once the shine goes off it. Jackson striding in. Oh, and again, she's given that everything. You could hear her from over here, the effort that she's put into that. Full delivery. She tried to drive it. It's gone straight to the fielder for another dot ball.
Yeah, bowling really nicely, Laura Jackson, and like I said, this is what the Thunder are going to need to do now. Try and put that squeeze on the Vipers, frustrate them, stop their scoring areas.
Oh, and again, you could hear then as she came into her delivery stride the effort that's going into it. She's really trying to put some pace on that ball and force the batter to defend again.
Is that 3 dots in a row?
I think it is, yeah.
Really nice from Laura Jackson. Keeping Abby Norgrave there on strike.
And again, she's made her go on the back foot. Dot ball. Short of a length, just short of a length. It's too quick to easily pull, you see. That's the difference. If you've got that extra pace, it's a little bit more difficult to get yourself fully in position to pull that shot to the leg side.
Really nice from Laura Jackson. Vipers look patient, but you know what this kind of pressure of dots can do. Jackson's in again.
Full toss, got away with it. But it was in line with the stumps at least. Dot ball.
Excellent from Laura Jackson,
Lovely
just
over,
keeping the
lovely
batters
over.
there behind their crease. Really, really good over. Now
Score remains on 52, 0 for 52.
that needs
No.
to be backed up by her bowling partner in the next over. And if they can keep that squeeze going on for the next couple of overs, some frustration could start to set in for the Southern Vipers, and maybe see that mistake that Thunder might be looking for. They try and play riskier shots, try and find those boundaries again. Fielders
Tani
should be
into
ready.
ball. Left arm, they've got a deep fine leg this time instead of a short square. She's played it on the off.
They're hitting everything along the ground, aren't they, the
are.
Vipers?
Not giving anything, are they, Faith?
No, not at all. Not going aerial at all.
Lamb's in quickly there in the short cover area. Got some backup behind her. Danielle Collins on the deep cover boundary. We've got a deep third, deep fine leg. Short mid wicket, gully. And she comes. And we've got somebody, I didn't see her lurking over there by the posters on the far side of the ground, but she's Liberty Heap, I believe, is on the boundary on the leg side, and she's just prevented a 2. They've taken a single.
Yeah, finally we get a chance to rotate the strike. But just for the one single, still very good bowling here by the Thunder.
And comes to Tani again. Strong runner, strong delivery action. And what a lovely piece of fielding there. Short mid wicket. Is that Fee Morris, I believe?
Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like
Very
it.
nice.
Keep
Dot
up the
ball.
squeeze.
Well, she needed to get it. There's nobody behind her, and it would have definitely gone for 4 towards the scoreboard. Yeah, there's quite a few more clouds drifting in, but don't think it's going to rain, though. It comes to Tani. Nice shot. Oh, now did she get a hand on that? They're appealing. Obviously not. Umpire's not interested, but it was a great stop. Stopped at least 1, if not 4.
It was a bit of a muted appeal there, wasn't it?
Well, but after what happened in the men's test match, it's worth appealing for anything, isn't it?
More in hope than expectation, I think, there. But good fielding.
I doubt if they'll be quite as riotous in the Southport and Birkdale clubhouse though as they were at the members' lounge in Lords. Good shot down to third there. Fielded again by Jackson. The ball's following around at the moment. 1 run to the Vipers total.
I thought for a moment that Ellie Threlkeld might be in with a chance there, but just from this angle it was probably wider. Wasn't quite a catch on for the wicket keeper there, but if there'd been a first slip, maybe they might have been in the game.
Here comes the choo-choo, Faith, and I don't mean to Tani, but here she comes. Defended. Dot ball.
That's the train that I come in from. Well, I'm not sure which way it goes, but
right.
I came in from Liverpool on the
Do you know what? I was
Merseyrail.
I was really upset I didn't get the train in today because there was lots of roadworks along the Formby Road and in and out of past the main route into Liverpool. So
it's
it
a
was
very
bit
smooth
annoying.
journey.
I think I should follow your lead next time we come to Southport and hop the train on
Well,
good old
definitely.
Merseyrail.
A really nice walk down to Southport and Birkdale Cricket
Oh, did
Club as
you?
well
Nice one.
from the station. It's
Yeah,
beautiful here and
very
a
well
beautiful day
served.
for it.
Transport links up here. Well, it's 54 at the end of the 14th over. No loss, wicket. Jackson to continue. And she's definitely got a bit of pace going now, definitely. Dot ball, well bowled, Miss Jackson. I can
Very
hear
good
somebody
bowling.
munching some crisps behind me. Oh, what have you got? Ready salted or cheese and onion there? He's not telling. He doesn't want to share them. Thought it was you, Mike. No, it's fine. Jackson into bowl her second ball. I'm just peckish, that's all. In we go. Oh, and she's wrapped the
Ooh.
pads there, and they're taking a quick leg by to the square leg boundary.
At the moment, Laura Jackson looks
bowled.
the most threatening of the
I
Thunder
would
bowlers.
agree with you. She's just got that niggling length as well, hasn't she? Not quite sure if she could forward or back.
Indeed, and she's being consistent, and you get the sense that if something's going to happen, it might be off the bowling of Laura Jackson at the moment. Abby Norgrave's raced to 34.
A bit shorter, and that's gone down to short fine leg. Well, I mean, Heyhoe takes about 3 strides in from the boundary to mine 10 and fields it nicely into the keeper.
Indeed, you can
skipper
spot the
Rachael will be
Heyhoe-Fint
thrilled with what she's seen
legs.
from Jackson. It's not easy to replace Kate Cross, is it, in a team? Let's be right. Nice. Again, she's flicked that down to go. Not sure if that hit the pad or not. No signal. Oh, yes, there is a signal like bye.
Yeah, had the sound of hitting the pads there.
Score moves on to 56 without loss.
They continue to be patient, the Vipers, just rotating the strike. Seem to be weathering the storm of Laura Jackson's very good bowling. Ellen McCagan on strike now.
Oh, she will, yeah. Just as you've mentioned the P word, the patience word, she ran out of it there, didn't she? Nearly got something down to throw Celt.
Yeah, Laura Jackson
Hit
should
and
be
a miss.
encouraged by that.
Hit and a miss, that's what the bowler's looking for.
I think, you know, when you get set, you start to, opening batter, start to feel like maybe you can start to show off your tricks a little bit.
Fuller flicked out towards us down at the mid-wicket boundary. That's got to be... Oh, she's got it. No, she hasn't. She'll be really gutted with that 'cause she made up ground really quickly. It's a good shot to the boundary for 4, mid-wicket boundary, and Danielle Collins has sprinted a good 10 metres there to get to it. Managed to get 2 hands to it, but sadly parried it over the boundary rope. And she's not happy. It's not been rolling her way yet, this for Danielle Collins. Maybe it'll be her turn when she has a turn to bat.
Indeed, and Ellen McCagan starting to free her arms there a little bit.
Yep, we're on 61 without loss, and Datani's coming in to bowl the next over.
Thanks to Ali Byrne there. Myself, Mike Perkins, popping back into the commentary position alongside Faith Florence. And 61 without loss, looking very good for the Vipers at the moment, and looking very good for Norgrove, who's slapping that one away to the mid-wicket boundary. There's a dive out there. Has it been a successful one? It has just, but they'll come back for 3. They're running very, very hard indeed, and they pick up those 3 precious runs to bring McCacken back onto strike. 64 without loss then, Faith Florence. It's motoring along at the moment.
Absolutely is motoring along for the Vipers, and it's a beautiful day to bat. The surface is very batting friendly. They're starting to play their shots. McCagan on 22. Abby Norgrove raced to 37.
Here's Datani to bowl again, just popping McCacken back into her crease there. She had to be on her toes to defend that one out to backward point, but didn't add to the score.
Really comfortable partnership developing for the opening batters of the Southern Vipers. And they're really going to have to, the brains trust of the Thunder, going to get their heads together and figure out what they need to do to try and break this partnership.
How's your day been in Southport so far then? It's the sun's been out for you at very least?
Absolutely, sun's always out in Southport.
Here comes Datani to bowl, just short of a length in the end on the leg side. Wide ball signal, 65 without loss. Thunder can't afford too many of those either.
Indeed, it kind of feels like a Saturday. I woke up this morning and thought it was Saturday, but it's a Friday. You know, it's got that weekend vibe about it. Been watching a lot of cricket, and
well, it's your Saturday, because let's be honest, this isn't work, is it? Let's be honest. We're sat here in the glorious sunshine, watching Southern Vipers versus Thunder, looking for their first win in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, as that one's hit into the offside. It bursts through the short cover fielder, who I think was Lamb. It was Lamb, and there's another single to the total. A little bit frustrating for Thunder, that one.
Yes, I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be, honestly, today. If I wasn't here next to you, Mike, I'd be out there with the crowd and their picnic chairs. A nice smattering of spectators going all around the ground.
Here's Datani again from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. It's short, it's quick, it's through. The umpire thought for a second about whether it was too wide or not, and it was not too wide, so he was happy with that in the end, and it's a dot ball. It's one way to get it into the keeper's gloves without the batter scoring.
Indeed, and she wasn't tempted to waft her bat at it there. So still smart batting from the Vipers.
Field spread at the moment. Got backward point, short cover, mid-off. A fielder out on the cover boundaries. This one's tucked leg side to the short mid-wicket. There's also a backward square on the leg side. We've got long leg and third, as well as mid-on is the one I haven't told you about. So that was all a bit higgledy-piggledy, if I'm honest. If we're going in order, it's third, backward point, cover on the boundary, short extra cover and mid-off on the offside, with mid-on, short mid-wicket, backward square leg and long leg on the leg side as Datani comes into bowl, and this one's hit nicely down the ground up to mid-off. There's only, well, there's no chance of scoring there, is there? It was hit well, and it was fielded well by Tara Norris up at mid-off.
Yeah, really good start here for the Vipers. I think, you know, at this stage of 66, for no loss of no wicket after 16 overs, the Vipers definitely will feel like they're in the driving seat now. They can dictate and the pace of the game from here. Thunder really need to find a way to prize out that wicket.
Laura Jackson to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. Have you had an over so far? I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, but if you want the next one, you're more than welcome.
Okay, so thank you, Mike. So here comes Laura Jackson. Right arm over the wicket, and that's just gone behind square for 1 run. I can't quite see who's that on strike at the moment.
So they've just
Abby
switched ends,
Norgrave.
and Norgrave has come on to strike, I think. Yes, she has indeed.
So Laura Jackson preparing for the second delivery of the over. Now she's been the best bowler for Thunder, I'd say, up to this point. Into Abby Norgrave, who just dinks that into the leg side, and that's fielded back to Ellie Threlkeld for no run. Good line and length there from Laura Jackson, trying to reapply that pressure at the moment with the Southern Vipers batters not taking any risks at all. If Laura Jackson can continue to keep bowling this tight and try and just make something happen here. As she comes over, that's gone through. She shoulders arms Abby Norgrave, and that's through to the keeper for no run. Laura Jackson takes her position back to deliver the third delivery of the over.
Now there's some vigorous warming up going on from Fee Morris here. She did that at New Road and was into the attack straight away, so I imagine we might be seeing something similar.
Laura Jackson in, and she takes a big swipe at that. Abby Norgrave doesn't get anything on the ball, straight through to the keeper. Very good from Laura Jackson. Now that's going to be encouraging, I think, for Laura Jackson. That's what she wants to see. The batter having a slash at her bowling. Missed it there. She could take an edge, or if she's going to keep missing it, she could clatter the stumps as she bowls straight, Laura Jackson, as she comes in again over the wicket. And that one's gone behind, square on the leg side. She runs through for 1 run, bringing Ella McGacken back on strike. So good over so far from Laura Jackson.
Yeah, it's sort of Norgrave who's accelerated things here. She's leading the way in this partnership, isn't she? I was sort of expecting to look up there and see McGacken on a few more than 24, but actually she's been the more sedate of the two partners.
That's true. Laura Jackson in again, and she just defends that, and the covers for no run.
So there we go.
Yes.
End of the 16th.
End of the 16th over, 68 for the loss of no wicket.
Sorry, I felt I'd rather cut you off there.
Yeah, and I can't remember what I was going to say.
It's always the way, isn't
That's
it?
gone now,
but there's,
right?
I mean, deep discussion in the middle of the pitch at the moment between the two batters. They'll be very happy. I remember that, and you were at the game, I think, as a spectator as well, Faith. The game here last year at Southport that the Thunder played, it was quite like this, actually. It was looking like it was going to be a flat wicket, really easy to bat on. The spinners came on, and things immediately changed. Now, it was Alex Hartley in that case. Obviously, she's on this indefinite break from cricket at the moment. People will have heard her on TMS and that kind of stuff. She took 6 for here last year. Fee Morris, they're bringing into the attack, looking to do something very similar. Now, she's not massively been in the wickets in this competition, but she did take 7 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, also scored 209 runs in that competition, so very much did her job there. And I think Fee Morris's introduction here could be crucial.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely time for a change. A little bit of right arm off spin from Fee Morris. Maybe this could be the thing to unsettle the batters a little bit, who seem quite comfortable with the pace so far.
We're about to find out as Morris bowls from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. It's flicked around the corner to backward square leg. There will be a 1. We also have a deep mid-wicket out on the leg side. 45 is up inside the ring, mid-wicket, mid-on. And then the offside field is very much as it was in the last over. The only fielder that we don't have is the fielder down at third. So we've got backward point, cover, short cover, and a mid-off for the off-spinner. And that's unsurprising. They've taken third and moved him over to deep mid-wicket, where the ball heads out in the direction of it's more square leg, in fact, in the end. And in fact, it is backward square leg. It gets to the ball first for the loss of only 1 run. 70 without loss. Vipers move on to in a very healthy position, and it's not surprising with the ball turning towards that leg side that they've put one of their resources over that way. Here comes Morris again, always quicker in. This one is forced out towards Jackson, who's on the deep cover boundary, so against the spin that time, but it was short enough to do so. 71 without loss. The score moves on to all action when the spinner's bowling, of course.
Indeed, and I remember in that fixture last year as well that Deandra Dottin bowled quite a few jaffers, and got a couple of wickets.
Here comes Morris again, bowling. McGacken again finds the gap at cover. She was on the front foot, so a tiny bit more element of risk in that, but it didn't prove so. She kept it on the ground and added a single to the total. 72 is the Vipers' total. It is looking ominous, but as I say, it can be spin bowling that changes things here at Southport, and that's what Fee Morris will be hoping if she delivers, driven neatly into the offside, but the stop is made. I almost got the impression Tara Norris thought it was the end of the over there, the way she picked that up and kept hold of it, but then I think realised pretty quickly it wasn't. Dot ball was the result. Here comes Morris again. Back into the crease goes Norgrove.
Yeah, well, with the two batters so comfortable at the moment, the overs are probably slightly merging into one as they keep rotating strike, just keep that scoreboard moving. So they've really got to remain focused here, the Thunder. Don't let that concentration slip. Don't let their heads go down. Yes, it's a very good start by the Vipers' opening pair, but there's still plenty of overs to go. Anything could happen. It's cricket, you know. You never know what might one brings two.
Well, that's always the saying, isn't it? And
that's the saying.
And one sometimes brings two, other times it doesn't. But that's what
True.
Thunder need right now, isn't it? Really.
Just get that one.
Yes.
Let's see where we go. So, Laura Jackson back on the attack. Bowling over the wicket. Oh, now she took a slash at that one, Ella McGacken. Didn't quite connect. It looked for a moment like Ellie Threlkeld might be in the game for a catch there.
Ellie Threlkeld's always in the game, isn't she? Did you see that stumping?
Yeah,
She
over
took
and
it in.
over again.
Oh, just ridiculous.
Could not get enough of that. All over social media, every time it came on, you just had to stop and keep it on a loop. Laura Jackson in again to Ella McGacken. And she just stabs that one backward to point. It looks like they threw for a single. They were tempted to go for the second, but it wasn't quite on. Well fielded there. Backward to point by Thunder fielders.
I mean, it was in the Sarah Taylor League of ridiculous things, wasn't it? There's always that catch that gets shown where she's standing up to the stump. She reads that the paddle's coming and takes a one-handed catch. And I mean, watching it live, it felt that good.
Absolutely, as Laura Jackson in again to Abby Norgrave, who just pushes that into the covers, and there'll be no run off that delivery.
So a little white van buzzing behind the score box in the distance as Jackson walks back to her mark. As I say, very good start from Vipers, and that's all there is to say in a lot of ways from the Thunder's perspective at the moment.
Laura Jackson into Norgrove again, and this time she drives that to the covers. They get through for one, and just keeping that strike rotating there, the opening pair. Laura Jackson bowling well, but the opening pair of Norgrove and McGacken still very comfortable at the crease.
They are indeed.
Laura Jackson in again to McGacken. And this time she hits that leg side. There is a fielder there on the boundary. And that's just nicely retrieved. And back to the keeper. They get through for one run.
The one thing they would say is in their favour, though, is that the scoreboard isn't getting away at this stage. You know, it's not fives and sixes. But the wickets column is the concern at the moment.
Definitely. As Laura Jackson in again to Abby Norgrove. Now, Is that a wicket? There's a little bit of an appeal. The bails are off. And it looked like Ellie Threlkeld thought that she fancied a stumping there, but she's well in her crease, Abby Norgrove, and there's no wicket there. But first little bit of excitement there.
Well, we were mentioning the magnificence of Ellie Threlkeld, and we saw it right there, didn't we?
Absolutely.
Down the leg side, whipping off the bails. Brilliant.
Jackson in again, and that's defended to extra cover for no run.
I mean, you really, as I say, you just run out of brilliant things to say about Ellie Threlkeld. But there's been this debate, partly because wicket-keeping at the regional level is so good, about who is the sort of the second best to Amy Jones. But I think it's very definitely Ellie Threlkeld now.
Jackson in again to Abby Norgrove, and she hits that one leg side. And that's going to be retrieved by the fielder after a little bit of a fumble. Norgrove dances down the track but doesn't manage to get that second run. So at the end of quite a good over from Laura Jackson, still bowling well, but the Vipers still very much have the measure of all the bowling of Thunder, I think, and still look very relaxed, very confident, don't look like they're getting out anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for the Thunder here. They just need a wicket from somewhere. That's probably why Threlkeld's whipping the bails off just in case at this stage. She's just sort of trying to make something happen for her team. She knows she is the one who has to try and do that. And it's a case of just trying to find something. And the big thing for them, partnerships do happen, but if they can get one here, they've got to start rattling through. Here comes Fee Morris, throws it up, driven neatly and firmly, but back at the bowler, so it'll be a dot ball. And they just have to kind of almost accumulate as many of those dot balls as they can, really, until they are able to break this partnership, essentially, and just keep it as low as possible. Here comes Morris, bowls. This one's up in the air. It's out towards mid-wicket. It'll bounce once. At first, I thought, actually, that the short, straight mid-wicket rather than the deeper one might be the one who was interested, but it was firmly hit. But just the right amount of firmly hit to take a one to the fielder on that boundary, which is Emma Lamb. 79 without loss.
Yeah, and one of the rare sort of aerial shots from the Vipers batters. They haven't really been going that route so far, but like you say, the scoreboard isn't completely getting away, and they might think about starting to accelerate now, and we'll see a few more shots going up in the air.
Well, more shots like that from Norgrove, and it very much could get away quite quickly. But here comes Morris, bowling again. It's a reverse sweep against the spin. Didn't really come off there for McGacken. With the green bat handle and the green stickers on the bat.
No, it looked for a moment like she might hit that into her own stumps. Wasn't the most graceful of reverse sweeps.
I think she sort of got the wrong side of it, really, as Morris is bowling. Down the pitch comes McGacken. That's a better shot. Up to mid-on with the spin. Takes the single that was on offer. 80 without loss. Another 10 sort of ticked off now from the Vipers' point of view, as these two look to put on a really impressive 100 opening stand. In fact, it's only 79. The board's beat me there, as that one is a dot ball. Oh no, it ticks on to 80 now, so it is 80 without loss. Forward defensive doesn't add to that, as Morris has been there or thereabouts so far, I would say, Faith Florence, with her areas. Here she comes again to deliver, and is there or thereabouts again, and is clipped away for one out to deep mid-wicket. But the issue, Vipers will be dead happy with that, because there's no real threats on their wicket, really, as the over comes to an end. 81 without loss after 20.
After 20 overs, yeah, and we talked about those moments of magic from the likes of Ellie Threlkeld. That amazing innings from Seren Smale. A lot of moments of magic from the Thunder players throughout the season, but it's not been quite enough to impact the game. A lot of memorable things happening, individuals doing fantastic feats, playing their shots, getting these stumpings, taking catches, scoring runs, but it's not quite adding up to impact the game.
So why has it not gelled in this format? Because it did gel in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They got to finals day, although even the start to that was a little bit wobbly, it has to be said. But why is it not gelled in the 50 over format? I know you watch so much of this cricket.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think back to that opening day at Emirates Old Trafford when the bowling really was quite wayward, as Emma Lamb is now introduced into the attack. And she's going to be bowling her off spin at Abby Norgrove on strike. So can she have a magic arm here? She comes over the wicket and into Norgrove. Now she hits that up. She didn't have full control of it, but it looks like it's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Deandra Dotton gives chase. So that was a little bit of an aerial shot, but actually it was really safe in the end.
I'm just going to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the first ball Emma Lamb's bowled, correct?
Yep, that's definitely the first ball she's bowled.
And they've come down the track and looked to absolutely smash her against the spin. It's gone off the outside edge and away for 4.
Oh,
that shows,
why not?
well, it just shows the dominant position Vipers are in.
Exactly.
They can do things like that at the moment.
Emma Lamb in again to Norgrove. And she drives this one for no run towards the covers. Yeah, Emma Lamb into the attack, and like you say, straight away, the Southern Vipers are ready to go in. They don't mind as Emma Lamb is in again. Oh, no, that's stumped and she's out. That's Abby Norgrove. Stumped by Ellie Threlkeld. We talk about those moments of magic, and there is the first one.
I think the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, Ali Burns, sitting outside, got rather excited by that, as did you, Faith Florence, because it was a wicket that Thunder needed, it has to be said. Obviously, disappointing from the Vipers' perspective, 85 for 1, and it was those gloves of Threlkeld, but it was also the risk they were taking against Lamb. We remarked on it first ball, and they went for it again second ball.
Yeah, it goes to show. I mean, you've got 50 overs, or 20 overs have passed, and you start to get a little bit comfortable and ready to take on every bowler. And that magic arm of Emma Lamb, in this case, as they look to take her on, but it didn't quite work. Ellie Threlkeld, as we said, always in the game, looking to make a difference for her team, looking to make that breakthrough for her team, and Thunder will be absolutely delighted to get that first wicket.
It was almost like, and you could forgive them if this was the tactic, and we know what a tactician Charlotte Edwards is, the Southern Vipers coach, and we know she's won this competition as well as the competition with her own name on it, the Charlotte Edwards Cup. But it was almost as if they'd kind of game played this, if you like pre-season, and it's like, look, if you're getting up to the 20 over mark, there's no wickets down, we don't care, just go after it, just really try and knock an Emma Lamb out the attack, because really Thunder here, they need Lamb and Morris to probably bowl 20 overs between, they need them to bowl their full allocations, and if they could have knocked Lamb out the attack there, then they then they've been way up in the game, and Thunder would have been relying on the seamers. It hasn't worked. It's resulted in a wicket, and it has resulted in the aforementioned Georgia Adams coming to the crease.
Yeah, now it's going to be really difficult now with Georgia Adams and Ella McGacken. Quite similar.
Well,
there,
let's see how much they do back like each other.
Now she's hit that. That's gone backwards. It's going to, seems to be racing towards the border. There's to the boundary field. They're after it. Deandra Dotton stops it just before it gets to the boundary. They come through for 1 run.
Now, the way McGacken's batted so far, I'd say Adams probably didn't look much like her on the first ball, because it was an outside edge behind square on the offside.
Did they run a 2 there? Sorry.
They did.
Now she's hit that backwards of square and a little shuffle down the wicket, but she decides it's not worth risking running for the 1. Probably was never a single there. So Georgia Adams still on strike to Emma Lamb.
So yeah, she's got 2 to her name, 87 without loss.
Defends that one. Georgia Adams, really good bowling from Emma Lamb here. Now this is a chance for the Thunder bowlers, the Thunder team, to get their tails up. Just taking a wicket. Emma Lamb seemed to have made that difference there. The captain made a very inspired bowling change there, bringing Emma Lamb in to take that first wicket. So it's time for the Thunder to
the very first thing
up.
You said there, you bob on. This is a chance for the Thunder, isn't it? It's a chance for them to one, kill a few deliveries in this game, get a few dot balls, get Vipers behind the rate a bit, but it's also a chance to maybe that 1 brings 2 phrase. They probably need it to bring 3, to be honest, at this stage, but they've kind of got an end to work with now all of a sudden. But it's McGacken who is the player who's in and will have to take a bit of responsibility here, who's on strike. She drives it back firmly to Morris. There's no run as a result. The bowler fielding having delivered the ball. As we say, so much cricket going on today across the country. already started are the 3 Charlotte Edwards Cup games and the men's test match in the Ashes. It's been such a good Ashes series, both men's and women's. The women get going again tomorrow as that one's pushed to cover, past cover, and a run taken, 88-1 now, the score. So the 3 Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games, Northern Diamonds, who are second in the table, up against Blaze, who are top, 87-2 in the 20th over at that one. Sparks are 63-4. They start the day on the same number of points as the Southern Vipers on... in fact, Sparks start 4 points in front on 15. Southern Vipers on... 11. Sparks and Vipers both have 11. They're both looking to catch the South East Stars on 15. So plenty of sides in the hunt at the moment. Thunder just looking for their first win and just to try and get their 50-over cricket going the way they'd like to. That one's driven up to mid-on. There's no run. 88-1 the score as the hanging baskets flutter in a little breeze that's just come in from the sea here at Southport. Oh, and it's bowled! Lovely delivery. And one has brought 2 wickets for Thunder, and all of a sudden things are looking a little bit more open, and Georgia Adams will untuck those gloves and take them off the pitch, because she is done for the day, and the woman with number 4 on her back, Emily Windsor, is on her way out to the crease.
I was just about to say what a lovely situation it is for someone like Georgia Adams to come into. 88 on the board, a really good opening partnership, and a batter of her experience and her skill would really relish coming in. So that's a very, very good wicket for the Thunder. Get the dangerous Georgia Adams out. We know that she can bat long and she can bat fast when she gets going. So that's excellent. And, you know, these cricket cliches exist for a reason. One brings 2, you know, we say it all the time.
You called it today. You're almost the soothsayer of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket now, Faith Florence, in the fact that you did identify the fact that one would indeed bring 2 today. I have to say, I think it's spin bowling at Southport. We saw it last year in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. We've seen it again today, and Fee Morris is an excellent exponent. They went after Emma Lamb. That didn't work, so there was the stumping. And all of a sudden, we mentioned at the start of the over, there was pressure on McGacken to try and be the senior partner now that she's in. Well, there's real pressure on her now, because she's lost 2 of her mates. She's lost Norgrove, she's lost Adams, and Emily Windsor, who made 84 in the previous game, and hits this one hard into the offside in the way that somebody who's just off the back of 84 usually does. Hard and against the spin, no run though.
Ali sitting outside enjoying the sun and watching the game is just commenting on the squeeze that the fielders are putting on, and they've all come in closer into the infield.
Here's Morris threw outside the off stump. There was a little bit of excitement, particularly from, as you say, the spectator Ali Byrne at the moment. But it was Threlkeld's gloves that knocked the ball off rather than the ball there. So a dot ball is the result. There was a lovely slow motion replay that viewers on Lancs TV, we've got around about 500 with you of us at the moment. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, help other people find the stream. But there was a lovely slow motion replay of Fee Morris's delivery, just the flight of it, the turn of it through the gate, the perfect off-spinner's delivery that was, and it made it 88-2.
I love it when you've got 2 spin bowlers bowling in tandem, spin at each end, and especially on a wicket like this that is receptive to spin. It's just a delight to watch.
It's a lot of fun, isn't it? There's something just more intriguing about spin ball. I don't know if it's the risk of just how slow you often have to bowl to turn the ball, and the fact that if you get it wrong, you're getting whacked.
Emma Lamb in to Ella McGacken, who hits that behind square on the leg side, and they run through for 1 run. That brings Emily Windsor on strike. Again, another very experienced batter for the Southern Vipers. Over the years, we've seen her really change games for the Vipers. She's come in at 3, is it, for the Vipers? She's batted lower down the order. She can bat in any position. As Emma Lamb to Emily Windsor, and she slashes a bat at that, and that's going to run away for 4 behind. That's as Deandra Dottin goes to fetch the ball, but there was never a fielder anywhere near that.
Well, the only one who was perhaps the slip fielder, who might feel a little aggrieved that they didn't get there. They're quite wide, almost gully. I'd say they're slip, aren't they, really? It's quite hard to tell from the angle, but they look slip to me.
Emma Lamb into Emily Windsor again, and she swings her bat at that one. That goes out into the covers. She's going to run through for 1 run. It's retrieved by the fielder back to Ellie Threlkel, so rotating the strike nicely here. Getting herself off strike, Emily Windsor. Ella McGacken back on strike to face Emma Lamb over the wicket. And she just defends that into the leg side. Now for no run. Emily Windsor on 5. And Ella McGacken on 31. 94 for the loss of 2 wickets. Emma Lamb, and this is hit was the leg side. They'll come through for 1 run. So rotating the strike really nicely off Emma Lamb's bowling. Not taking any big risks. You know, we saw how that brought the wicket, the downfall earlier on of
288 runs last season for Emily Windsor in this competition. So that's how good she is.
Emma Lamb into Emily Windsor, and she just defends that one for no run. So more settled over that for the Vipers. Just defending off the bowling of Emma Lamb. Try and get themselves in. Well, certainly Emily Windsor will want to get herself in after the quick loss of that wicket of Georgia Adams.
And as I understand it, those 288 runs brought a lot of interest from sort of other regions who were perhaps thinking, could they prize Emily Windsor away? But she ended up with a contract at the Vipers. Of course, Tara Norris was one who moved between these two sides in the off-season, and she's ended up here. So it might be interesting to see Norris bowling to Windsor. They, of course, won this competition together in the 2021 final. It was putting on 78 and coming from an unlikely position to win that game. As forward goes McGacken, defending into the onside. I did again. I went, is that Georgia Adams start? No, it's definitely McGacken.
She's out. It's always a little bit spicy, isn't it, when you're bowling at your former teammate?
Definitely is. There's another former Viper who's quite active in the game at the moment, as that one's pushed away off Fee Morris's bowling into the offside. Do you know the other former Viper in the Thunder lineup as the score goes to 95 for 2?
Tara Norris.
Well, yes, we've mentioned Tara.
Oh,
so who's the
Tara?
other one? Change one letter in Norris's name and you're probably going to get
Morris.
Fee Morris, yeah, of course.
That's
was
right.
there in the KSL days and reached a final of the KSL. Also reached a final with the Southern Brave, as she played for in the inaugural 100. And won the county championship, as it then was, with Hampshire. So she's plenty of connections on the South Coast, and the South Coast's finest, Emily Windsor, turns that one away for 2 behind square on the leg side as a puff of dust comes up as the fielder down there slides forward. Is that Libby Heap out there? It looks like it to me. Anyway, 98 for 2 is the important bit, because that's what those couple of runs rotated the board onto, as Windsor hits it back to Fee Morris. Fields off her own bowling, no run.
A really good signing, I thought, Fee Morris and Tara Norris from the Vipers. You know, they'll bring that experience of having won the trophies before with the Southern Vipers.
Well, and it clearly did work in the 2020, as that one is flashed away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. It brings up the Vipers 100 as well. And Emily Windsor looks in marvellous touch. She got a little bit lucky with the cut in the last over that went for 4, but that was emphatic to more or less extra cover in the end boundary. 102 for 2, and Emily Windsor is going along very nicely indeed, Faith Florence.
Definitely she's winning the battle of the former teammates at the moment.
Here comes Morris again from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, as that one is tucked into the leg side. Datani there with the fielding. Dot ball. One thing I never get used to is this throwing the ball back to the umpire at the end of the over, because obviously we have a different ball from different ends. It's been around for years now, but I just never get used to it, I have to say, Faith Florence. But there we go. 102 for 2. Vipers still very much in control, although, well, they've not really shown any signs of rebuilding here. Windsor's just come in and kept clapping it.
Yeah, indeed, and Emma Lamb is back into the attack, so we've still got the spin from both ends. She's bowling to Ella McCacken, who just defends that one for no run. Emma Lamb into McCacken again. And again, forward in defence. Good length from Emma Lamb there. Opportunity again for the spinners to put a bit of a squeeze on the Vipers scoring. Emma Lamb in again, and this time that's hit square, but very good stop by the fielder. Square leg. Keeps both batters in their crease. Very good over from Emma Lamb so far. Who's going to be the first to blink in this over?
I'm already thinking I'll let this ball go.
As Emma Lamb into McCacken again. This time she hits that one into the offside. Deandra Dotton, a little fumble as they come through for 1 run.
I'd have been in trouble if I'd let that ball go and I was at the crease there. But I'm already thinking, do they need to split these two spinners' spells? Do they need to get a bit of Libby Heap in there to make it last a bit longer? Because these two have been by far the best bowlers.
Emma Lamb into Emily Windsor, and she hits that one at the leg side square, and it's retrieved by Laura Jackson. They come through for 1 run.
Because to me it seems as if these are going to be the main two bowlers. They're going to have 20 overs between them, they will hope.
Emma Lamb into McGacken. And that's hit leg side. They're not going to go through for a run. Well stopped by Fee Morris. As Charlotte Edwards just on this is taking pictures with some young fans. Well, fans of different ages.
The voice you're hearing there is Faith Florence next to myself, Mike Perkins. And as soon as Alison Byrne gets away from the microphone, she's in massive fangirl mode here. As soon as she spotted Charlotte Edwards, she was like, look, it's Charlotte Edwards, it's Charlotte Edwards. Of course she's here, Ali. She's the coach of the Vipers.
Indeed. Well, it seems
England
like
legend,
everyone.
of course, for those who aren't up to speed about quite why there was so much excitement.
As the players take drinks now, they confer chair in the outfield. Get some refreshments down. It's still quite a warm day, but perhaps not as hot as certainly as last year.
And you can tell Lottie's relaxed because she's there talking to some young fans and just having a chat with them rather than trying to get any messages out to the middle here. There's sort of no panic from the Vipers' point of view at this stage. But what do you reckon with the spinners? I mean, are they going to be looking to somebody like Liberty Heap, who bowled in the first edition of this competition, but we haven't seen much of her bowling since then as a slower bowler? They don't seem to be using Dotton, who's a seamer, much this year. They've obviously left Morris out to bring Lamb back into the side today. You want as many overs of spin, I feel, as you can, and then just to get to the seamers for the very back end and maybe bring Gore and Norris back just to see you to the end. But if Vipers can get after one of these two, then Thunder are going to have a big problem.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so it is an option, like you say, to bring Liberty Heap on. With Lamb and Fee Morris bowling at the two ends, they made that impact, got that wicket, but it looks like with Emily Windsor at the crease has very quickly got into a comfort zone. She's rotating the strike nicely with McCacken. And like you say, perhaps bring in a different bowler and save those two. You know, she could always bring them back for another kind of pincer attack later on in the innings.
And the other talking point, I don't know how much you covered it earlier on, but it's worth covering at this stage, if not, is the omission of Georgia Ellis. We hear she's injured, so that's quite a big loss, really, for Southern Vipers.
Yeah, definitely. Georgia Ellis is someone who always can read the game very well, can steady the ship when the team's in trouble. We've seen her do it time and time again. Or if they're off to a flyer, she's someone that can just bat really calmly, patiently, smartly, and get that scoreboard moving. You know, she can adapt to any situation. She's so experienced. So, yes, of course, a loss for the Vipers today. But Emily Windsor seems to be doing that job quite well now at the moment. With 104 up at the halfway stage, I fancy that Vipers would want to start to motor on a little bit. If you double that score, it brings you to 208 if they were to score at the same rate in the back end of the innings.
And they'll want more than that now, you would think.
For sure, especially with this start. I don't think, that would be enough. So you wonder, is this the stage where they can start to get a little bit of a motor on?
We will see. Elsewhere, South East Stars, 91 for 4 against the Central Sparks. I glanced onto their stream, 109 for 4. The Diamonds against the Blaze. That feels a big game today. You feel if the Blaze win that, they'll sort of, if they're not already, they'll cut themselves loose and free at the top of the table as Windsor blocks this one leg side. There is no run on offer. Datani is there with the fielding. But this one here, 104 for 2 at the 25 over mark, as Faith Lawrence says. They'll be looking for 208 and the rest here as Fee Morris bowls. Floats it up, hit hard, but stopped by Danny. Is it Danny Collins or is it Liberty Heap? It's Danny Collins in there at short extra cover. They've brought the fielder in from the boundary, which is maybe why Emily Windsor attacked in the last over with that flowing extra cover drive. This one is turned round to Liberty Heap, who's at backward square leg. Again, she's coming. So it's only deep mid-wicket out at the moment, Faith, which is another sign that they think the spin bowling is working here.
Indeed. And it looks like, that's what they're going to continue to go with.
Here comes Morris, bowls, flowing drive, and they have put the cover back, just as we were saying they only had one up. They'd sent Laura Jackson back to the cover boundary, so 105 for 2. So they're kind of playing with these fielders out of the ring. Ali Threlkeld having to be really on her watch, which just makes her keeping for me more impressive, because she's batting in the top order, she's marshalling the troops with her gloves and waving them about, and then whenever her gloves are needed, they've been needed once so far for the stumping, and they were in exactly the right place. One hit down to long on, which was another one of the changes Threlkeld made on that delivery. I'll try and keep you up to date with as many of them as I can, but they are with changes in batters and also with points in the over, they're changing quite rapidly. So long on goes back as the over goes on. It's 106 for 2. The ball was pushed up there in the previous delivery. It will remain like that for this ball, but Windsor prefers to go to cover off the back foot. Collins nearly got there, but was never going to prevent a single. 107 for 2 then, after 26 overs of this game. Faith Florence still feels very much in Vipers' favour.
Yeah, that's right, and slow and steady, I think, wins the race, is what they seem to be telling themselves at this stage. I thought that, after passing the 25 over mark, that they might think about starting to accelerate a little bit.
These two are fresh to the crease, though, aren't they? They're still feeling their way into their innings.
That's true. And Emma Lamb in the attack now. And that's hit into the leg side. They're going to go through for 1 run. So she's continuing with the partnership of Emma Lamb and Fee Morris, bowling in tandem, Ellie Threlkeld. So probably hoping that they can get the wicket from these 2 fresh batters. Emma Lamb. Oh, now. Oh, beautiful stop. Is that a catch? That's a catch, and she's out. Now she's standing there at the crease, not sure whether she wants to Seren Smale, a beautiful catch. Now she did sort of stay there at the crease for a moment.
She was stunned. She was stunned that she'd hit the ball that well and been caught. What a wicket that is.
Absolutely. I mean, that went like a rocket. I almost didn't see that it had been taken by Seren Smale, but that's a brilliant wicket. And, like we said, Ellie Threlkeld was keeping that partnership of Fee Morris and Emma Lamb, clearly looking to take a wicket, and it worked. Very good decision and very good catch.
A magnificent catch by Seren Smale. She kept for the England under-19s, of course, in the World Cup, so she has good hands, but she has to wait her turn in that respect in this Thunder lineup with the captain Ellie Threlkeld having the gloves on at the moment. But that was brilliant. She was at backward square leg. She had no right to take. We saw Daisy Mullen take a wonderful catch in front of the pavilion here at Southport last year, and that was almost equally as good. They were different sorts of catches. This one was on the edge of the ring. Smale sort of having to think about the one, having to think about stopping the hard hit ball. It came to her in the air. She threw herself at it, and McGacken is out, and that's a huge wicket because McGacken was the one that Vipers were probably relying on from this position to go through. They had a bit of a wobble and a bit of a collapse in their chase, their unsuccessful chase against Sunrisers last time out. Could we be seeing something similar happening here? Norgrove out for 48 first, Adams for 2, and now McGacken for 35. Caught by Smale off the bowling of Lamb. Fantastic.
Emma Lamb into Freya Kemp, who is the next batter in at the crease, and she hits that one straight down the ground for no run. Now Freya Kemp, a left-hand batter, so something new for Thunder to think about, as Emma Lamb into Kemp, and she slashes that one to the leg side, but there is a fielder, and Laura Jackson does a tumbling stop. They come through for 1 run.
Offside even, I think. It was a cut, wasn't it, the left-handed...
oh yeah, the left-hand and the right-hand always kind of throws me, you know.
But yeah,
sorry about
either
that.
way,
yeah.
a valuable single at this stage. Freya Kemp back on. I must confess I would need to check with one of the Vipers staff about whether she's bowling yet, but I don't think she is. So her batting becomes all the more crucial. But clearly they like her as a batter, Southern Vipers, because and England do too, because they've battered her in that kind of sort of 7-8 region, haven't they? When she's been playing international cricket, bats a little bit higher in domestic cricket. And she's going to be very, very important now to rebuild with Emily Windsor. But it's the spin bowling that's done it for me. Spin bowling at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club seems to be the way forward.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? It's exactly, and we've got these screaming catches. Actually, I thought it was a butterfly at first when Sarah Smale took that, because there are these white butterflies going across the outfield there. But yeah, a lot of things are reminiscent of that match last year here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, as Emma Lamb prepares to bowl to Emily Windsor.
If anything, the South East Stars start that day was slightly better than the Vipers one. I seem to remember it was about 10 overs before they switched to spin. It was a hotter day that day, as I remember. There's a bit of cloud cover today.
Emma Lamb into Emily Windsor, and there'll be no run. So that's just pushed forward. Ball back in Emma Lamb's hands. She's keen to get through this over quite quickly. Put some pressure on the batters. Emily Windsor on strike. Oh, now she whips off the bails, Ellie Threlkeld, but not quite a stumping. Emily Windsor is well in her crease, but very nice pressure now from the Thunder. Things are starting to happen, and they're fielding really tightly, bowling very well.
The thing that would encourage Vipers fans, though, is we'll make a quick little switch in the commentary position here, as Faith Florence, we thank her for her contributions so far, and Alison Byrne will nip back in. And
Nipping
as I say,
speak.
I thought I had to bring you back because you were becoming too much of a fangirl out there once you saw Charlotte Edwards, so we had to bring you back onto
she was having
commentary.
a lovely little chat to a young lady who I've just been talking to in the bar, no surprises there, who plays her cricket at Hesketh Cricket Club. She was too shy to give me her name, and who can blame her for not wanting to talk to me, but there you go. Lovely little child.
Here comes Fee Morris bowling, and this one is struck sweetly by Freya Kemp, who oftentimes the ball sweetly, and did so on that occasion, but it didn't bring her any runs, which she'll be a little bit disappointed about. Well, the spin bowling's working, isn't it? It's all about spin here at Southport for me.
It looks like it. Well, yeah, we've seen a few spinners take wickets here over the years, haven't we, Mike?
I bet they've got a good spinner on a Saturday afternoon, haven't they?
Yeah,
bowling 25 overs on end. You're not allowed to do that anymore.
I don't know if you've noticed all these grey clouds coming over.
I have. Just to
and the
say,
wind's
dot
getting up
ball
as
there,
well.
driven to mid-on.
So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic affects the game as we progress through the day.
Well, the weather forecast I looked at as Kemp knocks that into the offside, and I'm aware it's always dangerous looking at weather forecast. Oh dear, there's an overthrow, as that was not well directed by Emma Lamb. She actually, the problem she ended up with there was she threw it the wrong side of the batter for the wicketkeeper, so then Threlkeld couldn't get round. So it's a little bit of a bonus run there, 109 for 3. But the weather forecast I looked at had almost a 0% chance of rain, so I'll be very annoyed if we do catch a shower. Between 20 and 25 degrees temperature-wise from the start of this game until when we'll finish it later on, as Morris whirls in with that lovely action. I was saying down at New Road, she has one of those actions that makes you feel all is right with the world. 110 for 3, sorry, with the extra. Took a while to add that to the board.
To the fangirl moment, I was actually pointing to it because I was just thinking what a lovely opportunity for Here we go.
Here's Morris, whirling in again. Twiddled into the leg side by Windsor. Datani there with the fielding, no run.
That the youngsters have at a ground like Southport or Blackpool, where the players and the coaches are available to the youngsters to say hello to at appropriate times, obviously. And that's fantastic.
Absolute legend. I mean, an absolute legend as Morris bowls, and this one's played into the offside. Dottin comes across and picks up one-handed, flings at the non-striker's end, but really just to prove what a good fielder she is, and the fact she's an ex-javelin thrower more than the fact that she thought there was a run out on there. But it just keeps the buzz going, and there is a buzz about Thunder at the moment. They've clawed this back, 111 for 3, and this is what we want to see at the start of, as I say, what's a big day for Thunder, a big day for Lancashire. We're of course bringing you this on Lancs TV. Later on today we have the T20 Blast quarter-final as well. Lancashire Lightning up against Surrey in that one, but it's the Thunder leading the way at the moment. Of course, Hampshire Hawks, they have Worcestershire Rapids down at Southampton as well. They're one of the counties associated with the Southern Vipers. So a real day for the fans of these 4 teams.
Yeah, there's lots going on. I mean, looking forward to watching Blaze and Diamonds actually on catch up later on the YouTube channel, because I just think that'll be a great game as well.
Heat bowling, and this one's clapped away by Emily Windsor into the offside, and that one is another single to the total, 112 for 3. You can take this over if you want, Ali.
I'm just deciding who the bowler is. Is it Libby Heap?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah,
I
you
wondered
did
if we'd
suggest
use
that
her.
she might be used.
Well, she bowled in the first edition of the competition. She got Jenny Gunn out rather famously, and having had her picture taken with Jenny after scoring that century when she was just 10 years old, she got invited in the England dressing room. She became the youngest ever Lancashire centurion with that century at 10.
And she comes. Right-handed Heap into the left-hander there. He tries to swipe it across the line slightly, and I think she's mistimed it by the way she shook her hand there.
Jenny Gunn, of course, going on to win a World Cup after that photo, and Libby Heap got her out in the first edition of this competition, so that was a lovely circular moment. Again,
she's tried to tap that down. It's going to be a difficult stop. Oh, and she just couldn't quite get there. It's just not been her day in the field today. It's just not quite going to hand. That's 4 runs, though. Great shot off the back foot over through the covers from the left-hander.
That's why they rate Freya Kemp, because you were right. It looked as if she just tapped that.
Yeah,
I
did really.
Across the square and over the boundary for 4 runs, just like that. It was just a click of the fingers and it was gone. And it was all just timing. And quite often when a batter hits the ball into particularly a hard pitch like this, it doesn't really go anywhere. But this one, they're having to send a search party out for the ball because it's gone down the little gap between the nets and where we're sat in the tennis pavilion.
And it's quite there's some quite rough patches, not rough as in, dangerously rough for the fielder, but brown patches where the fielders are getting themselves grazed arms and legs even through their kit here, I think. Looking by the net of plasters that have been given out by 12th man over there. Umpire Barmby's given a wide there. Down the leg side. Always difficult to bowl at a left and right-handed combination. Heap's not quite found her line as yet. That's better. Oh, she really had to dig that one out. Lovely line. A spinner yorking her. Keeper's thrown it back to Heap. Well bowled. Umpire
Grace Banbury always on her guard there for when she's needed. But it's all about Liberty Heap here, and can she get the wicket?
That's given that a bit of air, and she's full tossed it down. It's been taken easily off her hip down to the deep square leg boundary there by the lefty again. 4 runs.
Now, I like what they've done here, bringing Heap on, but this just shows how well she's going to have to bowl. She's bowled 2 loose balls there, one a tiny bit short of a length that Kemp has tapped away for 4, and then a full toss, frankly, that has been absolutely whacked, and all of a sudden she's gone for 8.
Again, it's been flicked off the hips by Kemp, not quite a full toss there, but fuller delivery. Only 1 taken on this occasion. That's brought the right-hander on to strike. In fact, it's end of over for Liberty Heap. And the score, if I'm not mistaken, has moved on to 121 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So a pretty decent position for the Vipers still at 121 for 3 at the 29 over mark. But they'll be looking to add to that in this over before having a charge in the last 20. But that just shows you, doesn't it? as much as this pitch is in favour of the spinners, you've got to be unbelievably accurate, because just a slight little stray in the length there from Heap, and she'd gone for runs in that over, 2 boundaries, and as I say, Kemp adding the single there, and all of a sudden it's just very difficult indeed.
Here comes
Morris, who's a very fine operator, and
swing and a miss from Kemp there.
Yeah, she gets underneath the bat of Freya Kemp, there just sneaks the ball through for a dot delivery, as Morris, with a towel down the back of her trousers. Don't think she'll have to dry the ball too much today. You could just leave it out to dry. Full toss, hit over the top and away for 4 runs. And Heap strayed with the length in the last over. Morris straying there, 125 for 3. And it just goes to show, as soon as you miss your length, there are still runs on offer. And Freya Kemp looks in the mood to take them. She's on to what, 21 now? No, 17, sorry, not quite. The board had ticked along, so 17 now for Kemp.
Yeah, long arms, long levers.
Here comes Morris again, bowling. This one firmly hit up to mid-off. Smale there with the fielding. She is one who's gone for they call them Chubby grips, don't they?
I'm not surprised.
I don't know if that's a brand name or not, but they're basically sort of those old-fashioned elbow protectors that go underneath the short sleeve shirt. And it's quite difficult to know, do you go for the long sleeve like Fee Morris has, or the short sleeve this time of year, because the short sleeve's a lot cooler, but you'll also scuff up your elbows. Dot ball there from Morris, who's back to a run. It was a push defensive stroke from Kemp, who has been scoring freely, so will be quite happy to do so again with the drive down to long on, and a shot over the top has already brought a change in the field, with that fielder going back at long on. 126 for 3 now, as the field changes for the right-handed Windsor.
Yeah, and of course Kemp doesn't have to worry about bowling at the moment, sadly, because they're still resting her back injury. She's just coming back as a batter.
Bowling to Windsor again, flicked off the bails by Rachael. Wasn't sure which side umpire Banbury was. She wasn't at the conventional square leg. She'd gone to point to see, and so Threlkeld was left appealing at the Merseyrail train that was rattling along the tracks on the far side rather than the umpire. But she quickly turned and found Banbury shaking her head and not interested in that appeal. But good glove work once again. 126 for 3. So it wasn't a wide ball there either, I don't think. And that brings the over to an end with another single on the cut. 127 for 3 then. After 30 overs, Alison Byrne. Are they as far along as they'd want to be, the Vipers here? Those wickets have pegged them back a little bit. Have they gone quick enough for an over?
I think for now, yes. And I think also we're in the corner of my eye, I saw Maitland Brown warming up with the Australian A player, who is making a...
Well, the tweet I read introducing her, what did it say?
Well, I didn't read the
Bowls
tweet.
heat and hits bombs, which is quite worrying.
Okay, well, let's just make sure this little Bobby Burns pavilion, or Barry Burns pavilion that we're in here, is bomb-proof.
It's quite appropriate we're in the tennis pavilion and during Wimbledon.
Into Heap. He bowls a nicer line there, and it's a dot ball. No run. She'll give us some confidence as she runs in to take her second ball of this over. Oh, it's a little bit short, but she's got away with that. Little backward foot defensive shot, and they're trying to elicit a run out there. Never really on. Got Kemp scampering a little bit. Another dot ball. A little better start from Heap. She's got an almost little skip in her action, hasn't she? Here we go, skippity skip. Back foot, and she's made the batter miss again. Something's happening. I'd like to tell you which way it's turning, if it's turning, or how high it's bouncing, but it's very difficult to see from our position. But
yeah, well,
he won't care as long as the batters don't hit any runs. Oh, and that's pulled down to deep backward square, and there is a fielder there, and of course it's the everywhere Jackson at the moment. So magnetic to Jackson's hands.
We get some of a gauge of height, don't we? And we certainly get a good view of length from our position, with kind of an extra cover to the left-handed Kemp when the bowling's from the Grosvenor Road end.
Oh, Threlkeld's just sending Gore back to the boundary.
Well, Threlkeld's moving the fielders in and out the ring a lot at the moment because of the spin bowling.
Oh, and there's a rare sight. Freya Kemp has played a forward defensive and held it for the cameras.
And it still looked absolutely immaculate, as all her shots do. I mean, she's a real talent, isn't she, Freya Kemp? Because she bowls very quick left arm. She's obviously had this stress fracture in the winter, so she's taking that easy at the moment.
In comes Heap, and she's just prodded that, and it's sailed to the boundary. But fortunately, Gore is there. Well done, Captain Threlkel. You predicted that. 1 run. Score moves on to 129.
But yeah, I mean, she looks to me, Freya Kemp, as they have a little chat in the middle of the pitch here between overs, as if she could be challenging for that top 6, frankly, in England with the bat. The way she, if this is reminiscent of the way she plays all across the country, which obviously we don't get to see a week in, week out, covering cricket more in this half of the country than the Vipers half of the country, but she looks just fluent, really. I've probably put the mockers on her now as Fee Morris comes around the wicket, bowls to Kemp, who drives, and yeah, it was still quite fluent up to mid-on.
Lovely.
Didn't bring a run, but luckily I didn't jinx it quite there. So there you go, because I did a very good commentator's curse in the last game, so it doesn't always happen, and that's why I don't believe in it, as Fee Morris comes in again to bowl to Kemp. It's down the leg side. That'll definitely be a wide. 132 for 3 the board moves on to. Yeah, I did poor Eve Jones to the extent where I'd almost prepped the commentator's curse by having a nice little chat with her pre-game, and then she came into bat and Sarah Ginn, who is a coach, was saying about how she looked very comfortable at the crease and very compact, and I sort of was like, oh, those are coaching words. What exactly do you mean by that? And she was talking me through it, as that one's cut to backward point, there's no run. And I went, yeah, she does look very comfy. Off stump, gone. Bails. See you later. So apologies to Eve Jones for that, but I'm sure she'll get over it. She's still one of the top run scorers in this competition.
Full toss.
Yeah, it's a full toss from Fee Morris, who hits it down to mid-on, and there will be 1 to the total, 133 for 3. So slightly injudicious with the length there, Fee Morris, but didn't get punished for it in quite the same way as she did in the last over. Spinners seem to have just got a handle back on this again for Thunder as Morris bowls. And these are a big 20 overs here for Vipers. They won't want to waste too many balls, but they'll be aware there are still plenty available, as that one didn't bring a run into the leg side dot ball. Here comes Morris looking for another. She won't get it because it's smashed through extra cover for 4 by Freya Kemp. Probably one of her shots of the day so far, although there's been plenty to. In fact, it was Emily Windsor. It was that good. I thought it was a Freya Kemp there. It was Windsor who goes through extra cover for the second time in this innings. She did it very early on. We've seen her go sort of back in her box, so to speak, for a little bit, but that takes her on to 23, 137 for 3. The yellow Telegraph digits read on the far side. They're a sort of a luminous green today against the black backdrop of the scoreboard. Here comes Morris again then. A little bit of pressure down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 138 for 3. That's already 2 wides and a boundary in this over. Alison Byrne, as captain, you would be tearing your hair out, wouldn't you, in your days in charge of Lancashire and Cheshire?
To be fair, especially when the spinners are on. But I felt she was trying to put a bit of extra pace on that one, and potentially she's lost her rhythm a little bit.
Morris, that's a better ball. Yorker length, really, from the off spinner, which is a brave move and probably why the full toss came out earlier in the over. So an expensive one from Morris there, 137 for 3 at the end of the 32nd over of the game. And they're sort of, since that 30 over mark, that's 10 runs now and 2 overs, so ticking along at 5s, which is around about probably where they'll want to be. And then if they've still got wickets in hand, they'll push on from there in the closing stages.
One would hope so. From a Vipers point of view, they seem to have a few good batters left in the hutch, so to speak. Is one of them actually at the crease? Freya Kemp. In comes Heap, a bit short. Sliced it really off the back foot towards the covers. What a great pickup. She was off balance there, and she managed to get one hand down, and she was going the other way, and the hand went the other way and stuck a mitt out, and it stuck. Because if she didn't, it was going for 4. 1 run to the total. Moves on to 138.
And this won't interest anyone other than me, I'll tell you after this ball.
Windsor's on strike. Oh, and she's tried to swipe that to leg, and Smales picked it up, prevented it going for 4, just the 1 run again.
But I've just switched on the stream from Chesterfield and I can hear talking, which is a good thing because they were having a little bit of trouble over there.
Excuse Mike,
so that's good.
He's having a look at the other game at the moment. He'll feel back too shortly, I'm sure. Left-handers on strike. Freya Kemp plays up beautifully straight down to Gore on the long-on boundary. Another 1 run. Quite happy to pick these runs up in singles at the moment, but I'm sure they're just waiting to pounce that bad ball. And,
yeah, this is an important over for Heat, really, isn't it? After Morris got a bit of tap.
She comes again. Nice. She sliced that to Dottin, who swoops round and prevents it going for more than 1 run. Again, another single. 4 in a row. You can hear the Thunder Girls shouting their encouragement to Heapy, as they're calling her at the moment. And she comes in on the interesting run up. Oh, it's a bit uppish, and yes! She's just taken an absolute soft catch there. I don't know what's happened to the batter there. She's just dollied it up. Kemp, it's a left-hander, the big hitting left-hander's just dollied it up to mid-wicket. And I don't think anyone, including myself, could quite believe what they saw there. But there's another wicket down, Mike.
Well, we were saying how fluent Freya Kemp had been looking, and then that happens. How disappointing, really. I mean, credit to Liberty Heat. We were saying it's a big over for her. She got a bit of tap in her first over. Morris has been getting a bit of tap now. But yeah, it was the softest of catches to Tara Norris at mid-wicket. Took it very comfortably indeed in the end. And, well, I think your astoundment said it all, really, there, Ali Byrne.
You just believe it.
You just weren't expecting it from Freya Kemp there at all, were you? We were just watching the replay, probably on a slight delay from you, but it was just the softest of little clips. And if she'd played that on the floor, no problem whatsoever. It had either been stopped or it had been
It seemed to me like she just stopped her shot. I think, she knew she'd placed it towards the fielder and just stopped. And perhaps, using those long arms and long levers, she could have perhaps put the bat through it, put the arms through it and the wrist through it, and it would have easily cleared that fielder at short mid-wicket.
She was just almost being too careful with it. And she's out for 20 as a result. But is that possibly what we're saying about the pitch being spin-friendly and the fact it will be difficult to score on? That it's almost just a little bit stickier because of the dry weather we've had, it'll break a little bit, and the ball just sort of gets stuck in it. Now
you know why I
person who, yes, Maitland Brown, who apparently hits bombs. So let's hope this tennis pavilion is a bomb shelter.
And I do hope this glass is shatterproof.
It certainly isn't.
if anyone got a helmet in here,
as I'm sure it has probably at some point over the years, that it's going everywhere, frankly. We nearly got hit by Dottin last year, didn't we, when we were a little bit more round at sort of mid-on.
I was much better being out there, though, because there's no glass around us. I could at least protected myself with you. I'd have pushed you in front of the ball.
Dottin last year, she nearly, there was a camera position right on top of the sight screen. She nearly took out the poor boy who was on there
now the cameraman in front of us has just had the same thought as you, and he's positioned himself at mid-wicket right in front of us, which is fine. We can see around him.
It might be because his sandwiches are in.
He's coming for a drink. I thought he was setting up his camera for some nice mid-wicket shots there. In comes Heap again. Nicely placed into a space there by the Australian 18 player. She's straight away, she's off the mark.
Now she has connections with Charlotte Edwards, who coached her at the Sydney Sixers and also brought her in quite tellingly for the Southern Brave in the 100. So there's plenty of connections to Charlotte Edwards there for the Sydney Sixers and Australia A player Maitland Brown, who's 26 years
Don't ask
old.
me how I remembered that.
£18,750. Is that what Charlotte Edwards had to pay for Maitland Brown?
Don't ask me how I remembered that figure, but I did.
You read it last night in the
Correct.
In the article announcing
yes, but
Maitland Brown.
Reading it and remembering it are two different things in my life.
Well remembered. But no, a really good acquisition, interesting acquisition. I like the fact that overseas players have come in. I think there was a few sort of raised eyebrows maybe as here comes Emma Lamb, a change of bowling at the Harrod Drive end of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and a 1 is taken with a little clip off the leg. When Dottin was brought in, because it was like, well, is this allowed? Is this what are Thunder doing here? But actually, it's sort of led to a lot of other teams now going out and getting overseas
Thunder
players.
have been trailblazers, as we used that word earlier.
And I think 1's the right amount, but I like the fact they've got 1, as that one's straight into the gloves of Threlkeld, right by the off stump. It only missed the bails by a whisker, and Threlkeld was there ready to take him off. But
and I'm wondering if the injury to Elvis has had anything in it to do with that particular acquisition.
My feeling is, as this one is cut and Threlkeld gathers, a little bit of juggling there unusually for Threlkeld, but it was quite a good take because there was a flashing blade in front of it. It's why they do that thing with the wobbly stump, isn't it, in front of Threlkeld when she's practicing before the game, just to distract her, as that one is forced back down the offside. 3 good dot balls there for Emma Lamb back into the attack from this end, the Harrod Drive end of Southport Cricket Club. But no, I think it was always pre-planned. I think as soon as she finished her A commitments, Maitland Brown, she was going to come in for July to play for Vipers, and then I think she's going back after the 100, as that one's tickled round the corner. In fact, I'm not even sure if she's involved in the 100 this year. I'd have to look that one up, as Maitland Brown comes back on to strike, but just 2 from the over so far. It's been well controlled by Lamb, just clipped off her hip there. 145 for 4. I'm going to go 5. I'm not sure. Yeah, if the board's gone, it is 145 for 4, as that one's swept round the corner and swept away for 4. And what was a very good over from Emma Lamb has become a much less good over, because it's been swept away to some spectators just sitting over the rope underneath a rather large tree in front of the train tracks, and it's 4 more to the total. 149 for 4 then. We've had 33 overs of this game, Alison Byrne. It seems to be going very nicely.
Very well balanced at this point, I think.
Do you think? I think it's going nicely in the direction of Vipers at the moment.
Perhaps a little bit, but, you know, it does look like a good batting track.
If it wasn't for that poor ball at the end of the over, that would have been an over to Thunder. But it just seems every time they're about to win an over in this game, then they give something away like that.
And it's Heap again to come in to bowl. 2 right-handers to bowl at now. That will help her develop a good line. And she's nearly taken out the non-striking batter there. They've had a little giggle about it, I suspect. No attempted run-outs, you'd be pleased to hear.
Yeah, we don't want
to go there.
Don't want to get down that road.
Second ball. Oh, she's moved her feet there. She came down the track, changed her mind. Good bowling from Heap.
I was there last year, actually, when Deepti Sharma did it, because it was the day before the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. I'd very kindly managed to wrangle a ticket to go into the ODI as well. And it was a very strange aim to a game of cricket. I think I was sat alongside Faith Florence, actually.
Heap again. Big full. She's given that some air. Dottin has swept round and picked that up in one go. He still couldn't prevent the single, but excellent bit of athleticism again from Dots.
But the next day, Charlie Dean did one of the funniest things I've ever seen on a cricket pitch in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy final, that people will probably remember less than her getting run out at the non-strikers end at Lord's the day before.
In comes Heap, skippity skip again. Don't know what's happened there. It's gone right down to the 3rd boundary. I think they've cut it off before it reached the boundary. Don't even know if she hit that one. Let's see what. It's given us wides. Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah, given us wides by umpire Barnby.
I thought she just guided that away with the edge off the front foot.
Anyway, umpire was sure. 2 wides. In comes Heap again, hoping for a more successful delivery. It's a bit short. It's pulled. And Jackson's managed to get there again. Saved 3 runs there for sure. She's quite quick along the ground, is Jackson.
I've seen a couple off, so I may as well say that Emily Windsor's looking in very good touch as well.
How are you? Now, with my Vipers hat on, I wish you'd be quiet.
But Thunder fans will be very glad I said that.
And she's prodded that into the square side boundary for 1 run. That's 150's come up.
I'm informed, I'm just slightly struggling to read the note in the sun, but the trees are balsam poplar.
There you go. I mentioned the trees earlier and I didn't know what type of trees they are. They're beautiful, they're magnificent, they're really tall. And they do frame the square beautifully. poplars. Missed that, Mike. What happened?
It was a defensive stroke on the back foot.
That'll
You're
do.
so excited about
I
the trees,
was.
you missed that Libby
Sorry,
Heat was
sorry,
into
everybody.
foul.
Those cricket fans who are not at all interested in trees, do forgive me.
151 for 4
For
as
want
we
of a better
admire
word.
the beauty of the
I was-
balsam poplars
I
on
was
the far
barking
side.
up the wrong tree there. I should have been focusing on the cricket, shouldn't I?
This is why you have the ECB Reporters Network, because they bring you all sorts of knowledge, including balsam poplars.
They are beautiful anyway. And the score's 151 for 4
It
wickets.
is
Moving
indeed.
back.
It is indeed. I may well get Faith Florence in a moment. I think if I can get her back after this over, and just to break things up, 'cause
Lamb
we're getting
into
rather
bowl.
distracted. Here is Lamb, and she's cut away to Deandra Dottin at backward point, and there is no run on offer on that occasion. Yeah, I still have Vipers ahead here, I have to say.
Okay.
But I mean, Heaps whizzed through that over. So bar her first one, she's been relatively economical, hasn't she? As in comes Lamb again, driven down the offside of straight. There's a fielder at mid-off, so the fielding will be done. 154 for 4 it remains. So yeah, I mean, I think the danger though for Thunder is that it's just ticking along, and I think it's going to be harder to chase than it is to set here as Maitland Brown prods into the offside, dotting there with the fielding at backward point, and there is no run possible from that particular delivery. So yeah, just taking a look at the scorecard then. So far, as Lamb comes into bowl once more and swept away and into that area where the boundary will be threatened over by the balsam poplar tree in front of the train tracks, as tumbling across comes Libby Heap, who's been bowling overs as well, so that's to be quickly round the ground. Keeps it to 2, 156 for 4. So yeah, Heap's gone for 23 now, 4 overs, so round about 1 a ball. Lamb's going at 4.18 at the moment, although she's bowling this over currently, and Morris going at 4.25. So the spinners, they're still relatively expensive, so as long as Vipers can keep the wickets in hand, they're going to be on for a good score here. Here comes Lamb again, and they'll have powers to add as well if they keep the wickets in hand. They're going to look for 2, are they? No, Brown wasn't interested there. It's the slightly shorter side of the ground, I fancy, over to the leg side there for the right-handed Brown. Towards the train track. So yeah, at the end of the over, we will bring Faith Florence back in. I don't know if you're best to go around the sofa side or the or in behind the chairs, really, Faith. But either way, we'll come in at the end of this Lamb over. That one's took. Now, how much was it bat? How much was it pad? The umpire looks poised to signal to me.
They're quick between the wickets as well, Mike.
Yeah, they've still got 2 leg buys there, and they are leg buys confirmed by our umpire. 159 for 4. Is the total. I will leave the balsam poplar note just by the spot where the microphones are all plugged into. You continue, Alison Byrne, and
Certainly
I will.
will.
You'll be joined by Faith Florence.
Nice to see you, Faith.
Bring some
Take your
overs
time
as well.
getting comfortable. We've still got Liberty Heap. They're keeping Liberty Heap bowling. Threlkel's just having a little quiet word there, discussing the plans. A little tap on the back from the skipper, and in we go again. Yeah, there's quite a few people around the boundary now as the afternoon's progressed. We're getting quite a few little deck chairs and perhaps a few students who finished their GCSEs here. Here comes Heap. Little back foot defensive shot. Well done, Heap. Dot ball.
Yeah, I got a chance to sit in the sunshine for a little bit there,
Nice.
Ali, and it's yeah, lovely warm day still.
No, none of that threatening clouds turning into spit yet. And that one's pulled viciously towards us over here. Thankfully, Morris was able to get in front of us. Saved it for 160 for loss of 4 now. We've got a little posse of people coming across us. As I say, there's more spectators arriving and taking up their posts. Heaps, excuse me, Heaps bowled. And it's a dot ball down to Dottin at point, backward point.
Managed to have a closer look at Emily Windsor, who looks really just comfortable and fluent out there.
Doesn't she? Heaps in again. Backward foot drive. Straight to Heap. Tight over so far. Hope I haven't jinxed the young bowler there. Comes in again. A little bit fuller. Managed to work it down to short fine leg to Smale for no run. There's all sorts going on in front of us. We've got picnic tables being moved. We've got a young lady on a walker coming across. As I say, there's quite a few people coming in, taking their positions around the boundary, hoping for a good performance from the Thunder today. And it's she's tonked that, didn't quite connect, didn't sound particularly good. But Gore's managed to cut it off from the long off position, and they've taken 2 runs. Didn't quite get hold of that one. Lucky not to really have found an infielder there. And I think the score's moved on to 162 for 4. Over to you, young Faith.
Indeed. So the Emily Windsor, like I said, very comfortable there. They've met in the middle of the crease, her and Maitland Brown. Exciting to see Maitland Brown, the Australian import, and what kind of impact she can make in this match. And Emma Lamb has got the ball in hand. She's going to be bowling from the Harrod drive end to the Australian Maitland Brown, and who drives that one straight and goes through for 1 run. So they're still rotating the strike nicely.
And Windsor's moved very sneakily up to 32 already, Faith.
Indeed. Emma Lamb, into Emily Windsor. Shuffles down the crease and drives that one through the covers. That's going to be all the way across the boundary for 4 runs. Really nice drive there from Emily Windsor, who, like I said, looks like the most comfortable of the batters. She's scoring in different areas, really picking the length of the bowlers very nicely, and as you say, raced away to 36. Emma Lamb back to Emily Windsor, and this time she drives on the offside. They go through for 1 run, rotating the strike very nicely. They'll want to build a partnership here, these two, and Maitland Brown has already raced away to 12 runs. She hasn't spent very long at the crease yet. It looks like she's going to enjoy batting with Emily Windsor. Emma Lamb into Maitland Brown, who hits that straight and scurries through for 1 run. So just ticking along nicely here. The Southern Vipers building a partnership. Emma Lamb will be looking to break that. She bowls, and that's hit aerially, and they're going to scamper through for 1 run. Emily Windsor just seems to be getting her bat on the end of every delivery in this over. And I think, they'll be content to just keep ticking away at those singles. It's a little bit faster from Emma Lamb, and that's driven into the offside. And they scurry through for 1 run again. So lots of singles off that over.
Worrying signs, Faith. Worrying signs if you are a Thunder supporter, that they're just picking off the ball as and when they see fit at the moment.
Absolutely.
Picking off a lot of 2s, hitting the bad ball when it's there. Threlkeld's got a lot to think about at this point, I feel. But for the moment, young Liberty Heap's been trusted with the responsibility of bowling the next over. Let's see if they've got any different field placements. No, same field as previously, although they are thinking of moving Datani around slightly, or bringing her in from deep long on to long on the 1, if you like. Long on 1. They are. New fielding position for you, Faith. Heaps of ball. Bit short. Oh! Would you believe it? She's just rocked back on her back foot and tonked it almost where Tatani was stood previously 30 seconds ago. 4 runs again. This has been a very expensive couple of overs so far. Vipers will be feeling very comfortable at this point, I feel. Confidence. And of course you've got the experience of Maitland Brown in there with the skill of Windsor to match. Heap's done well to recover there and elicited a defensive stroke from the batter.
Very nice batting from the Southern Viper pair here.
Heap again. Again, Brown's using her feet beautifully. That's the noticeable thing about the confidence in these two, is they are not afraid to move their feet, and that's a very worrying sign indeed. They're not staying on their crease, they're making the bowler vary their length. And that one's been struck sweetly, but only to a fielder. Heap's doing well to keep her nerve here.
Yeah, most of the wickets have been taken to spin so far, but these two batters are handling it well now.
Rocks back, plays it out towards the covers on the back foot. Just for the single that time. Scores raced along really in the last couple of overs to 176, a loss of 4. Windsor's 38, Maitland Brown 19. Windsor on strike. Heap to bowl. And she's gone for that. But goodness me, how quick were Ellie Threlkeld's hands there, Faith?
Absolutely.
Dear me.
Emily Windsor's almost done the splits there.
Dear me. Rapid.
Stretching forward for that
Talking
one.
of Ellie Threlkeld, do you think she could count herself a little bit unlucky not being selected for the England A team this season, Faith, with her glove work?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, she's a name that's on everybody's lips, you know, and when we think about who's going to be that successor to Amy Jones, and Ellie Threlkeld, her keeping is definitely right up there. You can see her as a natural successor. I think nobody would argue against that. And over the last couple of seasons, Thunder will have just been looking for her to get that batting up, that batting strike rate, and get a few more runs in her innings. And she's definitely actually started to do that, I think, quite well this season. The back end of last season, started to score some big runs and make some partnerships. So I think she's definitely the keeper in the conversation as a successor to.
You see, they went with Bess Heath, didn't they? Who's a younger player, very talented young keeper with a good strike rate. But in my mind, I always find that I'm just old-fashioned. I like the best keeper to be in the team, regardless of their batting.
Laura Jackson into the attack as she's bowling from the Harrow Drive end, and Maitland Brown is just blocking that for no run. We're at 176 for 4 wickets, and the 40th over.
Let's see what Jackson can do with this older ball.
Yeah, she bowled very well at the start of her spell earlier today. She'll be looking to repeat a bit of that form. In she goes to
Oh, you called it.
She's got the wicket of Maitland Brown. She's taken off the bails. And a really good length there. Maitland Brown takes a swipe at that. She misses it and it hits the stumps.
Great ball from Jackson.
Fantastic ball from Jackson.
She will be absolutely thrilled.
Really good timing for the skipper to bring her back into the attack there. You know, the batters were getting kind of comfortable against the spin. It's been a while since we'd seen Laura Jackson in the attack, and a very good decision to bring her in at that moment. And Maitland Brown out after scoring 20 runs.
And it's the very experienced Lindsay Smith coming in to take her place.
It's interesting seeing Lindsay Smith in the Vipers, eh? So long in the Northern Diamonds, used to sort of seeing her laying waste to all batters, particularly when I would watch the Thunder Northern Diamonds fixtures. But she's really a very class player. I saw her in the crowd at the Test match, I think it was, and pointed her out to my friend and said, there's a bowler that could probably take a few wickets if you send her out to the middle. When we're having trouble dislodging some of the Australian batters in the Test match. So she clearly enjoys watching her cricket, and definitely a very good player. Really class bowler, and also handy with the bat.
So the Thunder girls have taken the opportunity to take on board some of these, these drinks with carbohydrate fluids in and protein fluids and whatever else sachets they put in them. So let's hope it has the same effect on them all as Jackson has just had on the team. So yes, game on, because that was desperately needed, that wicket, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and taking some fluids on board. So here comes Laura Jackson again round the wicket, and Lindsay Smith, who's now facing the attack, just dinks that one to the leg side for no run. 176 for 5 in the 40th over. Really good bowling from Laura Jackson. Can she take another wicket in this over? New batter on strike.
Lefty, of course.
And that's just a carbon copy of the previous delivery and a carbon copy of the previous shot. Really good bowling from Laura Jackson. She'll want to keep the new batter, Lindsay Smith, there in the crease and have another bowl at her. See if she can dislodge those bails again. More lively out in the field now, the Thunder fielders. So Laura Jackson comes in. Oh, and that's... she's got some bat on that, and that's gone behind. down to fine leg, and they'll scamper through for 1 run, bringing Emily Windsor on to strike.
Well, yeah, great over from Jackson.
Definitely. I don't know how close that was to the stumps, but anyway, it looks like she's got a good bit of bat on it. Managed to get off strike there. Didn't seem yet entirely comfortable facing the line from Laura Jackson.
Super speedy Laura Jackson.
Yeah, to Emily Windsor, and she swings her arms, and that goes straight to Deandra Dottin there at point. Good stop by Dottin. No run off the final delivery of that over, 177 for 5.
Yeah, just the 1 run off that over, and a wicket, of course, that of Maitland Brown. How crucial that wicket be, we will see as the game develops, but very experienced player. There's another change of bowling from the Thunder, and I do believe it's another left-arm seamer. It's our friend Naomi Ditani coming on to bowl.
Really pleased for Laura Jackson in that wicket and that very good over. We talked about how hard she's been working. She's talked about how hard she's been working to make an impact and try and maintain a place in the match day 11. And performance like this will do her cause no harm at all.
So what are we predicting would be a good score on here, Faith? 10 overs to go as Ditani comes in to the left-hander. She's got a bit of pace up as well, and that's a lovely stroke. First ball from Ditani, and it's straight along the carpet in front of us here in the tennis pavilion for 4 runs. I think that happened to her in her very first over of the game as well when Ditani bowled, so she's experienced enough not to let that get to her, I'm sure.
Yeah, with 10 overs remaining, and if the Southern Vipers can get that up to 5 and over,
we're looking at a big score. Ditani in again. Slightly not quite as full that occasion, and it's a dot ball. She does like to bowl the ball full, does Ditani, so she will occasionally give away one that's slightly over-pitched.
Indeed, 5 and over for another 50 runs onto the total, bring them up to 230.
Third ball of the over from Ditani. To Dafty still. Oh, bit of a bouncer. Bit shorter, a bit of a surprise there, and it's bounced off the fielder there, and the Vipers have scampered through there, taking a quick single. I'm sure that's to the annoyance of every Thunder fielder there, but you cannot blame the fielder for that. It was thumped at her really with some venom. And it brings a right-hander onto strike, Windsor.
Thunder can't afford to let those singles slip through like that. They've got to remain tight in the field. I think if they did get up to 230, the Vipers, that would be a really good score, and they fancy that they'd be able to defend that.
Fourth ball, Ditani in. Bit short again. After me telling everybody that she likes to bowl it full. A couple of shorter ones, but that one was efficient and effective. No runs scored from it.
Still got batters in the shed to come, so if these two can push on, form a partnership here, then they can really start to launch and maybe get that up to 6, 7 and over at the back end.
Penultimate ball of this over, and again short. She's hooked that round to deep fine. Easily cut off by Jackson, just for the 1 run on this occasion. Ditani's just we brought the lefty into play. Field switching and swapping there. In out, shake it all about moment when you've got a left-hander and a right-hander. Fielders got to keep on their toes. You've got to be remembering where you are for each of the different batters. Final ball of the over from Ditani, and it's a good one. It produces another defensive stroke. 5 off that over, or I think it might have even been 6 off that over. 183 for 5 runs.
I think Emily Windsor now is the set batter who's looked the most comfortable, to be honest, throughout the innings. Is going to want to stay in and carry her bat through to the end of this innings, and if she can stay in, there's absolutely no reason why the Southern Vipers can't add another 50-60 runs onto the total. But still they'll be looking to press on, surely. I mean, they have been cautious and read this very well as Laura Jackson is back into the attack. And she slashes at that one. That is going to go all the way to the boundary. That's going to go away for 4 runs.
And it nearly hit that lady having a cheese and pickle sandwich there. She was oblivious to the fact the ball was bouncing over her head, thankfully.
Emily Windsor just batting absolutely beautifully. Cuts that one to backward point, and it just races away over the boundary. Like I said, she's going to be looking to accelerate the score, and probably feels like she can't get out. You know, she's faced all the bowlers and done a really good job. Laura Jackson back in, and she swings her arms and drives that one. The fielder dives over it, but there is a fielder out there, deep extra cover, and it's not going to go over the boundary, but they do get through for 1 run. Keeps rotating the strike. She's really just freeing her arms, Emily Windsor, and just batting with that freedom of someone who's just not afraid to get out really at the moment, and could be very dangerous here for the Thunder if she continues to get going. So Laura Jackson in to Lindsay Smith, and she stopped. Well, I think she got a hand on that as that was driven straight, and so they don't manage to get through for a run. Laura Jackson perhaps just slowing down that ball, and that's back in the hands of the bowler as Lindsay Smith stays there on strike. And when you've got a couple of left-handed batters in the lineup, you can get that left-hand, right-hand combination going. So Laura Jackson back into Lindsay Smith, and that's beaten the bat. It's through to the keeper's gloves. She whips off the bails as she does so swiftly. Ellie Threlkeld, Lindsay Smith is well in her crease, but you know, she's standing up there to the bowling of Laura Jackson, Ellie Threlkeld, and so, you know, Lindsay Smith.
I would love to
can't
actually
afford
test
to go walkabout.
Ellie Threlkeld's reaction time at some point, because the moment that ball has passed the batter, it's the wickets have gone.
Laura
the bails
Jackson into, and she
again,
whips that one round. She tries to whip that one round.
Even more impressive as
straight into the gloves of Ellie
ball
Threlkeld
as well. Even more impressive, because you couldn't have seen much of that until the last seconds. The batter was stood right in front of where the ball was aimed for.
Indeed, reflexes are just so impressive, and it's so good to watch. Wicket keeping, you know, it's such a unique position. It's my favourite position on the cricket field because they're in the game like nobody else is. That's Laura Jackson back into Lindsay Smith, and she drives that one for no run. Good bowling from Laura Jackson. Is that Laura Jackson bowling?
It is.
Yep. And so she's managing to maybe slow down the scoring a little bit. I mean, Lindsay Smith is the new batter on strike, so won't have quite found her boundary swinging as yet. Laura Jackson back into Lindsay Smith, and she's found it now over the fielders. And just as I say that, that's gone high and handsome and over the rope for 4 runs. That's a beautiful strike from Lindsay Smith. And she's getting into the groove now. Yeah, they touch gloves in the middle there. Congratulations from her fellow batter there, Emily Windsor, you know, showing her the way, and Lindsay Smith looks like she's going to take up that mantle, and the two of them are going to gallop into that, over that 200 and well beyond.
Expensive over from Jackson, 10 off the over. Vipers are moving through the gears here.
Indeed.
Warning signs for Thunder. Alarm bells will be ringing now.
Previous over was so good from Laura Jackson, and just let things slip a little bit in this over as Lindsay Smith got hold of her there.
Jatani strides in. Oh, very short. I love the little jump that Threlkeld gave when she took that ball. Extravagant. You know, it's always like when a batter plays a shot and they hold it for the cameras for 5 minutes. I think that's pretty much the wicket-keeping equivalent. No run though. And she comes, and again it's short. This time the batter manages to rock back and play it into the point area for 1 run.
Yeah, she's really freed her arms now, hasn't she, Emily Windsor? I mean, she's been doing it for a long time now in this innings, and just looks so relaxed, ready to take on absolutely any ball.
Moved on to 44. That's Tiny strides in yet again. That's a really brilliant piece of fielding in the cover area from Fee Morris there, preventing a 4 really. If it had gone past her, there's no way the other 2 sweeper boundary people would have got that. Sweeper boundary people. Is that a new fielding position as well, Faye?
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I mean,
boundary riders, there you go. That's a crickety phrase, isn't it?
Super boundary people, they are people. Super
boundary, and they are people. Why not? There's a boundary rider coming into play there, stopping the 4. Out at point again.
Tell you what, Lindsay Smith is up and about. She was looking to get a 2 off that. I don't think there was a 2 there, but you can see the intent.
It's that stage, isn't it? There's less than 2. There's what? I can't see the scoreboard. There was about 6 overs left, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes Titani. Again, short. It's gone uppy. It's gone uppy. Who's having it? Nobody. Oh my life! They can't believe it. There's 3 of them there.
Hands on heads.
Hands on heads. Gore wasn't the right person to be going for that. She just didn't look comfortable at all. But none of the others moved, so fair play for going for it at least.
Indeed. I mean, we do wonder maybe there could have been a little bit of acceleration in a dive, a little bit more intent to try and take that catch. I don't know whether it was close enough. Hard to tell from here.
I wonder how furious Titani will be after that. Oh, quite furious. Seemed to be a little bit of extra venom in that one. No run.
Yeah, I like to see the fielders really try and go for catches. Of course, you know, they've got to...
Yeah, she didn't quite get into second gear, did she, Go then?
No, and, you know, they've got to measure, you know, the risk of it. You don't want anybody to injure themselves, but that did look like there was just another little bit of...
Another little tap. So,
another step or 2.
Here's the state of play. 196 runs. And as you say, Emily Windsor's looking comfortable on 44. Lindsay Smith's on 11.
And Laura Jackson back with bowl in hand at the Harrod Drive end. And in she comes over the wicket, and that's slashed away by Emily Windsor. She looks like she's going to set off, but Naomi Datani has got hold of that one at mid-wicket, and there's going to be no run.
I'm hoping that the scorers help me out and tell us how many overs have gone at the moment. There's nothing on our scoreboard, and I've lost track. But anyway, here comes Jackson, as you say.
Laura Jackson into Windsor again, and as she drives that one towards the covers. Now there's a shy at the stumps, and I think she's made her ground there, Lindsay Smith. Good running. Good fielding, but not quite fast enough to threaten the running batter there. She takes her gloves off Lindsay Smith and just sort of rearranges everything and gets herself sorted after that brisk run. Tucks her shirt in, tucks it out, and reaches down to put her gloves back on as Ellie Threlkeld just replaces the bail and the stumps.
Aha, I've spotted the overs. We're in the 44th.
The 44th, thank you very much, Ali. Still got her bat on the ground.
I was right then. 6 left. That was a good guess.
You've been paying attention?
Well, vaguely. We're not talking whiffle waffle about trees and whatever else.
She's ready to face the next ball. Lindsay Smith, Laura Jackson in around the wicket. She swings her arms at that, and that's stopped in the covers there by Emma Lamb. Very good fielding. They don't manage to get through for a single. Really nice contact, bat on ball. Good shot for nothing, as they say, that one.
It sounded great, didn't it?
Oh, it does sound good here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club when ball meets bat. Beautiful sound. Laura Jackson into Lindsay Smith, and she hits that one aerially, but it's going to bounce. And a run through for 1 run. Good fielding, but again, a very comfortable single there. They don't really have to take any major risks at the moment. They're really judging the situation well, I'd say, the Southern Vipers batters. It must be nice for a set batter like Emily Windsor when someone comes in like Lindsay Smith with a lot of intent as Laura Jackson. And she cuts that one. That's going to go over the boundary for 4. Really good cut to point by Emily Windsor.
Fielded by Sophie Morris. Sadly, it was the wrong side of the boundary. She's our 12th of the day, young lady from the Wirral, my neck of the woods.
And applause for Emily Windsor as she brings up her 50, I believe.
Yeah, well batted.
Well batted indeed. A really, really
Very
good
well
achievement. Scoring hasn't been that fast today, but she's looked by far the most comfortable batter. As Jackson back into her, and again she cuts that, and she's got the bail. She's knocked the bails off just as she's got her 50. That's a beautiful delivery that just zinged through, beat the bat, and
it's caught behind. I think,
I think
it was a tiny little edge from from the batter.
Oh, well, it
What a
happened so
great-
fast I couldn't quite see that. Thank you
hard
for
to
that,
see
Ali.
it from it. Great
Yeah,
piece
I
of fielding from
thought,
Threlkeld there. Just got the little edge there. She tried to slash it down in our direction.
Caught behind by Ellie Threlkeld. It's those lightning gloves again. She does it so fast I can't even see it happening. But the end result is that Emily Windsor, who has batted really nicely to get to that 50.
That could be very significant in these last few overs. Obviously, they've got wickets in hand, so they'll be looking to score quickly, but that doesn't half slow the scoring rate down if you lose your set batter.
Definitely. I mean, I was saying earlier, if she could carry her bat, Emily Windsor, to the end of this innings, then they could really push for a higher score, maybe add another 30, 40 runs. So Thunder have done very well.
Alice Monaghan coming into bat, I believe, Faith.
Right, Alice Monaghan. We're joining Lindsay Smith. I wonder if she's going to start with the same kind of intent that we've seen from Lindsay Smith. Vipers won't want to let losing their set batter slow them down here. 202 for 6. They'll still be definitely looking to get up above 230 with 7 overs remaining. There's no reason why they shouldn't go for another 30, 40 runs if they continue to bat well. But you fancied that Emily Windsor was the one who would probably take them to that score.
I'm just hearing over my shoulder, if the gentlemen, the statisticians to my left can confirm this, that actually Windsor didn't make her 50.
And that's lofted over the fielders. That's gone straight down the ground for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
Good shot from her.
Another 4 runs to the total off the bat of Lindsay Smith. Tell you what, she's having a blinder today, Lindsay Smith, actually.
Sorry, Faith, I interrupted you there. Do forgive me, but I was just hearing in the corner of my ear, the statisticians behind us were saying that poor old Emily Windsor didn't quite make her 50. She was on 49. Yeah, how annoying is that? Am I right, boys?
A smattering of applause. Yeah. I thought that was for her.
I think that was for the 200. And that's Tatani's into bowl, off the back foot for a dot ball there.
For the 200 up, was it? Yeah, here I was praising.
Well, 49 is almost as good as a 50, and in my mind, if you get a 49, it's a psychological 50 anyway. She deserved her 50 either way.
That makes that wicket actually doubly impressive and doubly impactful for the Thunder. I think it's always a good feeling when you manage to stop a milestone. Datani in.
Good pace from Datani. Stopped on the boundary. Is it rebounded over? No, they're working in tandem. The 2 girls down there on that boundary and the final on the long off boundary. Just I think it was the 1. I was watching the fielder there. Faith, could have been 2. Did you see?
It was 2. Yeah, I think they did run for 2 runs. I was watching the fielding as well. Actually, it was,
you watch that side. Yeah. I'll watch that side.
It's just a bit comical, but it was effective in the end. It didn't go for a boundary.
Tiny into ball to the lefty, who's struck it sweetly over past Gore for 4. Beautiful stroke. Lovely straight bat. Good shot. And a no ball. And a free hit as well. Oh, it's not what we wanted to see if you're a Thunder supporter here.
No, we thought maybe getting that big wicket of Emily Windsor there on her 49, not quite 50, might slow things down a little bit, but actually these 2 batters have just really leaned into.
Barnbury seems to be enjoying that signalling, isn't she? Good shot off the back foot, stopped and accurately thrown back to the bowler on 1 bounce, just for the single. So in a way they got away with that free hit there.
Yeah, definitely. They would have Vipers would have fancied a little bit more off that no ball, but still they're both in, batting with good intent.
Alice Monaghan is on strike. New batter, of course. Almost got a licence to thrill here, hasn't she? In comes Datani. Oh! Don't know what happened there. The bails came off. It's just Threlkeld doing Threlkeld things again.
Exactly.
How quick. Couldn't tell whether the bails had been hit off or the sheet taken them off. She is so lightning quick. 20 years ago I'd have spotted that.
She's got those black gloves, hasn't she? She just sort of throws one down on the floor. And
in comes Datani. Another nice delivery. She places it. Oh, there's a bit of confusion at the middle there, and that's gone. It's a run out. That's the sort of run out that happens at this stage of the innings. The Vipers are pushing for every single run. Good piece of fielding. Not such a good piece of running there. There's never really a run on there. I do believe she's just been run out for one of those, quickety quack quacks. Statisticians nodding. Yeah, sadly she's been run out for without score. What a shame. But not a shame for the Thunder, because they really do need to tighten the screws as much as they can in these last couple of overs here.
Ellie Threlkeld always in the game, and managed to get Alice Monaghan. Now, I did say, I did wonder if she was going to come out with the same kind of intent as Lindsay Smith. Perhaps a little bit too much eagerness there.
This brings, it's due to be the keeper, but it's not. It's Mary Taylor, number 9, youngster, 18-year-old. Another one of the Vipers' conveyor belt of young players that they've got to come in. Excuse me, come in to replace some of their internationals that are on England duty, of course.
Now they've still got 6 overs, so plenty of more runs out there. It's a really good opportunity for Mary Taylor to make a good impression here. Nice platform already built for her. Not too many overs. I wouldn't say we're quite in sort of swing and free hit territory, but definitely she'll be looking to bat with intent. Perhaps not quite the sort of running between the wickets that we saw from Alice Monaghan. She'll want to stay alert there and just take the runs when they are on offer. But there's no reason why she shouldn't try and attack every ball. Keep pushing that score up. 214 for 7. Looks like it's Tara Norris with ball in hand at the Harrod Drive end. Tara Norris back into the attack. See if they can continue to skittle these Southern Vipers batters.
Hello again, Faith. Good to be back. Sorry, I was stuck on the door. I got my shirt stuck on the door handle. Sorry for the slight delay.
Welcome back, Mike. Tara Norris into Lindsay Smith, who just cuts that one, and the Fee Morris retrieves that back to the keeper, and they go through for 1 run. So wicket starting to fall there at the back end.
I don't know what to make of 215 for 7 with 5 left. It feels a bit lighter than I thought. I think it's going to be hard to chase on this, though.
I know what you mean. I thought a while ago, 230 was guaranteed score, and of course they could still get 230, but
I suppose they're in the plus from, you were saying, double and then add. They are in the plus bit at the moment with 5 overs to spare, so I suppose that's a good sign.
Tara Norris. Now that's gone straight through to the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld for no run.
You're not wrong about needing to keep an eye on those gloves, though. She's had catches, she's had stumping, she's been absolutely top class.
She's been very good, and she's standing up to the bowling of Tara Norris here. So Mary Taylor will have to be very alert to make sure she doesn't lose her wicket. Tara Norris round the wicket to Mary Taylor. And I don't know if she's got some bat on that, but that's racing away towards the boundary. That's a really good stop there behind. And they've got through for 1 run.
Libby Heat there. Again, been excellent. Been good with the ball and excellent in the field.
Good fielding there from Libby Heap. That ball was moving rapidly. Actually, the 2 fielders there. In the deep behind, there was a very good stop. Tara Norris will be pleased not to have conceded a boundary as she comes in to Lindsay Smith, and she whips the bails off again. Ellie Threlkeld straight into her gloves. Of course, the batter is still in her crease, but just reminding her that she's there and not to try and get away with anything too flashy.
Smith, the acquisition from Northern Diamonds, though, was too savvy to lift her foot on that occasion.
Tara Norris, she's got quite a long run up. She comes bounding in to Lindsay Smith, who hits that straight. There is a fielder, it's Laura Jackson up there on the onside, and they get through for just 1 run. Good bowling from Tara Norris. Bends down to tie her shoelaces, Lindsay Smith. Tara Norris back in position. Ready to bowl, but just taking her time there. Tara Norris now into Mary Taylor. Throw held up to the stumps. And she's got some bat on that. That's going to go behind down to 45. They'll get through for 1 run. So they are still looking to score. You can see the batters going through their motions out there on the crease, shadow batting. Definitely want to make the most of these last 5.
I mean, these are big overs. It's sort of, you're looking really for a 7 or an 8 here, aren't you? So that they sort of need to add a boundary to this over at the moment. They've got 4 from it.
Tara Norris into Lindsay Smith. And she hits that one into the onside. That's retrieved by Fee Morris. They get through for just 1 run. So quite a good over from Tara Norris.
But I mean, is it at this stage 5 from it? Okay, it's not a bad over, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily a good over either. Really, they're sort of trying to accelerate from that 2:15 mark at the 45 over point, and I
know what you mean. I think, I guess, just at this stage, I'd expect to see maybe at least a boundary per over. I know we're down to batters 8 and 9 in the lineup, but
you just
you
add an over boundary to that, and you've got 9 minimum, if not into double figures if it was a 6. So I think they have to just be even with 7 wickets down, they've got to be looking for a boundary every over. I mean, that's what Thunder have done well, as Datani is on her way to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. It's hit into the air. There's a bounce before it gets to Norris, who keeps it in play well and is applauded for doing so. So just the 1 in the end, because it's fairly short out to that railway track side over there.
Yeah, I wondered if we were going to see another one of those Daisy Mullen screamers there, but she didn't quite manage to catch to meet the ball.
No, it would have been Tara Norris on that occasion, who maybe is not quite as fleet as foot as a Daisy Mullen, who often does the 12th duties. Grosvenor Road end again. Datani bowling, defended into the offside. That's exactly what Taylor has got to do here. Get bat on ball, get Smith, who is the more senior of the two, although I suppose only marginally, down onto strike as often as possible. But I suppose the big difference is that was only Taylor's 3rd run, whereas Smith has got 27, and she's the one really who should be seeking the boundary, you would imagine, Faith Florence.
Indeed, a good little innings from Lindsay Smith.
Pleasure to have you with us on Lancs TV as Datani comes into bowl here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and there will be a boundary. That's what Vipers needed, and they've found one from Lindsay Smith. It rather slid off the face of the bat behind square on the offside, but it mattered not because the fielders are up on that side of the wicket, and really with backward point, short third, cover, extra cover and mid-off all on the edge of the ring, you can't afford to be given that sort of width that Datani gave there. She's got her fielders back on the leg side for a reason. Bowling again. Smith will go down the ground. As I say, everybody back on the leg side. It's the straight mid-wicket on the boundary who picks up and returns. But having got the boundary, that's all Vipers really need now, is just to keep getting bat and ball and scoring 1s and 2s. 2-2-7 for 7. A better over from the Vipers' perspective.
I really like the way Lindsay Smith is going about this.
Datani bowls, driven to short extra cover, and that one is stopped, and that is a dot ball. I mean, the tactic's clear, isn't it?
Yes, and she came in when I think Emily Windsor was still flowing, batting really fluidly, and Lindsay Smith just picked up where Emily Windsor was.
Yet to get a wicket, Datani. She's gone for another run here, out towards mid-wicket. Morris quickly in, returning not particularly kindly to Threlkeld, bounced a little closer to Threlkeld than she would have liked, but the over is negotiated for the loss of just that one more run. 2-2-8 then, so 8 off that over. That's more like it from the Vipers' perspective. You're sort of wanting 7-8 minimum at this stage, I would say, even with 7 wickets down. The top scorers of the innings so far, Emily Windsor for 49, caught behind by Ellie Threlkeld of the bowling of Laura Jackson. Norgrove at the top of the innings made 48 before being stumped by Threlkeld off Emma Lamb. So Threlkeld's involvements have also been crucial as well as particularly skillful. Threlkeld also involved with the run out of Monaghan, the previous wicket to fall. Jackson got Brown bowled for 19.
Tara Norris back in the attack. Who's actually really batting very nicely for the Southern Vipers at the back end of this innings. She's getting that boundary per over that we talked about, which I think they would be disappointed if they weren't going for that, and there's no reason why 250 is not on the cards now for the Southern Vipers if they continue. Again
though, the plan's clear here. Everyone's back on the leg side, and they've given width outside the off stump. It's the sort of thing that'll have Andrew, the analyst, sitting alongside us to the left, tearing his hair out, I would have thought.
Yeah, and you can see Ellie Threlkeld out there having a word with her bowler, just making sure that the plans are clear and try and just restrict those boundaries that clearly Lindsay Smith, the set batter now, having a really good back end of the innings.
So they've changed it again. They've gone back with long off now and brought up the short third and the fine leg.
Norris into Lindsay Smith, and that she swipes that into the leg side. That's nearly gone away for 4 runs, but that's a brilliant stop there by Fee Morris. And so they'll get through for 2 runs, was that?
2 more, yeah.
2 more runs, and you can see the intent of Lindsay Smith. Such an impressive innings now.
Well, is she going to try the round? Something like that now with the fielders up and back of the ring at fine leg and third as well as backward point.
Norris in, and well, it's similar to the previous delivery, which is Morris. She's ready for it this time. It's just 1 run off that. That's not a bad suggestion, I would say.
It's a difficult shot, isn't it? If it's one you're not good at, then it's probably not a good option. You're better just hitting it down the ground as she had it. Maybe she thinks, having got the boundary, actually I want to just try and score off every other delivery and get that total up with 1s and 2s, and she feels almost she's ahead in the over with the boundary. Who knows? And it wasn't worth the risk.
True, and that brings Mary Taylor onto strike. Tara Norris into Taylor, who drives that one straight, and that's beaten the fielder. That's going to go away for another 4 runs. The fielder dives over that, and she's hit that straight. I think it's Laura Jackson who didn't manage to get anything on that, and that's a really nice drive from Mary Taylor.
Now, as frustrating as the last one was, where a bit of width was offered, that was, in a way, slightly unlucky. She's only missed her length by a fraction there, and she's been clubbed back over her head by Taylor. She was going for the Yorker. She almost executed it perfectly, but obviously if you don't, it turns into a half volley and it goes.
Absolutely. Tara Norris back into Mary Taylor, who's pulling that over her shoulder, and that has gone away for 4 runs underneath that poplar tree. The visitors sitting underneath there. Retrieve the ball from Mahika Gore.
The balsam poplars fielded well today. It's had to stop 1 or 2 going onto the train tracks.
Seeing a lot of action down there, and a really good over for Southern Vipers. Yeah, they'll be pushing for that 250. And
well, that's the over they needed, isn't it? That's taken them from 228 to 244, I believe, as I look nervously towards the statisticians doing the numbers next door. But I mean, that is the sort of over that Vipers needed, and Thunder may have thought they'd not gotten away with it, but you know what I mean, they'd sort of negated that by taking the 7 wickets, and they were going to make that difficult. But now, actually, 2 overs to go, 3 wickets in hand, Vipers can really go again here, and they can go again off the back of a good over. Tiny bowls, it's up in the air. Will this one be caught? It drops agonisingly into the hands and out again of Collins, who was charging in from the boundary.
Good effort from Collins.
It was. She made a lot of ground. She never looked like she was going to get there. She did get there, and having got there, she would have wanted to hold on. She's almost sort of sticking a hand underneath her other arm, such as the pain. She's come up to the edge of the ring now, and Tani bowls, and this one is hit by Taylor, but straight at a fielder, and there is no run. Straight at Collins again. Did well to get to that, but didn't hold on. And sorry, it was Fee Morris, in fact, did come all the way in. No, it wasn't. It was Collins who'd come all the way in and just couldn't hold on in the end. She'd made great ground, but just couldn't cling on. Dot ball will be better as this one's clubbed down the ground over Mahika Gore and away for 4 more. And the boundaries are coming freely for the Vipers here. That was real baseball position stuff from Taylor, and she got full whack of it, and away for 4 it goes. 249 now for 7, and from 215 at the 45 over mark, this is looking a very, very good position for the Vipers to be in.
Definitely. It's we're sort of reaching every ball's a free hit territory now for these last few batters in the Vipers side.
Back goes Liberty Heap to the boundary at mid-wicket. We have a square leg, a long leg. Mid-on remains up. Datani on away. The last over went for 16. This was bowled. Well, it can always happen when you're trying to club it away towards the end of the innings. The Vipers going for the late order runs, and it's brought the demise of Mary Taylor, but for a very useful 16, and it came with boundaries at the end of the over when the set batter Lindsay Smith wasn't on strike. She's at 40, is still there. Taylor walking back then, bowled by Naomi Datani. She is out. We'll have a quick little sit down before a sandwich and a bit of fielding, and the Vipers are still with power to add here. 249 for 8.
Yeah, good wicket from Datani there. Mary Taylor, of course, won't mind that. I mean, she was going to go for the shots there, wasn't she? And like you say, she did put a very handy and quite quick 16 on the board there.
Rihanna Southby, the new batter to the crease, as you may have heard over the tannoy here. The sun's still out in splendid fashion. It's not quite a cloudless sky, but the clouds are almost as harmless as a ball outside off stump on a second morning of a test match, really. They're certainly not going to trouble anybody, these clouds today. As we were saying, between 20 and 25 degrees, and the Vipers have made the most of it. And I think all of a sudden, having not really quite been where they would have wanted to been with 5 overs to go, they're looking at a really good total here. Here comes Naomi Datani, spears it in towards the stumps. It's a well-executed Yorker. She will have bowled a few of those in the Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, and she got that one dead right when she needed to. 249 for 8 it remains. A dot ball for Southby from her first delivery. Smith not out on 40 at the other end. Let's give you some scores elsewhere in the country as well. As Datani bowls, cut away, and this one will go for 4, and Datani can't believe it that she's offered the shortness of length and the width at the same time. The 250's up for Southern Vipers. They move on to 253 for 8. A really strong cut shot from Rihanna Southby, and that takes the ball away for 4. And it puts Vipers, I would say, they're looking like being in firm control at the halfway point. Faith Florence.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there, Mike. She really capitalised on that short delivery by Naomi Datani. And Rihanna Southby, her at the crease with Lindsay Smith. You know, Lindsay Smith not on strike for that last delivery, no problem. She would have fancied doing exactly the same and would be really pleased to have seen.
Quick run through the scores elsewhere in the competition then. Northern Diamonds 179 for 9 in the 45th over of their innings. Sparks 216 for 6 in the 46th over. So this is the highest scoring game as well, emphasising the strong position for Vipers. I will bring you the lunchtime score on the test after this ball from Jackson.
Jackson into Lindsay Smith, who cuts that. She's not in full control of that shot. And that's stopped there on the boundary. They think about taking a second run, but well fielded. Just go through for 1, bringing Rihanna Southby on strike.
So England 142 for 7, 121 behind Australia. So maybe ruin those dropped catches from yesterday in the men's Ashes. A reminder, of course, England's women are at Lord's tomorrow in the T20 International there, having won at the Oval earlier in the week. So a really exciting Ashes summer going on as Threlkel just directing some more of her fielders, bringing in mid-wicket. Out goes third.
Yeah, and the batters take the opportunity then to take that extra time to just meet in the middle and probably say, you know, go for it.
Remind a big day for both these sides, associated counties, because Lancashire Lightning playing Surrey later, the Vitality Blast. Oh, that one will be of interest to those watching Lancs TV.
Laura Jackson into Southby, who swings at that and pulls that square. That's going to go away for 4 runs, added to the total of Rihanna Southby.
Exactly where the fielder had come in from, the ball goes away for 4. Nothing more frustrating for a captain, I can imagine, than seeing that happen. And she's she's bringing a third up now. Libby Heap hasn't realised just yet because she's only just been moved out. And are they almost chasing the ball a little bit here, Thunder, in the closing stages?
Indeed, and you know, whatever the two batters said to each other in the middle, just go for every ball. Seems to be what they're doing, and Thunder playing into their hands a little bit, offering them balls that they can get away to the boundary as Jackson back into, and she cuts that this time, and I thought that might have been Deandra Dotton in the conversation for a catch, but it drops short of her, and they rotate the strike again.
It was a bit of a bump ball, wasn't it? Cut into the pitch, and that took the pace off and allowed them the single, and Dotton realised, and she thought at this point, there's no point throwing, I just need to, one is fine. One is fine in the final over.
True.
And the other game, of course, that Southern Vipers will no doubt have an eye on is Hampshire Hawks versus Worcestershire Rapids, also being played this evening in the T20 Blast. That's obviously one of Southern Vipers' associated counties, along with Sussex. They also take in Berkshire and places like that as well. They've got quite a few Southern Vipers.
Jackson into Lindsay Smith, and she cuts that one square. The fielder Mahika Gore is going to retrieve that. They're through for just 1 run. Southby back on strike. Definitely will try and get a boundary off this last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, it's just swing now, isn't it? 2 wickets in hand. See if you can clear the ropes. If not, see if you can get it over them with just the 1 bounce. Lovely scene here at Southport.
Jackson into Southby. And that doesn't quite go anywhere. She doesn't get a hold of that. Ellie Threlkeld retrieves that very quickly back to Laura Jackson. That's a dot ball here at the end of towards the end of the innings.
Some spectators in the sun, others in the shade under the poplar trees. They're all, though, enjoying what they're seeing here from Thunder and Vipers.
Jackson into Southby, and she swings her arms and hits that one aerially, and it's not quite a catch there in the cover area. They're running back for 2. Ellie Threlkeld nearly tries to effect a stumping there, but the throw was a little bit wayward. She went for it with one hand. Ellie Threlkeld couldn't quite get anything on it, and so that will be another 2 runs at the end of the over and at the end of the first innings. 260 for 8 after the 50 overs by the Southern Vipers. You fancy that's probably a very good score that they will think that they can defend. We'll be happy with that.
Yep, thanks Faith Florence and also to Alison Byrne for their thoughts on the first half of this game. Do make sure you're back to join us for the second half on Lancs TV. 262 then, with those addition of 2 runs off the final ball. The chase will be 263 for the Thunder. It looks a really big one. It really got away from them in those last 5 overs when the score was taken on from 215 all the way up to 262. So
Nice room.
How's that?
363 check their contributors from out in the end.
Oh.
How's that? Nice room.
How's that? How's that? Oh. Oh.
How's that?
She's like you in England. There she is. Oh, wonderful today, how good.
I think the girls are so excited to be here, and what an opportunity, for the girls to come out and play some cricket outside. And after a long winter indoors, it's brilliant to be outdoors in the sun.
I always love coming back to the Thunder and being around a great set of girls, and you can see the excitement from them that they're getting the opportunity to be outdoors. I think, you know, being at Emirates Old Trafford for a winter can be quite a slog sometimes, so I think getting the opportunity to get out here, you can tell there's a lot of excitement in the group, and I think they're all chomping at the bit to play a bit of cricket now, which is a great place to be.
Good morning, let's go.
Sort of easing our way in. Obviously, heat was a little bit of a shock. It's been really nice to just get outside, and no better place I'd rather be. So the girls are really excited. For us as a group, it gives us a really good chance to play some cricket before our competitive games as well, and put into practice a lot of the things we've done this winter. So to get the opportunity to do that abroad in different conditions as well, it's just fantastic. So we're really grateful to Hilton and to the club for giving us this opportunity.
It's great to test the fitness that the girls have put in over the winter. It translates into being able to hold your skills longer or concentrate longer in the field. So it's good to see how the girls are developing. Obviously been away from the group for about 2 months now, and that skill level just seems to keep going up and up, which is obviously what you expect when you're professionalising more of the girls and they're getting more time on task. Like the lads, for a lot of them, they aspire to be professional cricketers from such a young age, like maybe when they first get into the age group system at Lancashire, whereas it's still relatively new for our girls, and there's still a lot of unknown about what the pathway looks like, but what we do know is that there's professional contracts available now, and that's so exciting. I think we're unbelievably lucky. Hilton have obviously put a lot of money into this and allowed us to have the same opportunities that the men get every year, which is, I think, a really proud feature of our club at Lancashire. I think the equality that they treat the girls with is fantastic. I think we're all really grateful, but equally we know that there's a lot that we can learn out here, and we're trying to use the opportunity to get us all better at cricket.
Gonna get her out, LBW. Over the wicket, slide it on. There it is, that's the one, yes!
From my perspective, everybody has really moved forward in the winter significantly. So today is our first opportunity to put in a really good performance based on the back of the winter that we've played.
I think that score doesn't just reflect how we've batted. I think that's a really good score on this pitch, okay? And what I'm really excited for is to see all this stuff that we've done in the winter will pay off in the New York day. So, be Thunder. Great Thunder and go.
Go on then, team. Oh, Sarah.
This one.
great success.
Protein shakes in the thing. Results aside, I think the way we went about our cricket today was exactly what we spoke about, we wanted to do, and from my point of view that was really pleasing. And yeah, at half time we said that was a pretty good score on this pitch, so let's go out and defend it, and the bowlers bowled really well to back that up, so yeah, it was a good day.
Good morning.
Hello. It's hard not to be envious of the young girls and the opportunities that they're going to get now. Obviously, I feel very lucky that I'm still part of it all, but this is how you do all your learning. Obviously, you cover your basics through the winter and you work hard on your fitness, but when you're leading into the summer, these are the opportunities that get you really prepared for that first game that we're going to play in April. I think, from my point of view, this is the exciting part of my career in terms of you've done all your learning and all your training, and you're trying to now implement what you've learned and how best to use conditions or how to adjust the conditions, and hopefully from my point of view as well can maybe try and help some of the girls with a bit more experience and giving them any knowledge that I do have that they might not have. So yeah, it's just been a great couple of days so far, and we've obviously got India to look forward to as well.
Do you need anything from me? Drinks? What do you want to drink? Just water. Right in there. Perfect. Is this videoing? Alright. Nice.
When me and Liv first went in, we had a little bit of rebuilding work to do, and we just looked to knock it round, and then she was whacking it everywhere and I was just getting one, and then she was hitting sixes, so it seemed to work quite well together. We were both quite relaxed actually, just trying to play to our strengths, and I was just saying to her there's no fielders in the crowd, so just hit it over them, and she kept doing that, so yeah, really enjoyed it. Just tried to stay calm as possible.
Good content for the GoPro. That's the mother of cricket. Throw it a bit harder. Yeah.
It's such a good group of people and really talented cricketers as well. I think the best thing about this team is that we all celebrate each other's success. So Ellie scoring 100 the other day, everyone just really got round her, and I've obviously been the one to have a good game today, and everyone's been really supportive, so I think that's massive for the team. It's just to celebrate each other's success, so I've loved it really.
Clarky! Just like that, mate. Hey! Mo, what a day, girl! When you're on, you're on. Yeah! I've put my hands back on, ladies.
I've not been to Dubai or India before, and I've always wanted to go to India to play cricket. Obviously as a spinner it should be quite a nice place to play hopefully, so yeah, got another week to go and hopefully we'll carry on the winning.
Thank you. You can get on the bus now.
Good cricket, great Jack. Smashed it. Good at cricket, great Jack.
There you go, right, cross can you on.
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought I
What do you mean as a youngster?
did think Not that I didn't believe in coaching, I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwen. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games I think at school, won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancs and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
Okay, so you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school. You know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other. But that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley.
Gallian, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No, a handful. So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember. Yeah, God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw, but you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word,
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching. We didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example, and you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can, and that. You know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you? Or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules. Be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton, obviously. You were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't. Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But I don't. I can't say that. Yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been. Well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, basically either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Law for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us.
Yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. And suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, I've missed the seam this time. But, reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the ball's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bouncers, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic and it's very relevant at the current time because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success. It's my way to better myself.
Two things spring to mind there is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England are showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions changed drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit. And they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets. But they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance, his early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So, absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play. And we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players. One early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matthew Hurst. So, and then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better. But we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies.
Yeah, I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, OK, we'll still look at the minute detail and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire.
Cricket Club, where Thunder are looking to chase down 263 for victory. Their first victory it would be in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, and they would be beating the Southern Vipers, who of course won this competition in 2020 and 2021, beaten by the Northern Diamonds last year, who have been bowled out for 185 by the Blaze, who are top of the group at the moment, and a 16 without loss in their chase. South East Stars 4 without loss against the Central Sparks, another of those sides looking to muscle in. They're level on points with Southern Vipers going into this round of fixtures. Both of them both the Sparks and the Vipers trying to get up to South East Stars 15 points. But let's focus in, Faith Florence, on this game. It seems a big chase all of a sudden, 263 to me. It seems as if it's going to be a wicket that might be quite difficult to chase on.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Mike. And the way they got those runs as well, that really strong opening partnership between McCagan and Norgrove set them off to a really good start, and Thunder will definitely want to replicate that and get some good partnerships. They will indeed. Now, Seren Smale, of course, making 94 in her last outing. Just falling 6 runs short of the century, and she will be partnered today by Emma Lamb, who is hitting that one away into the offside, finds Norgrove, who throws slightly wildly over the top of Southby, the keeper. There is no run, though, from the first ball of the innings, but it was quite an eventful one in the end, even though it will just go down as a dot in the scorer's book. Indeed, and it looks like it's Maitland Brown who's got the responsibility of opening the bowling for the Vipers. It is indeed. The Sydney Sixers, an Australian A star, just finished her commitments with Australia A, and she's here with the Vipers for July, and bowling short of a length, and it's well defended by Emma Lamb. Standing up onto her toes, pushing into the offside. No run on offer once again. Still 263 needed for the victory. Oh, we saw that it was a patient start by the Vipers when they opened their batting innings. And Thunder, there's no need, I think, with this score to go really hard right from the outset. Of course, they'll want to be positive, but I think they can take the time to get themselves in a little bit, have a look at the bowling before they start to accelerate. It feels to me as if somebody in the Thunder top order's got to go big today as Lamb faces up. She's been playing Test match cricket, of course, for England, and just defends that one away, and it rolls back past her stumps a little bit ominously, but Lamb was always there and in control and could have given it a kick if she had to, if she felt the need. Still 263 to win, no runs so far. Yep, someone's going to have to go big. We saw what Seren Smale did last week, so she's definitely capable, and everybody knows what Emma Lamb is capable of. And we need partnerships as well.
And even the likes of Morris, Threlkeld, and of course Dottin, they can make big totals as well. So Thunder have got options, as Lamb again is defensive to that one, and it's been right on the mark so far from Maitland Brown. And if she, well, I suppose she's been playing for Australia A and getting her into the groove, but she's been right on the dot so far.
Yep, so she's nice and warmed up to take on this bowling responsibility. Emma Lamb also playing for England A recently.
Should also keep you up to date with the Test match, because it's a big day of cricket and sport generally. This one's hooked away, and this one will go away for 4 runs. And Maitland Brown dropped short for the same time, thought she'd test out the middle of the pitch, and like most bowlers today, hasn't got much from it. And that goes away for 4 without loss. And the thing that immediately caught my eye as the ball was being returned there was Lindsay Smith going through a bowling action. And I think Vipers are going to go to spin early here and use it to try and restrict the total and potentially take wickets as well. But it is the Aussie overseas, Maitland Brown. She's been hit for 4 by the current England international Emma Lamb, who was shaping for the cut there, realised it was too far away, so left it and gets a wide ball anyway. So she'll be happy with that. So 5 without loss, the total moves on to England in the Test match have moved within 38 runs of Australia with 1 wicket remaining. So from the position they were in with more than 100 behind and wickets tumbling, they've done quite well to get back to level terms. As we say, it's been a fantastic Ashes summer for both men's and women's cricket. The women play tomorrow at Lords as Brown bowls, and this one's pushed up to mid-off, and McGacken's there with the fielding once again. Southby takes it above her head, just motions towards the stumps with the ball. It's the end of the first over. 5 without loss. There'll be... who will be the more happy there?
Yeah, good watchful start there, I think, by the Thunder batters. Emma Lamb was alert to that opportunity, that ball that she could hook away there and get 4 runs on the scoreboard. But also a good start from by Maitland Brown. So at this stage, similar to the last innings, just sort of sussing each other out here at this point.
Still a beautiful day here at Southport, isn't it? The breeze just blowing from sort of right to left as we look slightly more towards the Grosvenor Road end of the ground, and that's where Lindsay Smith will begin bowling. Now, I called that one, I think. It was fair to say. It's generally pretty obvious. Whoever's doing their bowling action is probably going to bowl the next over, but it's what do you make of the tactic going for spin early, Faith Florence?
Yeah, I think it's probably a very smart move. We saw the damage that spin can do, and Lindsay Smith, no ordinary bowler. She takes wickets for fun. She comes in now here to Seren Smale, who just hits that one to the offside. No run. Lindsay Smith, yeah, very good bowler. Like I said, we've seen her sort of laying waste to batters for the Northern Diamonds in the past. Now settled in with the Vipers and doing the same kind of work. Into Seren Smale again. Oh no, they're excited there about that one, but she gets a little bit of bat on it. Just dots that down. Does Smale. There'll be no run.
A little inside edge into the pad in the end, wasn't it?
Indeed, and Lindsay Smith, you know, she goes about her work from ball 1. Seren Smale takes a step forward and just dots that into the offside.
Little bumblebee makes its way past our commentary position. As I say, it's an idyllic summer scene. Be pushing up towards that 25-degree mark, I would imagine, already.
Gets through her overs quite quickly and gets in positions quite quickly, does Lindsay Smith. Over to Seren Smale, who just uses her feet to just shuffle down. Now they're hesitating, a little bit of a mix-up. They're not going to go for the single in the end. Seren Smale was halfway down the track. Emma Lamb sent her back, and the fielders maybe could have done more with that, but that was a very jittery little passage of play.
Yes, it was indeed. I
Thunder
don't think
batters.
there's much more to add to that.
It settled down a little bit there, but you know, that's Lindsay Smith.
Calm down, everyone.
Fearsome bowler. Don't blame him, as she comes to Seren Smale again, who hits that into the covers, and they will get away for 1 run. Seren Smale probably very relieved to get off strike there, and bring Emma Lamb back on to face the next ball. Now the batters are converging in the middle. Just, yeah, a couple of calming words. Touch gloves. Everything's okay. Let's reset. And just take the situation calmly. Still stretching a little bit there, Lindsay Smith, stretching out her calves and the hamstrings. Getting set to bowl to Emma Lamb. Lindsay Smith round the wicket. Emma Lamb drives that. Just a short drive into the covers and they get 1 run. So rotating the strike nicely. And that's the way I think that they're going to want to start. Just keep getting off strike. Keep it rotating. Scoreboard, they've scored 7 so far. That's pretty good, I think, off that second over.
Yeah, it's the wickets column to begin with, isn't it, really,
Yeah.
that they've got to keep an eye on, because, of course, it took so long for a wicket to fall in the first innings of this game. So I think they have to almost look to match that length of time that the Vipers went for without losing a wicket, because that then allowed them to then sort of use the last, certainly 20, if not 30 overs to really try and push on with the scoreboard. In comes Maitland-Brown again to bowl outside the off stump. Lamb forward purposefully there, even though she was leaving. It's a dot ball because it goes through to the wicketkeeper outside the off stump. But Lamb was noticeably forward there, wasn't she? And it was a noticeable raise of the hands, as almost as if to say to the bowler, look, if you bowl up there, I'm in charge, and I'll score when I want to, and I'll leave when I want to.
Absolutely. It's an interesting tactic to have. Pace from one end and spin from the other.
Yeah, so Vipers in their innings, they didn't lose a wicket till the 21st over as Brown bowls to Lamb, who's ensuring that Thunder don't lose a wicket there, guiding it into the gully area, but again, it doesn't produce a run. Then they lost 3 in fairly quick succession up to the 27th over, so they lost 1 in the 21st, 1 in the 22nd, and then another in the 27th, and then sort of rebuilt a bit up to 30 and then kicked on again. And then it was the last 5 overs really where they had 3 wickets in hand that they really pushed on and scored 48 in the last 5 overs of the Southern Vipers. And that's why they have 263 to defend, but one of those will be chalked off for a wide there. 8 without loss the score moves on to. So by my terrible maths, I make that 255 more. Do I get approval, Faith Florence, for that?
Yeah, I'm going to take your word for it there, Mike. I think your maths might be slightly better than mine.
Don't worry, we've got the calculator on hand because it will gradually go downhill as the as the numbers get bigger and closer together as this innings goes on. And such is the joy of an afternoon of the cricket, just watching those numbers on the board and trying to decipher what they're going to mean for the game. This one's pushed into the offside. Lamb watchful again, and again happy to go scoreless, it felt there. She's just feeling her way into the innings. She knows she can hit big at the latter stages, and she's happy to catch up, it seems, Faith Florence, at the back end if she has to.
Yes, and I don't think that's a bad tactic to start with. Like I said, there's no need to go super hard at it just at this stage.
Here comes Maitland-Brown. Bowling and goes short. It's in the air. Now, is that caught? That's a brilliant catch.
No.
Absolutely brilliant from the Southern Vipers overseas, playing for them in July, and has got rid of Emma Lamb. She went short in the previous over, didn't get much back from the middle of the pitch, was hit for 4, but Lamb now must walk back to the pavilion, out for 5, caught and bowled by Maitland-Brown. Brilliant bit of bowling, and on that occasion Lamb looked very comfortable with the first short ball. The second one seemed to give her a bit of the hurry up, and she was late on it for me. Faith Florence, was that your view? Was that why it went in the air back to the bowler for the catch?
Yeah, I think so. I think she fancied that she'd got a little bit more on that than she did, but it just sort of floated up, and Maitland-Brown, you know, anyone who's ever watched Australians in the field tend to be able to really go for these catches.
Well, that was the thing about it, wasn't it? I mean, it was a real stretcher, and for me, the floor always looked favourite there, and Maitland-Brown still got there.
Indeed, I mean, she wasn't afraid to take that dive and to fall, and kept that ball in her mitt, you know, away from the grass. It was a spectacular catch. Yes, not the greatest shot from Emma Lamb, but it still needed that catch on the end of it, and so very quickly, Thunder have lost that 1 wicket. One of those batters who could really go big and make that big score to try and catch up with this chase. So that's a bit of a setback there for the Thunder. Very good from the Southern Vipers.
This is Datani walking to the crease, marking her guard. Lamb is out then for 5, caught and bowled by Maitland Brown. Seren Smale is the other opener, and then the card after Smale and Datani goes like this: Morris, Dottin, Threlkeld, Collins, Heap. And then you're into the likes of Norris, who can bat, and we mentioned that she put on 78 with Emily Windsor in the final of this competition in 2021 to win it. But then after that, you've just got Gore and Jackson left. So really, we're looking at the likes of Smale, Datani, Morris, Dottin, Threlkeld, Collins and Heap to get the bulk of this 263. Thunder have 8 of them, but they've lost Emma Lamb, probably their most experienced batter. The England batter back in the side today is out, and Datani survives her first ball, although only just. It bounced over the stumps, it seemed, from our angle. It perhaps wasn't quite as close as maybe it looks from backwards square leg where we're sat in the tennis pavilion, but it was close enough to cause Datani alarm there.
Indeed, and Thunder haven't always had the luxury of having Emma Lamb in the side.
Maitland Brown, sorry, she's quickly bustling in once again. Onto the legs of Datani, clips it away. There's a fielder in the form there of Freya Kemp, who has just kept it inside the ropes, and that will just be 1 run as a result. So 9 for 1 at the end of the 3rd overs. The Vipers striking early, and that feels crucial given they their opening pair battered through to the 20 over mark without losing the first wicket.
Definitely now the 2 batters at the crease are going to have to reset here. Just have to imagine it's one of those days when Emma Lamb is perhaps away on England duty and they don't have her in the squad to score all the runs. And there's plenty of the batters there that can do this, that can score big and chase this down.
That's a very good way of looking at it, Faith. I suppose the only problem they've got is it means that they've lost whoever, say it was Sophie Morris, who's been replaced by Emma Lamb today. They've lost her for not very many, for 6, or for 5 even. But there we go.
Right, Naomi Datani on strike, and Lindsay Smith back into the batting, and Naomi Datani just hits that one leg side, and for no run. To the offside, apologies. She's a left-hand batter, Naomi Datani. Lindsay Smith again to Datani, and a similar sort of shot into the offside. Very kind of acrobatic fielding to get that back to the wicket keeper. They do scurry through for 1 run, but the Southern Vipers are up and about there in the field, looking lively and sprightly. Probably inspired by the acrobatics of Maitland Brown with that catch.
Yeah, I was just watching them back on MV Play, the site that puts all the highlights up. Very good catch.
Lindsay Smith into Seren Smale. She drives that one straight, and she fields that Lindsay Smith. Keeps the batters there in their crease. Very alert, Lindsay Smith, and like I said, gets through overs quite quickly. Retrieves her own ball, and she's bowling back to Seren Smale, who takes a step back and drives that through the covers. There is a fielder out there in the deep. They'll get through for 1 run. But good rotation of the strike there brings Naomi Datani back onto strike.
Yeah, so just feeling their way in here, Thunder, but the loss of that Emma Lamb wicket will be slightly demoralising, albeit to a great piece of fielding.
Smith into Datani. Oh, now that was nearly a catch. I don't know if she got any bat on that, but that's just fallen there at the feet of
I don't know.
Georgia Adams.
I'd need to see a replay, but given where it's gone, it feels as if there must have been a bit of something on it, and it probably would.
Smith into Datani again. She just hits that one straight into the offside. For no run.
Just given the fact it actually got there and carried, if it hits a pad, it's generally quite dull, although there wasn't too much disappointment, so maybe.
Yeah, not quite a chance there.
Yeah,
but
maybe it didn't even carry, but who knows? It was close, though, it has to be said.
Indeed, so they've got a job on their hands now, Naomi Datani and Seren Smale, to just reset, take a breath, get themselves in. Ball back in the hands of Maitland Brown.
Well, I don't think you're going to get it out of her hands, given she got a wicket in the previous over, and it was the wicket of Emma Lamb, which probably would have been the one on the card she marked as that one's mine, thank you very much, because she wants to get into that Australian side, no doubt, as she bowls full and is hit by Smale into the offside. No run on offer. Vipers looking very sharp in the field, as they so often do. It's why they're the most successful team in this regional format. It's why they had success in the KSL days before, and they've been able to take that on and build on it. And their coach Charlotte Edwards, of course, integral to that. Brilliant to have had around about 400 or 500 of you throughout the day watching on Lancs TV, and continuing to do so as that one is played into the offside. A little bit of slack fielding, actually, having just praised them by McGacken, but it doesn't cost them a run on that occasion. Good forward defensive, played up to short extra cover.
Yeah, and when you get a big wicket like that of Emma Lamb, of course it lifts the bowling side, but the batters still have plenty of overs. They've just got to remember that there's plenty of time to get that score, no need to panic.
In comes Maitland Brown again, and the cloud just comes over for a second, and that's a beautiful shot from Seren Smale. She made 57 in 2 innings last season. In her 2 innings so far in the competition, she's bettered that with 94. She seems to be a bit of a nervous starter, but she's got 4 there, 15 for 1. She's had 2 ducks in those 4 innings, which is why I say she's a bit of a nervous starter. However, once she gets going, she generally gets a score. She's had a 57 and a 94 now, and she looked in very good touch indeed there. And you saw it in its full glory there on Lancs TV, as in comes Maitland Brown again. It's short of a length and played away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary this time. Successive back-to-back boundaries from Seren Smale. Maitland Brown again looking for that short ploy that saw the back of Emma Lamb. It doesn't work on that occasion. 19 for 1 the score, and Seren Smale just starting to settle here.
Ball sounding really sweet off the bat of Seren Smale. The fielders had to fetch that from all the way to the fence, practically in the houses surrounding the ground there. Really good strike.
Real talent is Seren Smale. Wrexham born, wearing the red rose of thunder on her jersey today. She turns this one into the leg side. Will pick up a run. No, she won't. The umpire denies it with a tap of the leg to signify it was all pad. 20 for 1 the score moves on to as we approach the end of this Maitland Brown over, at which point we will bring Alison Byrne in, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, for her first thoughts of this second inning. Still only 18, I believe, Seren Smale, and she's already on to 10 with 2 magnificent boundaries. But Emma Lamb is out for just the 5 runs, and that will be a concern for Thunder, as this one hits Datani on the pad. So Alison Byrne is going to pop in for Faith. In fact, I was going to let her pop in for me, to be honest, Faith. But we'll as you've switched now, we'll stick with it, and we'll get some thoughts from Alison.
You snooze, you lose, Mike.
You snooze, you lose. You do indeed.
Faith was out of that seat like a rabbit out of a hutch there, wasn't she?
Maybe it's because we got a full bar of chocolate in our lunch bags today, and it's going to take quite a while to get through that full bar of chocolate, I reckon.
Shuffling around here.
20 for 1 is the important detail. Alison Byrne at the end of the 5th over. What are you thinking?
What a catch to take Lamb out, though. What a catch. I'm thinking she's a great acquisition. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm also, I could hear the reaction better from being outside here of the Vipers players as Smith comes into bowl. Dot ball there. Tatani's going to head right over that one. Into the 6th over of this 50 over Rachael Heyhoe-Flint game. Smith for the Vipers into bowl again. Rocks back to Tani, and she's placed that beautifully for 1 run.
So Datani coming on to strike now. Smale adding to the total on to 11.
Thunder move on to 21 there. Smith's bowling into the left-hander. Left-handed smacked it down there, beg your pardon, it was Smale who played that previous shot. And Datani, of course, now is on strike, the left-hander. A bit flustered, just come in, straight into the action.
Sorry, I dropped you in it there.
Do forgive me, everybody.
That's what I was flapping about with the paper to try and tell you, but there we go.
I couldn't see it. I can't see a lot of things at the moment. Smith continues to bowl beautifully here, actually. She's really pegging Titani down. She's trying to work. You can see though, she's trying to manoeuvre it in the gap. She's not being impatient and going with the big heave-ho. She's looking for those singles, for those twos, in the hope of a slightly weaker ball.
Buzz about the Vipers though, isn't there?
There are definitely, as you can hear it really clearly out there. Again, Smith's right on the button. Titani has no choice but to block it down. And Smith fields off her own bowling. That's the end of the over. Thunder are still on 21 for the loss of Lamb, and actually it's a huge loss for the Thunder, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, the thing about this year is I think their batting lineup does look stronger because you've got Smale and Lamb at the top, you've got Titani now coming in, you've got Fee Morris, you've got Deandra Dottin and Ellie Threlka. I mean, that's a proper top six with 6 batters who can all make a score. But Lamb is your player who can make a score probably at 1 a ball, maybe even 1 a ball plus, and has done it consistently.
You might have hit a crash there. It's one of the hoardings going over as the wind's picking up here in Southport.
Well, I'm surprised they weren't knocked over by Emma Lamb's batting practice before, because she was thudding it into there. Now that's a very unusual shot from Seren Smale. It was at first it was a leave, and then she realised it was quite close to the stump, so she just leave her bat there, allowed the ball to hit it, takes a 1 down through the. Well, it was round about sort of, I'm not sure whether it's third slip or gully or what you'd call it, but it was in that area of the ground, and it goes away for a single, 22 for 1. We're in the 7th over.
Yeah, it's good reactions actually, because I agree with you. I think she meant to leave that at first, and I thought, I can get
better
get an easy little dab down to third here.
The hanging basket still looking magnificent in the sunshine with their purple and yellow flowers just been waved around slightly in the breeze at the moment.
Slight change in the field.
Here comes Maitland Brown then. She'll have a tail up after the wicket of Lamb. A couple of overs ago now as that one goes through outside the off stump, and it's through into the gloves of Southby, the wicket keeper. So no run on offer. The left-handed Titani now on strike. The lovely balsam poplars in the distance also being waved by the breeze here out towards the train tracks. As I say, they did a fair bit of fielding in the first innings of this game. Here comes Maitland Brown. Delivers right on over the wicket. Pushed by Titani up to extra cover. There is no run on offer as a result. And as I say, just there's a buzz about Vipers fielding. So Monaghan in there at short extra cover, just picking the ball up, whizzing it back into the wicketkeeper. Just giving a sense of, right, we've got 48 runs off those last 5 overs. We've got 263 on the board. This is going to be a tough afternoon if you want to make these runs as the home side, the Thunder, as this one is bowled and Titani's forward in very good, orderly fashion. Ball ends up at mid-off, right off the centre of the bat, and that's what will provide a bit of hope for Thunder, is if they can get in, they've got a chance here, but Vipers are just almost trying to make it uncomfortable for them out there.
Yeah, they can't afford to throw their wickets away at this stage, though. 50 overs is longer than you feel when it feels when you're out there. And the noise from the Vipers will subside if they can stay in a bit longer, take some of the energy out of their game.
And that was really what sort of took the momentum out of things for Thunder in the field a little bit. There was such a long opening partnership without a wicket, and they were kind of just trying to almost restrict it. So Thunder have to get a partnership somewhere. Of course, big day of cricket for the county of Lancashire as that one takes Titani on the pad, dribbles out into the leg side, no run with the T20 blast later at Old Trafford. And of course, Hampshire have a big game as well against Worcestershire in the T20 blast quarterfinals, so they are the parent county, if you like, of Southern Vipers. Southern Vipers play a lot at the Ageas Bowl, which is home to both them and Hampshire. As in comes Brown, takes Titani on the pad again, I fancy, as that one goes behind square on the leg side, almost on a perfect 45-degree angle. Just the little 2 taps of the knee there signify it was a leg by. 23 without one. Without one? 23 for 1 was the score I was going for. And the 1 has gone to Maitland Brown. So Lindsay Smith to continue from this Grosvenor Road end.
Indeed, and she's bowling very tightly. But I think it's a clever idea from Georgia Adams to have a spinner one end, left arm orthodox, and then the pace of Maitland Brown at the other. It's never easy when you're having to change your batting style from over to over, ball to ball. Smith into the left-handed Ditani. Bit short, given close to that gully, short gully, slip field, or whatever you want to call it. A bit slid down there for 4 runs. Slightly streaky, but Thunder won't care about that.
It was Georgia Adams
4 to
there,
the total.
one of the taller players on the circuit, and she was trying to use every inch of that frame to get to that ball. I think, yeah, again, it's our angle slightly deceptive. I think she is.
Yeah, it's really special. I've never had that as a player, never had our own changing room and my own locker, and walking in and seeing pictures of us on the walls and our values that we've come up together with as a team.
In that changing room is a great example of why we started playing cricket, and all the pictures of us from when we were younger, and it makes us feel like we're more at home with that changing room.
Got "send it" written on the wall as you walk out to bat, so just a little reminder to kind of play without fear.
To have our own changing room and our own home dressing team space is brilliant. It makes us feel like this is our home as well, alongside the men. So yeah, I think little touches really go a long way, and it really builds that togetherness with the team. Cute guys. Oh, it's on the floor. Thunder. Three thunder. Nice red.
That's me. I'm the little girl who fell in love with the game and never looked back. Oh, that's cute. That is cute. Play for her. Oh, Liberty.
Function one, red.
Obviously.
And it just crept over the boundary there and tickled the hoardings down on that boundary. Another 4, so 3 4s off this over, 2 of which were deliberate. It takes them to 35 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And they will always take the one that was slightly less deliberate as well, Alison, because that's a big over. That's the sort of over that you kind of look to get at the back end, really. But the power play, of course, the fielders have to stay in the ring. So if you can beat them, you're away. And she was certainly away there, Naomi Ditani.
Yeah, what I particularly liked was the way she was, really focusing on defending the really good ball and just going for the one that she felt was hittable. She wasn't taking too many risks there, either of those shots where she forced the 4s through.
Bars doing a reasonable trade here at Southport Cricket Club, seeing lots of cold drinks making their way around the boundary, which is always good on a hot afternoon like this.
You have a change of bowler here, Mike.
We have indeed.
And if the young lady would be kind enough to turn around, I'll tell you who it was.
I think it's Taylor.
Taylor.
On her way now. I'll confirm that just after she bowls, but it's played away into the offside, and there is no run on offer, and it is indeed Taylor. As she confirms that with the number 9 on her back. 35 for 1. Taylor batted quite nicely, actually. I thought she played a good little cameo at the end of the innings where sort of they were having to add those boundaries, and she ended up on strike towards the end of the over and hit 2 back-to-back ones, which was almost a bonus because Smith was the set batter. That one defended down the onside of straight by Smale, no run.
Of course, these two players will know each other reasonably well. Smale being a member of the under-19 England team. And if I'm not mistaken, Taylor was in the reserve position for that squad.
Bowling. Driven nicely by Smale, almost as if she'd been facing her in the nets a little bit, that one, but didn't bring her a run. I mean, it was a very pleasing stroke on the eye, and it shows the form that Smale is in off the back of that 94 the other day at New Road, but she couldn't find the gap, so it was still a dot ball. Facing up again is Smale. Has a very crouched stance, but she gets her hands nice and high and pulls it away for 4 runs to the forward square leg boundary. Lovely shot. 39 for 1. The boundary's coming all of a sudden for Thunder here, and it's a little bit of concern for Vipers. They've got their wicket, so they won't be overly worried, but a little bit of concern there all of a sudden.
That's following a little bit of a pattern from the first innings. The biggest difference, obviously, is the lack of wickets from Thunder part.
Here comes Taylor again, up to the wickets, bowls, driven by Smale, down the ground, still can't find a way through there though. She's trying to beat mid-off, but mid-off has been equal to it on both occasions in this over. A little bit of silence settles after the round of applause. Can see a few of the...
False start from Mary Taylor there. Georgia Adams just adjusting her field, and Taylor noticed that she wasn't quite in the right position. Good awareness from the youngster there.
A few of the Lancashire Academy players making their way around the boundary. Watching the Thunder look to chase down this run here. 263. Thunder Academy players, rather, I should say. 263 then the target. 39 of them chase so far. We've had 9 overs and there is just the fall of the 1 wicket, but great to see the Datani boundaries backed up by another one from Smale there. She's done well, and of course she hit 2 the over before Datani's as well, so they're almost sort of trading in boundaries, these two now, which is really good sign for a partnership.
It's a good steady start from the pair of them, and you know, they need to stay in now. They really do. They've got their eye in, and they've seen off Maitland Brown.
And it's kind of, if they do get a partnership like this, they need it to go big. They need it to go as long as they can and sort of match that big opening partnership of 80 plus that the Vipers put on.
Yep, definitely. So, we're in. Let's just see who's going to take the ball this time. Can you see the name of the bowler on the...
I'll have a look in a minute.
Thank you.
It is number 30... Well, that says 33, doesn't it? Ava Lee.
Yeah, it does. As she comes into bowl, right arm off breaks, and she's reverse swept that. Goodness me, that's a bold move. First time you see a bowler. Straight down to the final leg boundary. She's not quite going to make it. She didn't quite get all of the bat onto that. But she's going to take a straightforward 2. Takes a total on to 41 for 1.
So the only player we'd not seen today, Ava Lee, and she's into the attack now. Didn't have to bat though.
Takes her run up again. Ava Lee, a little bit short, and she's punched that into the cover area, but they've got cover there in the form of Freya Kemp.
Just appeared from behind the photographer there.
She did. And she's a tall girl, difficult to hide in the field, but they managed it.
Well, I suppose we've got little beams, haven't we, on our windows, so she can hide behind one of those. She's never going to be taller than them.
I was always rubbish at hide and seek, Mike.
Really? I'd have had you good... No, actually, you'd be too loud,
too
wouldn't
impatient.
you? Yet.
Third ball. Shortish. Pushed into the cover area by the right-hander. Smale for 1 jogged run.
I think I'm too noisy for hide and seek.
Yeah, I'd give up. I used to give up and leave my brother hiding in the cupboards for hours. So I can't be bothered finding him now. I'd go and watch TV. He'd be there. Bless him. That's what younger brothers are for. In comes Ava Lee. Left-handed Datani just defends that one nicely. Lee fields from her own bowling. Vipers are still chirping away out there.
They are indeed. Good firm stroke again, though, from Datani.
Comes Lee. Again, a little tiny bit short of a length, and it gave Datani a chance to... Oh, and she had to do quickly there because that fielder was sharp. I think she hit it firmer than she thought, or the outfield was quicker than she thought, because I think she tried to dab it into the space, but of course it rolled quickly towards the fielder, and she was in jeopardy there, all right. If it had a direct hit, as you say, Mike, I think she would have been a goner.
Yeah, I think she'd have been gone. It's never on to short cover or short...
In comes Lee, a bit fuller. Nice to see Smells not afraid to use her feet in that situation, but she gets nothing except a bang on the head from the fielder on the back of her helmet.
Yeah, I think she just avoided it in the end, didn't she?
Just about.
But to me, it never really, because the extra cover and the short mid-wicket are so tight, it feels like there's never really going to be a single on there.
It's got to be almost dropped at her feet, really, isn't it? And that's the end of the over, the 11th over.
It's mattered not anyway.
They've
still kept going.
I think the scoreboard is slightly behind. I'm going to go 45 for 1.
I'm going 44.
Are you going 44?
Yeah, because they ran off the 5th ball,
oh, right,
didn't
okay.
they? So
44.
Let's go 44.
There we go. See, we're not as blessed in this amazing, beautiful club as we were when we were at Old Trafford, when we've got screens and
And nor should we be at an
Oh,
outground.
no,
This
exactly.
is part of the
I
joy
like
of
this.
an
I
outground.
feel like I'm actually part of the game here.
Exactly.
Ground level, crowd around us. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
But, you know, not quite.
But you're just less sure of the score.
I'm just not quite as good at keeping the score as I am normally. Do forgive me, everybody, but you can see it just as well as I can, hopefully.
44 for 1 after 10 then. Taylor on her way in. The power play, of course, coming to an end. It was hit into the ground and then up into the fingertips of Taylor. And the captain, Adams, picks up eventually to stop a
Captain
run
Adams
being scored.
Sounds like a superhero, might.
Well, she was in the first edition of the competition, and that has been at many points since. I mean, 500 runs in the first time the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy was played, and that was only a 6-game group plus a finals days. This one's dabbed away off the front foot by Datani, square of the wicket on the offside, run taken, 45 for 1. So yeah, I mean, she's been Viper's superhero for a long time, Georgia Adams, really. Won her 50th cap earlier in the season, which is again is quite some achievement, because generally there's been a bit less women's domestic cricket played than say the counties play and that kind of thing. As in comes Taylor, bowls, full, hit hard by Seren Smale, down to mid-on, or up to mid-on, really, from the batter's point of view.
Sorry about my exclamation, Mike. I just saw the hoarding start to wend its way toward us again as the wind took hold of it.
I was going to say, as the wind gets up, I think those hoardings might tip over quite a bit, so let's try and... I don't think they're going to trouble us here, so we should be all right. It's Taylor bowls, short of a length, prodded into the offside. Now, they have taken the tight single, and that time...
Oh, she's taken out her own player.
So that's hit Taylor on the leg.
And sportingly, Seren Smale wouldn't take the run, would she?
Well, yeah, I think there's no need for the more the concern was for Taylor's leg. The ball was thrown in hard by McGacken, who was trying to effect a run out that probably was never on. It was better timing that time. They hit the gap a little bit better and took the single better as a result, but then it hit the bowler's leg, cannoned off, and it was just a single after all that. 46 for 1, dabbed into the leg side, no running off this time to McGacken, who again hurls it into Southby with the gloves on, who's got a bit more protection thankfully and takes it cleanly. 46 for 1. As the Vipers players in that distinctive orange kit with the black trousers just look for their breakthrough. They know they're going to get chances here with 263 on the board to defend. Defending for Thunder is Datani, 46 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. It was a tight one, just the 2 runs from it, and the batters very much just assessing where the fielders that are now allowed outside the ring were positioning themselves that over, it felt.
Yes, it's filling up a little bit here now, isn't it? There's quite a few people around the boundary. The bar was fairly full.
Yeah, I know. I had a text from someone who's made their way in, and I think that will happen as the working week comes to an end. And it's one of those, isn't it? It's what now? 3:05. If you're in the office, you can sneak off now. You're done for the week. You're not getting anything done in those last 2 hours.
And hopefully, you know, if any local school children are around, the parents will be whizzing them straight down to catch the last couple of hours. You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
That'd be good. That'd be good.
Here we go. Early in again. And she's beaten the outside of the bat there. A little bit fortunate there, Smale. Good take from the keeper. No run.
It's quite a bit of competition for the keeper's place at Vipers. We've had Fulton doing the gloves.
Again, she's rocked back. She's edged it there, though, down towards, backstop almost behind the keeper there. She didn't really intend that, but it's gone for 4. A streaky 4. As you say, it doesn't say streaky 4, and I think, I'm not mistaken, that's brought up to 50 for
It
Thunder.
has indeed, yeah. 50 up for Thunder.
Yeah.
And as you say, that went almost to the wheel of the sight screen in the end, so it's very fine. If there'd been a slip fielder still in, they could have been interested in that, but there isn't, so it was a safe shot. It was a good shot from Smale.
My eyes deceive me, or is that side screen looking a bit wibbly-wobbly over there? Anyway, second ball from Lee. Defended nicely by Smale, giving it due respect.
Yeah, it's just a bit pushed forward. It's fine. It's fine. It's the right colour. We're playing with a white ball, black sight screen. That's what we need. That's the main thing, isn't it?
It helps. So Overlee's decided to send a fielder back in the long on position to the boundary. that's gone. That is gone. Smales stepped out. First time she's really moved her feet, taking a big swipe on the off stump. Keeper took it quickly and the umpire had no hesitation or choice but to raise their finger. And that's a disappointment for Smale. You know, she was looking good, but quality bowling, she lured her into it.
She was looking very good, was Seren Smale, and she'll be frustrated off the back of her 94. She's got herself in 22. We were saying this partnership needed to be big, but Ava Lee's bowling brings the stumping for Southby, and Seren Smale is out 50 for 2, and they just brought up that 50 as well. Alison Byrne, they'd have been feeling good about themselves. Yep. But Ava Lee, credit to her. And we were mentioning the competition amongst the wicket keepers. You've got Southby keeping here today. Fulton's been doing it. They've got Chloe Hill, who's an excellent keeper, who came in from Sparks and was brought in at the end of the season because she'd come out on loan and done so well. She's now back out on loan at South East Stars. So they've got real options here. So if you get the gloves in the Vipers team, you've got to make sure you use them.
Don't get injured. Don't get injured, because they've got as he's quite rightly said, a little conveyor belt of talent waiting to replace you.
It seems as if they've been preferring Fulton this season, but not today.
Hasn't she turned? Did she turn her ankle recently?
I think she may have. Yes, yeah. Anyway, new batter to the crease is Fee Morris.
Ava Lee still to finish this 12th over. Fee Morris, a steady hand and a steady head. Very experienced player is Morris, as we all know. Ooh, she didn't really mean to hit it in that direction, but she avoided hitting it onto stumps at least.
It off-span back more than I think Morris was expecting there. She was trying to give herself room and nearly ended up in a right pickle.
That's a better connection, and she takes a nice little single down, dab down to square leg, sorry. Gets her off the mark. Moves the score off that dreaded 50, 51 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, such a shame for Thunder to lose that wicket at that point, really, because although I suppose if they can get, 50 for 2, 100 for 4, 200 for 8, no, they're just short, aren't they? Just short.
Well, these two experienced players have batted well together this season, and they've had a few little partnerships, but they're going to need a big one here, I feel.
Long conversation going on here between Adams and her bowler. Just wanting to make sure everything's quite to the liking of Taylor. Has those elbow protectors on, much as Smale did when she was in the field. Bowls chipped uppishly towards short mid-wicket, but no run on offer, and Taylor begins another over in threatening fashion. Fee Morris just not... And this is the thing about Smale coming down the track, losing her wicket to a stumping. She was looking so fluent and so fluid, and now a new bat has to come in and start again, and Morris perhaps not in the same sort of form. Did make 209 runs in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, so she can bat. She flicks this leg side, but can't find a way past mid-wicket, 51 for 2.
Yes, she certainly can bat.
And she won't be fazed by the dot balls there at the start of her innings. However, Smale was just looking that good. She looked as if one of the players who could come on and take a real chunk out of this total. Morris tries to flick leg side, can't do so, but it's sort of almost a free hit, that one, because if you miss it, you get the wide ball anyway. 52 for 2.
Giving us a wide. She won't mind a free run.
Certainly will not, as Taylor makes her way back to her mark again and will run in. Releases right arm over the wicket. Flicked leg side again. Mid-wicket is busy in this over. It's Monaghan who is over there. And last over it was McCacken who had to be on her watch at short extra cover. This over it seems to be Monaghan at short mid-wicket. Running in again is Taylor. Bowling. Morris forward. Brilliant defensive stroke. I do get excited about good forward defence.
Well,
I know it's sad, but I do, and that was a really good one.
I like Datani's personally.
Yeah, well,
that front leg's really bent. She's almost
nose on ball, you know. but both Morris and Datani's will be needed here. Another dot in the book as Taylor approaches. Bowls from the Harrod Drive end of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. S&B as they're often known in the Liverpool comp round here. No run again as that one went out to backward point. Lindsay Smith is on guard there. See the chairman Andrew making his way past.
Hello, Andrew.
He looks like he's having a good day. Taylor with the ball in hand again. Elbows jut out slightly at the start of a run, but then it becomes very smooth and rhythmical.
Nice.
But that was a smooth and rhythmical drive from Fee Morris out to the cover boundary for 1. The fielder back there now that we've out of the power play. Southby busy with the gloves. 53 for 2, the score then after 13 overs. And yeah, what are we reckoning here, Alison?
Well, they still
who's
need
on top?
over 200 runs.
Yeah,
and
that's
I think
the problem.
psychologically that's huge when you've lost 2 wickets already.
For me, it's got to be one of the top 6 here, hasn't it? You
Yeah.
can't see Heap coming in at 7 having enough time to do anything
She's
about
not that
this.
type of player. She's a big hitter as Heath. She likes to go for
Well,
shots.
yeah, she is. But I mean, equally, I don't think by the time we get there, we're going to be past sort of at least 30 overs, and I don't think she's going to have the time to take the chunk out. She's going to have a little spurt at the end, I would imagine. So it's got to be one of these top 6 who really gets in and makes a score.
So Ava Lee continues from the
Grosvenor Road end.
That's the one. I didn't want to get it wrong. I thought
could
I'd
tell that's what
pause
you're
and
looking
somebody will fill in for me. Grosvenor Road end, indeed. Where there's a couple of nice looking tennis courts behind her. That's a nice little shot down to fine leg, just the one off the hip. Score moves on to 54 for 2.
Sorry, I was trying to tap on the glass subtly, and I didn't do it. Just a little bit of production.
So Captain Adams is talking to her troops at the moment, having a chat with Ava Lee. She's moved somebody on the deep mid wicket boundary. She's got somebody else moving into short mid wicket for the left-hander.
Yeah, it's all very busy from the Vipers,
Interesting.
isn't it? Very busy.
They've got 2 fielders standing almost next to each other on the onside at the moment, on the offside.
Yeah, 2 backward
Very
points, isn't it?
interesting fielding position there for Datani, the left-hander. One in front of the umpire, one behind.
Well, they clearly think, and
Oh,
it's
no,
quite a difficult
2
shot
behind.
off.
2 behind.
I suppose it's going away from the left hand of the off spin, isn't it?
Interesting. But then Datani's flicked it off her legs into mid-wicket for no run.
They clearly think with the ball turning away from Datani, she's going to cut it in the air if it's short into that region at backward point.
It's innovative.
Maybe they've just got too many fielders, don't know where to put them.
Nice defensive shot. Back foot defence from Datani that time, equally as proficient as the front forward defensive. But still no run.
Yeah, lovely player, but it's got a lot of work to do
Yeah.
here, Datani.
Massive. Big job in hand for Datani. Oh, now there you go. There's that one turned, didn't it? I know we're not in line with it, but you can see by Datani's reaction, she had to react to the ball moving there. And that's the end of the over. It's 54 for 2.
Yeah, 54 for 2. Here you're watching Lancs TV. Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, alongside myself, Mike Perkins. We also have Faith Florence as part of our commentary team today. And we are watching to see if Thunder can chase down 263 and really set a great day on Lancs TV on its way, because we have T20 Blast quarter-final as well to come today. So there is plenty going on here at both Southport and at Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire later on are up against Surrey. Taylor then, bowling, full, hit down the ground and no run on offer, because mid-off and mid-on have been slick in their fielding work so far for the Southern Vipers, and they continue to be so. All right, they're putting the sign back up. You watch it get blown over in 2 overs here.
Interestingly, it says fly better.
Yes,
and it has been flying really well today, that holding.
It has been flying very well.
I hope it doesn't fly any
As
better.
Taylor bowls, it's down the
sweat.
leg side. Attempt to sweep, missed. It's a wide anyway, as I say. It's that sort of almost free shot that you get when bowlers stray down the leg side in one-day cricket these days. 55 for 2 is the total. We're in the 15th over, and another train rumbles by in the distance. The breeze still blowing the trees and the hanging baskets. Hopefully not the sign over again as Taylor bowls. Flicked, and this time it is connected with, and it finds the fielder. So that's almost a worse result, because you don't get an extra ball, and you've only got one run for it that you'd have got for the wide anyway. But that's one of the quirks of cricket. 56 for 2 with that single to long leg. Freya Kemp even encouraging all the way out here on the boundary. Now, in days gone by, that had been very frowned upon, the fielder at cover or deep mid-wicket. She now becomes for the left-handed Tatani, who digs out a Yorker. No run as it just rolls along the crease. That would almost be frowned upon if you were at long leg or mid-wicket, to be sort of encouraging your team from that distance. I know, I certainly got told off by what was his name? Ed something. He was the headmaster of Abbygate High School, and I remember I was about 14 and I was down at fine leg, and I was a bit annoyed I'd been put there, and I was encouraging my teammates from there. And he called me over at the end of the third over. It's cut away for 4 by Datani. Not entirely where she wanted it to go. In fact, not really at all where she wanted it to go. But she'll gladly take the 4 runs, 60 for 2. And he called me up after about 3 overs, and he said, young man, do not continue to shout and rave from there. I am quite annoying though when I'm encouraging people.
I've never heard any team being told off, women's team, for having people on the boundary encouraging
there
the
you
bowlers.
go.
I was all for it personally.
There you go. Anyway, it never shut me up. As Taylor bowls to Tatani, driving back down the ground past the bowler, but not
past. Here sometimes, Mike.
Not past mid-off or mid-on. 60 for 2. Luckily, we're in my final over, so I will be shutting up in a minute and allowing Faith Florence to come on to Mike. So Ed Mitchell it was at Chesterfield, who told me off for that. He was the headmaster at Abbygate High School.
Yeah.
So anyway, at the end of the over, Ed Mitchell will be very glad indeed, because I'll be popping off for 10 overs or so. As Taylor bowls short of the length, clubbed away, and that's going to be 4 more. No, what a stop that is. Sliding along the boundary. Well done, Ava Lee. And she gets a high five from Freya Kemp, and certainly the Vipers are quite happy to encourage each other on the boundary, because it's such a part of one-day cricket now. That keeps the score into 1. 61 for 2 is the score. We've had 15 overs. I'm going to bring in Faith Florence after a word from Alison Byrne.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Enjoy your little break. Can you just go and sit in front of that hoarding for the ground staff, please, so it doesn't blow away? Make yourself useful. Welcome back in a moment to Faith. Yeah, and it looks like they might be having... No, they're continuing with Ava Lee. Captain Adams is just having a little chat with her, obviously, to try and decide what's best fielding-wise. And she's decided not to change anything. She's bowling into the left-handed Datani. And as Mike says, we're in the 16th over here in Southport. And it's a nice ball, and it's an equally well-defended shot from Datani. She takes her guard again. Very watchful at the moment, is Datani. Nice little shot, high elbow, but fielding has been excellent from the Vipers, and that was no different from Ava Lee. She got down really well to that struck ball.
It's getting quite breezy out there, I noticed while I was sitting out in the stands.
We noticed too, the hoardings were coming our way. Oh, no. There's an appeal for a stumping there, and I don't think Tatani's feet had moved a millimetre, let alone a centimetre there. But nice piece of wicket keeping, but still. No run. Again, Datani's dabbed that down into leg, taken a quick single, moved the score on to 62 for loss of 2. Brings on strike, the right-handed Morris, who's got this peculiar little habit of playing with her gloves every time she takes strike. Got to admit that's a habit I had as well. I didn't realise I did it until years after I retired from county cricket. One of my teammates mentioned it to me, and I've always noticed it since then. Anyway, Ava Lee. Nice strike from Morris, but an equally wonderful piece of fielding from the fielder there, long on.
Some players just have those little things, don't they? Those little quirks and habits that just get them focused for the next ball.
I think we've got the 12th on there. That's Mag Sturge, I think. Ava Lee to bowl. Morris goes down on one knee and strikes one out to the point boundary for a single, moving the score on to 63.
So
in
nice.
fact, that is the end of the over. Over to you, young lady.
Thanks, Ali. Nice little rebuild, I think, going on here for the Thunder. After the loss of those 2 wickets, Seren Smale, he was looking good, but ultimately got stumped by Southby just as she started to try and move on there. Off the bowling of Ava Lee. And of course, we lost Emma Lamb very early on in the innings. So it's up to Naomi Datani and Fee Morris to build this partnership. But at the beginning, that of course, it needs someone to go big, but it's also about partnerships. It's also a good partnership. Now at the crease are doing Indeed, now she's coming in to Fee Morris, who just tries to pull that behind, but the umpire signals a wide. She'll have to bowl that one again, Maitland Brown. As Fee Morris just fiddles with her gloves and gets herself...
I won't be able to stop noticing it now.
ready to face that ball. It will have to be bowled again by Maitland Brown. In she comes to Fee Morris, and she defends that one with a straight bat for no run. Just goes through the motion again, Fee Morris. So, you know, clearly...
You've noticed it now as well, aren't you?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I sort of meant the shadow batting there in that case, but definitely that little twiddle of the gloves. I mean, she's in now, and if that helps her focus, then...
Keep doing it, girl.
More power to her. Maitland Brown in again to Fee Morris. And she just pushes that one into the offside. Good start here for Maitland Brown in this over, just keeping her on strike, Fee Morris, and we often see the tactic of just trying to frustrate the batter, build that pressure, put a little squeeze on. She's bowling this consistent line in length, and Fee Morris not able to get her away. She comes over the wicket to Fee Morris, and she pulls that one square. There is a fielder out in the deep, so they'll get through for 1 run. That finally gets Fee Morris off strike and Naomi Datani back on. Good bowling for Maitland Brown. She'll be relieved, Fee Morris, to just get off the strike there and keep things moving along.
Yeah, they're persisting with this double point field placement there. 1 short point, 1 deep point.
For Naomi Datani, yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? As Maitland Brown comes into Naomi Datani, bat poised, and she pulls that one square. They do scamper through for 1 run. Yeah, there's never a second one on there, but rotating the strike well. They've got to keep scoring, I think, off every over. We're not yet in sort of boundary per over territory yet, but just keep those scoring opportunities going. Interesting fields being set, yes, to challenge the batters, but they've got to look for those scoring areas. Maitland Brown into Fee Morris. Fee Morris defends that one, and Maitland Brown feels off her own bowling. So quite a quiet over so far for the Thunder, but what's encouraging is that the batters are still there and still building this partnership. 66 for 2 into the 17th over. There's still plenty of overs to come. Very encouraging partnership building here between the two. In comes Maitland Brown to Fee Morris, who swings her arms at that and just cuts that to point. There is a fielder there, there'll be no run. So the end of the over, quite a good over I'd say for Maitland Brown, just kept the batters there to the singles. They did manage to make contact there, Fee Morris get bat on ball for not very many runs, but crucially still there, still at the crease. Still building this partnership, which is what Thunder's going to need.
Now, I spy a lesser spotted Mike Perkins. I think he may have spotted his mum over on the far side. Isn't that nice?
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, he was looking out for her
there
earlier.
He is, heading round towards the poplar trees.
Reunited.
So we're just about to enter into the 18th over. The score is at 60. It says 66 there. We'll go with that, but I think it's 67. We'll go with that. And Ava Lee continues to bowl. dab down. There's no run there. Gave me a little heart attack there as Ditani threatened to set off there for a suicide mission.
She's always busy, Naomi Ditani.
She is.
I really like her attitude in the field and batting, always looking to just keep moving.
Dot ball again, nice forward defensive from Ditani. You can always rely on her to make an impact on the game in one way. She'll always do something. She'll take a wicket when you need it. She'll chip in with 20, 30 runs, take a catch in difficult circumstances. She's that sort of player. She's always involved. Oh, a nice attempted sweep there, but she was lucky it didn't rebound onto the stumps. No run there.
Absolutely, I think very good signing for Thunder. She's a serious cricketer. I mean, in the sense that she's disciplined and always working on her game. You see her before the match, warming up, going through the processes, and in the field, I think a good example for the other fielders.
Zaverly takes a run up. Again, Ditani rocks back. She's placed it into a space in front of Freya Kemp in the covers. Kemp's good arm keeps her to 1 run. It's definitely on 67 now, if it wasn't already. Slight field adjustment, obviously. The right-handed, left-hander combination slows the bowler down a tad, but they're quick in getting into position, and she's running in already. Ava Lee. Into the right-handed Fee Morris, who again takes a nice easy run down to deep. Fine leg. Moves the score to 68.
Yeah, really handy having that right-hand, left-hand combo near the top of the order or in the middle order for Thunder. Not something that they've always had.
Lee takes a delivery stride. Ditani plays it straight. It's gone past the bowler, but it can't beat the fielder in at long off. Another good over from Lee. Not many runs being conceded from it. 2, in fact, in the 18th over. 68 for the loss of 2 as we move into the 19th over.
Yeah, just 2 runs off that over, so the scoring is going slowly, and I said of course it's important for these two to stay in to form a partnership, but also to just look to keep scoring and move that scoreboard along, because of course if you get out for not having scored very many, it makes the job that much more difficult for the next batters coming in. Maitland Brown with ball in hand again, and Fee Morris on strike.
Little field position change there, Faith. That's what the delay is. Kemp has been moved into the ring. They've gone on the attack a little bit here, have the Vipers.
Opportunity for Fee Morris to get through this field, and she just pushes that one into the leg side. Yeah, Maitland Brown will have to keep her line quite straight there. If she strays at all and delivers anything wide, then there'll be a very juicy opportunity for Fee Morris to just cut through that ring, and there are no fielders out in the deep on the offside. Maitland Brown into Fee Morris. Swings her arms and tries to go there, and she doesn't quite get it through, but that's the right idea. Really attempted to cut through that field. And there was a tiny bit of width on offer, but the Southern Vipers fielders in the right place, able to stop that one there. They scamper through for 1 run. 69 for 2. Naomi Ditani, left hand back on strike. Maitland Brown just has a little chat with the skipper there. Georgia Adams tosses the ball in one hand, Maitland Brown, and then comes into Naomi Ditani, who pulls that square. Now is that going to go over the boundary? Yes, it is.
Good shot.
Very good shot. That moved very swiftly on the outground.
Like
and the fielder didn't seem a million miles away, but so sweetly was that struck that she was never going to get to that, and that's a lovely boundary. Whatever it is they were plotting there, it didn't quite work with the skipper and her bowler, Maitland Brown. Excellent boundary for Naomi Ditani. Maitland Brown in again to Ditani. And she just gets a little bat on that. That goes behind, and they'll scamper through for 1 run. A tiny little misfield. Doesn't give the opportunity to score another. But you fancy maybe the Vipers, who've been quite good in the field, maybe a little rattled by that last boundary. That's what Thunder will want to do, kind of put them off put them off their plans, not their flans. Or are there any flans out there in the outfield? For dessert later.
Stop trifling with his faith.
Boom, has Maitland Brown into Fee Morris, and she hits that one high. That's gone high as a catch on here, and it's taken. It's taken cleanly. And unfortunately, that is the end of Fee Morris.
She knows it. She fell for the sucker blow there.
So she did, yeah. Eyes lit up, and that was never going to get over there, over the bowler. And the leg side, and she disconsolately puts her bat over her shoulder and trudges off. Nice work by the Southern Vipers. Maybe in the previous deliveries, their plans didn't quite work out, but they stuck at it.
Hello. This could be fun.
Of course, this brings Deandra Dottin out into the middle.
But it's got to be said, she hasn't had the best of seasons as yet. I think her top score's only been 26, if I'm not mistaken. But you'll always get entertainment with Dottin.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a tricky season for her with the bat, and but to bring back another one of those cricketing cliches about form being temporary and class being permanent.
There you go.
There's always, any time that Deandra Dottin comes out to bat, I think, there's always a tantalising prospect that this will be her day and she'll do what she's known for, what she's been signed to the Thunder for, what she's been doing, so many years with the West Indies when she played as an international batter, which is just absolutely explode. She can hit the ball really as far as anybody. She can clear that boundary easily. She can go along the ground, score 360 degrees, and on her day, very destructive batter. And she'll hope that this is going to be the day.
There's a big gap at deep mid-wicket. I wonder if they've left that there deliberately to get her to try and play that short ball. But a bit straighter. But there's two deep fielders behind square for her. One on the cover boundary. In comes Maitland.
Maitland into Dottin. Dottin high bat lift, and she swats that away to where Freya Kemp had been moved back out to the cover boundary. She had been in the ring, but ushered back up to that cover boundary position to stop that scoring area. So they go through for 1 run. Deandra Dottin off the mark, 75 for 3 after 18 overs. That loss of that Fee Morris wicket, who had formed a nice partnership with Naomi Jitani, and they were going quite well, but she took the bait and got caught out there. So it's up to these two now to continue. Naomi Jitani, the set batter in. Can she and Deandra Dottin once again start a rebuild for the Thunder here? Plenty of overs to come.
Yeah, Jitani's got a big role to play here, supporting Dottin. They need to really talk it through between them, because Dottin cannot afford to just get out for 20 runs here. The Thunder need a significant innings from her in this position. There's still a long, long way to go. She doesn't need to go out in a blaze of glory.
Absolutely. She's come in relatively early, hasn't she?
Do we have a change of bowler? I do believe that's Georgia Adams. Skipper. First ball for Adams. Dottin is watchful. Defends it down.
So perhaps the skipper fancies this matchup here against Dottin. I don't know what her record is against her.
They've got 2 on the leg side boundary in front of us. Oh, that was a bit quicker. Sped through to the keeper there. Dottin missed it completely. The Vipers like that are chirping away. And why wouldn't they be? They've just got Morris out. Dottin's flicked that into mid-wicket area.
She does like pace on the bat, Dottin, and that's definitely not what she's getting here. So
not really.
Probably quite a good move from the Vipers, but if she can be patient, Deandra Dottin.
Dottin takes guard, and she's forced that through the point area, but I think she's just going to get a single for that.
Yeah, if she can be patient and hang in there, she'll get the opportunity to face other bowlers. She really needs to build a good score here and get the Thunder innings back on track.
Significant changes in the fielding positions for Dottin, and Ditani. Still got a deep point. They've still got those two backward. They've got a deep point and two backward points in it on the single there.
Yeah, it's unusual, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never seen it before. Very interesting field placement from skipper.
Kind of ushering the
sending
umpire.
Another fielder back onto the boundary in the long on position. Deep long on. They've swapped. In fact, she's swapped her two long on and long off boulders around. Oh, well, that's wrapped her on the pads, but clearly no appeal. So must have been going down leg, I'm assuming, from this position. And that's another good over from the Vipers' point of view. They've moved on to 76.
They really want that
Thunder.
wicket of Naomi
Yeah,
Ditani, don't they? All
they
sorts
do.
of interesting field placements and
The end of the
discussions going on.
20th.
Two batters meet in the middle. Naomi Ditani passing on any wisdom that she's gleaned from the overs so far about how the pitch is going, what the bowlers are doing.
So let's have a look at the field placements for Dottin against Maitland again. Let's see if they've made any. Maitland Brown. Many significant. Always interesting watching the fielders when Dottin is batting. Nope, same as last over, I think. Backward square, backward point. No, short point. In we go.
Oh, she swings her arms at that one, Dottin. That goes straight through to the keeper. She's really clearly signalling her intention to go for it.
She's playing herself in, girl.
Not her style, Deandra Dottin, and lucky not to catch an edge on that one. She's been bowling quite disciplined bowling, Maitland Brown. And like I said, she does fancy pace on the bat, Deandra Dottin, so she'll want to make contact this over. Brown in again, and just pushing that forward straight down the ground. Deandra Dottin picked up by the fielder, so she remains on strike. Dottin. Now the umpire is making a signal there. Can't quite see. Is it a no ball?
Yep.
Oh, yep. There goes the tornado.
The tornado, the windmill. Free hit to Dottin.
Free
Watch
hit.
out, folks. Free hit to Deandra Dottin. Let that sink in for a moment.
Put a hole through the sight screen there.
Watch the windows.
Would be the best result.
She'll go for it. We know that.
High back left, and she does get
and
over.
she's caught out.
And yeah, she doesn't quite make it. She is caught there in the deep. Aiming for that sight screen, definitely. Didn't quite get a hold of it, but it's a free hit, so of course she
Why
can
not?
still remain. But yeah, it was a good ball, and probably not enough pace on there for Deandra Dottin to really get a hold of that. But that's what she will try to do.
So they've brought that point fielder in again for Ditani.
Maitland Brown into Ditani. Ditani hitting that straight down the ground again, and for no run, she's going to remain on strike. 77 for 3. Maitland Brown bowling really well here and just restricting the Thunder batters, not quite being able to make good enough contact with the ball to get to pierce the outfield. There are scoring areas available, but the bowling's not quite allowing that bat to come through freely. As Brown into Ditani again, who just sort of ducked there. That was quite a
Wide
rapid
ball given.
delivery. Umpire signals the wide. Went straight through to the keeper, the ball. So she'll have to bowl that one again, Maitland Brown. And Naomi Ditani to face Brown again. 77 for 3 after 20 overs.
Ditani's on 30. She's doing a steady job for the Thunder here.
Maitland Brown into Ditani. Ditani hitting that into the offside.
Lovely
She's beat the
strike.
first fielder in the ring. They're going to come back for 2 runs. Comfortably in the end. Really good strike. Now, there's the option, to get those 1s and 2s as well. At this stage, yeah, of course you're looking for boundaries as well, but if you can just get past those fielders in the ring, there's opportunity to run a hard 2. Keep that scoreboard moving along. The run rate isn't that high, but as long as they keep scoring, as Maitland Brown into Ditani again. And she just flicks that one behind. There is a fielder to retrieve that, so they just gently stroll in for 1 single, bringing Deandra Dottin back on strike.
Let's just hope she remembers they're not all free hits. Oh, there go the boards again.
There go the boards, so indicating
definitely not flying better today, these boards. Well, they are.
Stiff breeze out there. You can sort of see the shirts flapping on the players as well. Maitland Brown into Deandra. There goes the high bat lift, and she does try to really welly that one straight.
The thing is, though, she doesn't really need to leather it like that, because she gets hold of it. You know, if she hits it along the floor in a gap, it's going to go.
Yeah, that's true. And you know,
she's trying to hit it too hard, isn't she? You know, as is
I
her
would
want.
agree with that, Ali, and she's just desperate to feel that bat on ball, to contribute, to get scoring, to have a score in the competition. You know, a higher score than she's managed to achieve so far. Now, it hasn't been that easy for either side to bat on this track, but we've seen some good scores. All less than 50 in the first innings. But Deandra Dottin just needs to make sure she doesn't get out doing anything too flashy.
So, 81 the score for 3 at the end of that. Sorry, 82 for 3 at the end of that over. And we've got Adams to bowl the next over. Captain Adams, and she comes to the lefty. And again, she's dabbed that down, but there's no run there. Titani. Still persisting with that 2 fielders at point. Made them move the umpire to the square leg position anyway. And she comes from square leg, stopping them getting a 2 there. Just a quick single for Thunder off the bat of Titani. Bringing in Deandra Dottin, the right-handed player. Adams has just literally gone spread out with her arms, and they've all run to the boundary, the ones that are supposed to be. 1, 2, yeah. Just checking they were legal. And Dottin does a nice forward defensive just to prove them all wrong. But we've still got a deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, deep long on, and a deep cover point, beg your pardon, in the covers there under one of the poplar trees. One of the smaller ones. Next to the hoardings, you can hardly see her, disguised over there. Dot ball again. Bit short. Dotti's just dabbed that down, and Titani takes a really good, very, very sensible quick single there.
Yeah, good running as ever by Naomi Titani.
Yeah, she's very alert, isn't she, Faith?
I'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see it.
84. Now, into the left-hander again comes Adams. Bit short. Again, she's dabbed that down to square leg, but there is a fielder there. There's only ever going to be 1 run there unless they really get hold of it.
But this is good from Thunder. Yeah, keep rotating the strike, take those singles.
85 at the end of that over. Only 3 off that over.
2s when they're on offer. So the batters meet in the middle. As we go into the 23rd over. Naomi Titani just making some hand signals, seem to be describing perhaps the movement of the ball, movement of the surface. And she's the set batter in now, faced all the bowlers and all the cunning plans they have for her in the field. Building a really good innings here, Naomi Titani. Let's hope she can press on. Try and go for the top score in this match.
Taylor coming in, I believe, Faith, again. Over to you.
Taylor in to Titani, who just gets a little bit of bat on that, but that's stopped by the keeper.
Yeah, now Titani's fiddling with the gloves. Maybe it's contagious. That poor lady there has been around the boundary about 15 times with the twins in the pushchair there, getting her steps in.
Taylor into Titani. Oh, now she hits that over the fielders. That's going to run away for 4. Beautiful strike there by Naomi Titani into the leg side.
Lovely straight drive over the long on fielder there.
Now there's your boundary early on in the over. No need to get too greedy, but she's offered a delivery like that again. Could certainly go for that sort of shot. Taylor back into Titani. That's a better length, and Datani just defends that one this time into the offside for no run.
How many steps do you think that woman's done with the babies to try and get them to sleep now? She's telling me she'd done 4 laps already when I spoke to her.
Yeah, definitely a good 1,000 metres or so, maybe.
They're nearly asleep, she said.
Taylor into Datani.
We've just been
into the leg side.
Getting some really interesting statistical analysis here. That the steps around the boundary is 500. She's done at least 4, so she's up to at least 2,000 steps already. This young lady with her twins. Fair play, young lady. They'll go to sleep eventually. They'll go to sleep as soon as she puts them in her car.
Lovely. The sounds of the cricket and the train going by. Just what a little baby needs to go to sleep as Taylor back into Datani, who's just defending that into the leg side. Pushes that into the leg side for no run. We're on 89 for 3 in the 23rd over.
Datani's moved on to 39.
Yep, Datani batting well. And she's going to want to really press on here. Really good opportunity to be the hero for Thunder today, and be one of the heroes, and get Thunder over the line. Taylor into Datani, and she just cuts that square. They're going to go through for just 1 run. But good scoring by Naomi Datani, and that moves her on up to 40, and the Thunder up to 90 for 3.
Yep. Good looking over there from Datani and Dossin. Mostly Datani, of course, who was hogging most of the strike. Moving into the 24th over, as you say, 90 scored. Still a long way to go before they reach that quite impressive target that the Vipers have set of 262. And we're in the 24th over.
The scoreboard, I think, slightly behind.
I think they're slightly behind, and Adams is continuing to bowl herself.
Lots of chat in the field from the Vipers fielders. They're that sort of team, though, always together.
Datani takes strike. Let's play that onto the onside, hoping to pierce the field there, but not quite making it.
Always encouraging each other, always cheering each other on.
Oh, I think one of those babies is asleep. Not sure about the other one. It's just passed in front of us. Just a little update on the babies there. Good shot from Datani for nothing. She squirts it out to the point fielder.
That baby buggy is absolutely loaded with all sorts of bags and
biceps on her.
things.
Biceps, that girl, isn't she? Oof. Right, let's see. Can Datani produce a boundary shot here? She dabs it down into the ground, defends those stumps determinedly, doggedly, as she has done so far in her innings.
Just keeping a good eye on the cricket, the lady with the buggy. I can see her looking over.
Multitasking. Again, she's tried that again, but I think the Vipers are onto that. She's trying to just dab it in front of her and run, but the two close infielders there are really far too quick for that, and they're expecting it now. This time she pushes it a lot harder. She beats the infield and gets a run out to Freya Kemp, which takes the score on to 91. Good thinking from Datani there. She tried one tactic, didn't work, changed her tactic a little bit and gets herself a run. Brings Dossin on to strike, moves all the fielders back to the boundary. Well, not all of them, just 4 of them. Bosh. She stroked that beautifully out towards the cover boundary there. Dossin for 1 run. Oh, nearly an attempt at a 2nd run taken, but Dossin sensibly thought better of it as we move to 92 for 4. Again, a very tight over there from the skipper. Not quite what the Thunder need at this stage. They can't afford to get too far behind the run race, because actually they're nearly halfway through the innings.
Yes, I mean, again, a good sort of rebuilding, reset job by the Thunder here to build another partnership. Naomi Datani well in for her 41. Deandra Dottin just on 5 at the moment, but as the new batter in. She'll want to try and stay with Datani. Mary Taylor back into the attack. Datani's bat lifted high, and she just cuts that one to the leg side. They're going to come back for 2 runs. Good running by Naomi Datani.
Tell you what, if that throw had been half a metre nearest the bowler, that she was goner. She was a goner. But
Yeah,
they've got
I
to
think
do
you're
that.
right.
If they're going to try and get anything from this match, they've got to try and do that. Nice to see Dottin placing a ball there, not feeling like she's got to take the leather off every single ball. Gets herself 2 runs there.
Indeed, that was quite a tight 2 actually, but worked out for the Thunder. Taylor back into Dottin. That goes behind to the keeper. It's a wide signal by the umpire, so she'll have to bowl that one again, Mary Taylor. Another chance for Dottin. Score some runs off this next delivery. She's sitting on 7 at the moment, Deandra Dottin. 95 for 3. That iconic stance of Deandra Dottin, leg spread, high bat lift. And she defends that one just down the track, and that's retrieved off her own bowling by Mary Taylor. Good bowling, didn't give any room for Deandra Dottin to free her arms there. She's just checking in with her skipper again, Mary Taylor. Retelling her to just keep going as she is. Really bowling quite well to restrict the Thunder batters. Into Ditani, who does drive straight down the ground, and that's a beautiful strike for 4. What a good drive from Deandra Dottin.
And the best bit about that for me, Faith, can you guess what that might be?
Oh, go on, tell us. Don't keep us in suspense.
All along the floor. No chance of being caught out unless you're a worm.
Absolutely. Yes, more of that from Deandra Dottin.
Mike's touched. I can see Mike's shoulders going up and down there. He's coming in a minute.
Mary Taylor into Dottin again. There goes the high back lift, and there goes the defence.
And I like that as well.
Absolutely good batting from Dottin here. She's moved on to 11. Naomi Ditani remains on 41. 99 for 3 for the Thunder. Coming towards the halfway stage of this match. Mary Taylor with ball in hand again. Bowling to Deandra Dottin, who flicks that behind. And there is a fielder there. They'll go through for 1 run. That's not going to beat the fielder for a boundary, but she's getting bat on ball now, Deandra Dottin.
She is, and she's brought up the 100 as well, Faith, which gets a little ripple from the pavilion and the Thunder supporters there having their picnics and their lager shandies.
Yeah, so, you know, kind of keeping with the rate here, Thunder. As Mary Taylor is into Naomi Ditani, who balls that high. There's no chance for a catch. That's going to bounce and be stopped by the fielder.
They've run quickly there.
They've run very quickly for 2 runs as the ball comes back in. Yeah, good shot by Naomi Ditani. Maybe a little bit of risk, but actually there was no chance of the fielder catching that. She tried to clear the boundary, and she's got 2 runs for it. As the players take drinks now.
Excellent time for Mike to come in, and I'll go and get my drink. Welcome back, Michael. Was your mother there? We said you were. Yes, you found her. Wonderful.
102 for 3.
Hello to everyone at home as well. But yes, no, I did say hello to my mum. So I've done my duties as a son for the next 10 overs at least. So I will pop back in, and I don't know what to make of this really. 102 for 3, halfway stage, so behind on the rate, but that won't concern them overly if they've got wickets in hand, and if they've got Deandra Dottin at the crease would be my thought. Has that been the tone? I haven't caught much of the last 10 overs of you and Alison chatting. Has that been the gist of it?
That's exactly it, Mike. You know, they needed to rebuild the partnership, and you could see Naomi Ditani after every ball just talking to Deandra Dottin in the middle. Ditani's the one who's faced all the bowlers, who knows what the surface is doing. And a really good measured innings so far from Dottin. Scored a few boundaries, but also just looked to play each ball on its merit. So she's sitting on 12 runs at the moment and rebuilding this partnership here with Naomi
I'll be
Ditani.
honest, and maybe even a bit brutal here, but she needs a score, doesn't she? Let's be honest. This is professional cricket out there these days. She's one of, I imagine, the better paid professionals here on the books, and looking at her sort of scores recently, 21 against Sparks on Saturday, 24 against Vipers on finals day, obviously against the same opponents, 9 against the Diamonds, 2 against the South East Stars, 24 against the Vipers. These are all T20s, of course. 24 against Sparks, 26 against Sunrisers. Okay, useful little scores in a T20, but it's Deandra Dottin, isn't it? She expects more than that, 9 and 10 to complete her T20 scores. I mean, as I say, she's Deandra Dottin. She's the world boss. She expects more than 26 not out, really, doesn't she? She should be dominating games of cricket at this level, and ultimately a score's needed.
100%, Mike. I don't think anyone would have expected to get to this stage of the season and not seen some big scores from Deandra Dottin. What you expect when she's in the side, explosive batting and really being able to put pressure on bowlers and take the game away from the opposition. And yeah, it's true, we haven't quite seen that. She's had plenty of opportunities this season. We haven't quite seen it from her, but we know what's there under the surface lurking. Tantalising prospect that she will score one of the innings that she has made her name on. And it's a huge opportunity to do that today.
And she, I think, would enjoy doing it against the Vipers, let's be honest. They'll be smarting a bit from the fact that the Vipers, I think, were just a bit clever for them on finals day. They'd just been there before, they'd just done it before, and they knew how to win in that situation, in that scenario, it felt like, at Worcester in the Charlotte Edwards Cup eliminator. And perhaps that'll be sort of the little spur that Dottin needs to go, right, I'm going to get a big score against these today. I'm going to show, and they think they're one of the best teams in the country. They clearly are from the trophies they've won. They've got the trophy cabinet to prove it. But you would hope that will be a motivating factor for Deandra Dottin, just to go, right, I'm gonna show these. They've got their new overseas in as well. Can I go and really sort of knock this off, knock 2-6-3 off, and make it a real good day for Thunder rather than a good day for Vipers?
Definitely, she should use that motivation. And Thunder played very well in that T20 eliminator and possibly should have won that match. But as you say, the experience of the Vipers, Anya Shrubsole doing Anya Shrubsole things and not quite allowing Thunder to get over the line in that game.
It was really emotional, wasn't it, Anya Shrubsole finishing up at the end of her career? I first came across her, she must have been, 17, I think? She was, maybe even 16. I think she'd just been called up to England, and I was doing some coaching down in Bath, and she turned up to, her brother, I think, was coaching on the course. It was just one of the kids' summer camps, and she sort of turned up. They sort of asked her to, turn up in the full England kit and all that kind of thing. And she was, I think, she was a shy teenager at that stage, and she's had this magnificent career. It was quite emotional to watch. Here comes Georgia Adams from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground, and Dottin is guiding, late cut, lovely way to start after drinks. Down away, will it roll for 4? Not quite, but it brings 2. She knew exactly where the gap was there, and she knew she was good enough to put the ball there as well, crucially. And with 100 up on the board, Dottin gets going after drinks. 104 for 2 the score moves on to. So what was it at drinks for? Oh, very close. It was 104 for 2 after 25 overs for the Vipers. So with that 2 from Dottin, she equals where Vipers were at drinks. So they're almost spot on, bar the fact that Thunder are 1 more wicket down. Forward defensive brings no run. Dottin faces again. Bat raised high, back into a crease this time, defending out to mid-wicket, no run again.
Yeah, we've come to know Deandra Dottin as a world-class batter. Yes, she's got that explosive game, but she's also got that touch.
Adams again, bowling to Dottin, hits through mid-wicket airily. There was a effort there from Lindsay Smith, but she didn't get anywhere near it in the end, and it was safely away for another 1 out to deep mid-wicket. Monaghan retrieving 105 for 3. Are you as excited as me that it was that close at the 25 over mark, or is it just me getting excited about numbers again?
Maybe a bit of both, Mike.
Here's Adams bowling to Dottin in the air and caught and bowled by Georgia Adams, and we'd given Deandra Dottin the big build-up. Well, she's out for, in fact, no, sorry, Naomi Datani is out for 43. Apologies, viewers. It's Datani who's gone, so maybe not quite the same amount of alarm, but first ball after drinks, pops it back to the bowler, and it's caught and bowled. Georgia Adams adds another one to her bag, throws it up in the air. 105 for 4.
Sometimes I wonder if, batters can say, well, actually, we don't want any drinks yet. Let's not have a drinks break. But, of course, it doesn't work that way. Very often after a drinks break, a wicket will fall.
We were talking about old cricketing phrases, weren't we? One brings two. Well, another one is the best way of getting a wicket is to have a break. Be it tea, be it drinks, be it whatever. And it's done for Naomi Datani there. Popping a simple catch back to the bowler, Georgia Adams. And, well, she was the set batter, wasn't she? 43. She needed to go big, really.
Yeah, it's a shame. She'll be disappointed to get out in that way. Quite a soft dismissal. Very casual catch from Georgia Adams. She makes things look so easy. Just a very cool presence out there in the middle. And she played nicely for her 43. Naomi Datani, she was the set batter. She would have been the one to really take these middle overs on. But alas, she is out.
I don't know if it's more or less disappointing than Dottin being out, really. I suppose Dottin's the one who can score quickly and can catch them up a little bit. Liberty Heat would be the other person in the lineup who could do that. Ellie Threlkeld, though, this is a big innings for her. She made 266 runs in the 2022 edition of this competition. Starts with a forward defensive. It does sometimes take her a little while to get going, and can she afford that in the middle overs? She's going to have to accumulate while she gets herself in here. A 0 to start with for Threlkeld, a 0 up on the board against her name. That won't bother her for too long, but it can't stay like that for too long. She's got to get going quick here and support Dottin.
Indeed, and I thought that Naomi Datani would be the one to go above 50 in this match. Emily Windsor got the closer to the 49, much as I tried to give her a 50 in the previous innings. And so everyone getting out in the 40s when they do get in.
I had a little chat with Emily Windsor, actually, because she was fielding out on the boundary over on the train track side as I did a lap of the ground. And I think she's over the fact she's got 49 already. She seems in quite good spirits.
And why not, as Mary Taylor gets the ball back in her hands. Deandra Dottin to face the first delivery. In comes Taylor. There's that high back lift, and she hits that aerially straight down the ground. Deandra Dottin. Fielders are giving chase. Is it going to make it to the boundary? There's a despairing dive, and it's a 4. Very good strike from Deandra Dottin. 4 straight down the ground. Fielder doesn't manage to quite get on top of that one. And that's a really good start. That's the way that Dottin's going to want to continue in this middle overs passage.
She's just got the feeling of she's just going to go for it here. She's not going to, she's not going to die wondering here, Dottin. That aerial shot through mid-wicket, that one was a bit uppish as well. She feels as if she's just going to go after the bowling and see where she ends up here, Deandra Dottin. She'll be thinking about it. She'll be weighing up the pros and cons of every shot, but I think she's going to take the aggressive option throughout this innings.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And, she did take a little bit of time to get herself in, and she's decided now's the time to go as she bowls and hits that one again straight down the ground. Mary Taylor with ball in hand again. No run off that delivery, but obviously Dottin's decided, okay, she's seen enough. Now's the time to try and really attack that bowling.
And I mean, if anyone's going to do it, she's the sort of player who can. She's proven she can do it over and over again.
Mary Taylor into Dottin, and who just drives that one, and a fielder dives over it. It's going to be stopped at the boundary as they attempt to take another run, but I think better of it. 3 for 1 run.
It's weird that, because the fielder did go over it, but it actually didn't cost her anything in the end, because there was one back on the boundary, but quite odd indeed.
Yeah, and she seems to sort of be remonstrating with herself a little bit there. Deandra Dottin, hand on her hip now. It's Ellie Threlkeld. Gets ready to face her first delivery. Can she get off the mark to Mary Taylor? She comes in, and she just hits that one to point for no run.
Yep, first ball from Taylor there to Threlkeld, as I say. A couple of dots now. She's just got to weigh up her options, hasn't she? But she has to sort of, her job really at this point is probably to get the batter who is in Dottin on 20 on strike as much as possible.
Yes, and so can she get a single or more off this delivery as Mary Taylor is into Threlkeld, who just shovels that and cuts that behind and scampers through for 1 run.
So wickets to fall so far. Emma Lamb out for 5. Caught and bowled by Maitland Brown. Seren Smale stumped by Southby off the bowling of Lee for 22. Then Fee Morris out for 8, caught by Taylor off the bowling of Brown. And then Datani caught and bowled after drinks by Adams for 43. 111 for 4, it leaves the situation.
So Taylor calls in that third man fielder and into Deandra Dottin, who drives that straight again, but there's a fielder there to stop the boundary, and so that's just 1 run off that last delivery. 111 for 4 after 26 overs, 112 for 4, excuse me.
It was the tall Georgia Adams there, using all of her frame. Now, is she going to continue the bowling, or is she going to hand the ball to Lindsay Smith here, which it looks like she may be? Now, that'd be an interesting change at this stage. Smith 4 overs, 17 for none at the top of the innings. Maitland Brown's already bowled 7 of her allocation. That was the 7th from Taylor as well. So they're seamers they're starting to run a little short on, but it's felt like a wicket all day long that a bit of spin is useful. It will be Lindsay Smith then. So she has plenty of overs, and Georgia Adams has decided now is the time to start using those overs. Smith from the Grosvenor Road end to Dottin. Appeal, and it's out! And Deandra Dottin was playing forward defensively. There was a big appeal for LBW. The Vipers were convinced, and it has been given out. LBW 112 for 5, and it is a very slow walk off from Deandra Dottin into the 20s again, but walking back to the pavilion, and we said it was really going to have to be the top 6. 112 probably isn't enough from them.
Never too far away from a wicket, that Lindsay Smith. And she gets the big wicket of Deandra Dottin, who's still very slowly trudging off the field there. It's a pity for her to get out, just as she was now the set batter with the loss of Naomi Datani in that previous over.
And she was doing the responsible thing there, Deandra Dottin. She was getting forward, defending the ball, and she just picked the wrong line. She just didn't play the shot well enough, really. It wasn't, you couldn't look at that dismissal and go, goodness, what on earth was she doing? She was doing the right thing. They changed the bowling. She was having a look at it. She just didn't execute the shot very well.
That's right, and that's often the way I find with the wickets that Lindsay Smith takes. You know, it's not always completely obvious that, you know, what she's done to affect that wicket, but just somehow makes the batters make the wrong decision.
It'll be Danny Collins next to the wicket then. As I say, they've still got Liberty Heap back in the hutch as well, who can come out and smack a few, and we know can play a big innings from her junior days. She certainly likes to be at the wicket, but it's a long way now. 263 is a long, long way off.
It is a long way off, and when you've got a very distant total like that, you've just got to take it an over at a time. Try and build every over, keep scoring runs, no need to take big risks now, but
it's almost, speaking of old adages, that just knock it off 10 at a time and see how close you can get sort of stage now. But with 23 overs left, it's above 1 a ball now already, and every dot ball like that, which is defended first up from Collins, is putting them further and further behind the rate. They need 1 off every ball now in an ideal world. Smith again approaches, left arm over the wicket, pushed off the back foot, and it's just looking like a very professional Vipers display now.
It absolutely is, and
here's Smith approaching again. Quick through her overs, and that's another dot ball just prodded down the onside of the pitch.
They'll have to get together here, the Thunder batters, and just talk about the way they're going to approach this bowling.
There needs to be a plan at this stage, doesn't there? They can't just let sort of these next, I don't know, 7 overs just slip by, and all of a sudden looking at 15, 16 left and well over 100 to get. Another dot ball prodded back to Lindsay Smith. Already pressure on Collins to get off the mark. Southby crouches behind the stumps. Collins is forward in orderly fashion. So she's got the measure of Smith in that respect, and you can not criticise her really for being watchful there, because Deandra Dotton was trying to be watchful and got out, so she had to make sure she got it right there. But Threlkeld on 0, Smith on 0, in fact Threlkeld on 1, just got the 1 from the last over, but Collins on 0, and all of a sudden it just feels that Vipers have got the squeeze on. They've got 2 ends open where they can be taking wickets, and there's a lot for Thunder to do here. 151 needed.
Yeah, that was a very, very good over from Lindsay Smith. And this brings Mary Taylor back into the attack at the Harrod Drive end. She's coming into Threlkeld, who tries to just hit that one behind, but straight to the gloves of the keeper. Keeps her in the crease there for no run. 113 for 5. So Mary Taylor makes her way back to her mark. Ellie Threlkeld preparing to face this delivery, and she steps back and tries to drive that through the covers, but for no run. The fielder retrieves that quite easily, not quite picking the gaps yet.
McCacken in there again. Seems to be her and Monaghan have the duties kind of at short extra and short mid-wicket, and really set a sort of tone for the team.
Taylor into Threlkeld, and that goes back to the keeper. No run.
Impressive from Southby this actually. She didn't take that one cleanly, but she's up to the stumps here to Taylor now as the spell goes on and maybe the pace dips ever so slightly. See it with Amy Jones and Kate Cross, of course, of Thunder. When Cross is with England, this sometimes happens.
Taylor into Threlkeld again, and who just hits that forward straight back to the bowler. Very good over again. Now they're really restricting the Thunder batters here, finding it very difficult to score. 2 new batters at the crease. This will be exactly what the Vipers will plan for this stage of the match, having got really big wickets out just recently. Taylor back into Threlkeld. And Threlkeld leaves that one. It runs through to the keeper. Did he signal a wide there, the umpire? She'll have to bowl that one again, Mary Taylor.
Another one to the total though, 114 for 5. They'll all be well received. We have a result in the competition. The Blaze win by 9 wickets against the Northern Diamonds, chasing down 186 with relative ease there in inside 25 overs, in fact.
Taylor into Threlkeld, who's trying to pull that one straight to the keeper. It's another wide, so another score onto the total for the Thunder, 115 for 5. She'll have to re-bowl that one as the Blaze juggernaut continues to roll on.
Beaumont looking in good form ahead of the one-day international series against Australia. 83 from 62 balls. Sarah Bryce, 53 from 61, back amongst the runs. Blaze really laying down a marker at the top of this competition.
Yeah, they've been very, very impressive. As Taylor into Threlkeld again. Threlkeld pulling that square leg, and she's going to run through for 1 run. Not enough on it to get another run, but she gets off strike. That's what they need to do, keep rotating the strike. Don't let the Southern Vipers really get on top of them with the squeeze here.
Just too many dot balls at the moment, though, isn't there? And I suppose that seems to be at the moment the difference between a Vipers, a Diamonds, the Blaze, and Thunder is just passages of play like this where they've lost a couple of wickets. Those sides at the top seem to be able to just keep going.
Taylor in, and she just hits that one straight to Georgia Adams for no run.
You think about when Emily Windsor came in after the partnership and lost Georgia Adams straight away, but she still kept playing, didn't she? And that seems to be the difference. Kemp was very fluent as well, and it just doesn't almost seem to, wickets almost don't seem to stall these better teams.
Taylor into Danny Collins, who swings her arms at that one, drives that straight down the ground. 2 fielders after it, and it goes straight through for 4. Very good drive there by Danny Collins. I thought the 2 fielders were closer to that ball.
They looked like they were going to get there, didn't they? But it was just, I don't know if it was deceptive from our angle, but it was always getting away from them. Couldn't have hit it much straighter there, Collins. Really good shot, and Thunder need much more of that, because, as I say, they're looking for their first win of the competition. They're looking really to prove they can win games of cricket in this format, so that they can give a proper go of it next year. We're sort of approaching the halfway point. There's still maybe an outside chance, but it would be a real outside chance, particularly, as I say, with the form of the Blaze at the top. South East Stars are chasing against Central Sparks. They need 247 for victory. They're 123 for 5. That looks a really tight game, although again it's the second half of the Stars lineup being relied on, much as Thunder are relying on the second half of their lineup here. But obviously Thunder's task is almost 20 runs more than the South East Stars one, which will make a difference, as that one's turned to Georgia Adams, who's doing the duties at mid-wicket at the moment for Lindsay Smith. Good bowling change, she'll be thinking to herself, Georgia Adams, because Smith comes on and immediately gets Deandra Dottin out with her very first ball, as Threlkeld drives that one down the ground. No run on offer though. Got to mid-on eventually, but via the fingertips of Lindsay Smith. So the bowler doing a little bit of the fielding work herself. Left arm around now to the right-handed Threlkeld, who again can't find a run. And this is just becoming frustrating. Collins found the boundary in the last over, but did so under some considerable pressure to get off the mark. And now it's Threlkeld's turn. Already faced 2 dots. Can't really afford another. Turns it leg side. Gets down to the non-striker's end. Always quick between the wickets. Threlkeld always looking for the 2, but it was never on offer there. 121 for 5. As they continue to tick towards 263, but it feels a long, long way away. Another 142 to be absolutely precise, as this one is worked leg side. But no run on offer once again. It's tense, almost silent around Southport and Birkdale all of a sudden, as this one is hit down the ground. Better rotation of the strike there. 1-2-2 for 5 at the end of the over. But overs like that now, because of the finish to the innings that Vipers had and the scoreboard pressure that gave them, they're almost not good enough now, are they, sort of those 2s and 3s, because the chase is already above 1 a ball. That said, 20 over game, give yourself 141 to get in a 20 over game, but your big difference is you ain't got 10 wickets.
Indeed, you know, technically it's doable. And I suppose you've got to tell yourself that. It's not over until it's over. Looks like the skipper's bringing herself into the attack at the Harrod Drive end.
Maybe just thinking at this stage, because, I mean, Georgia Adams, she's an established bowler now, actually. She's an all-rounder, even though I think she almost laughed when Charlotte Edwards had put bowling on a chart in the first edition of this competition coming out the pandemic. But now she really is a useful operator, but she's very much the kind of the 5th bowler in this attack. So she's probably thinking, okay, it's a bit quiet at the moment. Can I just sneak a few more overs in here and get them out of the way?
She's bowling in and she slashes that one. That's going to go behind and go all the way for 4 runs. Fielder's chasing after it, but that crosses the boundary. A very useful 4 runs there off the blade of Danielle Collins.
Not in complete control, but she won't mind one bit. 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get them at this stage. If you're going to get them, just keep going for it. There was some really tight bowling by Lindsay Smith in the previous over, and so they've got to, in this over, try and get some boundaries, get that scoring again, put a little bit of pressure back on the Vipers. Georgia Adams in again. And she drives that one, and there'll be no run off that delivery.
Update on the test match. We haven't given you an update on the test match in a while. 69 ahead Australia, with 9 wickets in their second innings remaining. They're 43
Adams
for 1.
Into Collins, and she just drives that one straight for no run.
Sorry, I wasn't watching. You were dead right to get in there. Let's concentrate on the game in front of our noses.
No problem. Adams in again to Collins, and she takes a bigger swing this time. There's a little bit of a fumble in the field. But again, ultimately well fielded by the Vipers, and doesn't quite get through for another run.
They did well in that one to get within 26 in the end, though, of the Australian first innings score.
Once again, Adams into the left-hand bat of Collins, who just pulls or just dinks that square really and doesn't get very far. Certainly not through for a run, so quite a tight over, apart from that streaky boundary earlier. Adams quickly in again. Collins swinging and lofting the ball high, and Taylor was backtracking there to try and catch it, but it's going to run away to the boundary for another 4.
Nice shot.
Nice shot, yep, very good from Danny Collins there. Over the head of the fielder. Maybe looked for a second like a catch may be on, but no, she got enough of that to get up and over. 2 boundaries from that, Georgia Adams over, and that's what they need to do now, this pair at the crease.
The 2 boundaries in that over, exactly what Thunder needed. They were more risky than the drive down the ground that she played to get off the mark, but they're the sorts of shots that need to be played, and Thunder just are going to have to play those shots and hope they come off, and they might end up 170, 180 all out, but at least they'll walk off the field here feeling they've given it a go.
I agree, completely agree.
Threlkeld, who, rather interestingly, because the last batter got 21, has got her shirt number underneath her number on the scoreboard we're looking at rather than above it. She's down the track, trying to drive, doesn't get much of it. Southby, the wicketkeeper, eagerly picks up, maybe just looking for a sneaky stumping on the opposite wicketkeeper, but it's not on offer there. Here comes Smith again, swept by Threlkeld, likes that stroke and plays it well. Noticed the ball, I think, was probably outside the line of off stump there. Hard to tell from our angle, but it gave that impression the way Threlkeld played it. We're across in the tennis pavilion here. Roundabout deep extra cover for the left-handed Collins, or deep mid-wicket for the right-handed Threlkeld. 1-3-1 for 5. Smith approaching again, bowling left arm over to the left-handed Collins. Knocks it into the leg side. It's not really a long enough boundary out to the train tracks to pick up a couple of runs there, so just 1 on offer. 132 for 5. Still lots of encouragement amidst the Viper players as Monaghan heads out to the mid-wicket boundary. Smith bowls around the wicket to the right-handed Threlkeld, who cuts. You can already see Adams, the captain, moving across to back up Southby, the wicket-keeper, as the throw came in from backward point. Real unit, Southern Vipers, and just trying to get the squeeze on Thunder here. They know how to win games of cricket, ultimately, Southern Vipers, as this one's driven down the ground. McCacken comes in from long on. It's returned on the bounce. Another single, 133 for 5.
Using her feet nicely there, Ellie Threlkeld, to get to the pitch of the ball.
The hanging baskets get as much of a battering from the wind as they've had all day. They're spinning round there with their purple flowers as this one's pushed into the offside, and another single added to the total on a very warm day here in Southport. 134 for 5 at the end of the 32nd over. Ali Byrne, we might bring back in just a moment. I think there's no harm getting Ali Byrne in here. Faith, thank you for your contributions. We'll get you back in around about the 40 over mark. I think that makes sense. You can come in and, in fact, around about 35 over mark. Come back in and replace me, I think, and then I'm going to take the last 5 overs of the game if we get to them, because Vipers are looking to really get the squeeze on here. Potentially pick up those last 5 wickets, as this one is delivered by the captain Adams, hit firmly up to long on rather, for 1 run. 135 for 5 is the score. I would say that spot that, and not the commentary spot with the microphone, but actually the spot on the bench just under the hanging basket outside the tennis court is probably the coolest spot on the ground now.
Well, I
the
can
wind
vouch for that after taking 1 lap around the boundary to have a little mooch.
Yeah, the lap round the boundary is a bit of a challenge, isn't it? As in comes Georgia Adams, bowl short of a leg,
very hot.
Swept away by Threlkeld. It had to be quick there, Danny Collins. Umpire Banbury unmoved by the appeal from Southby, the wicket-keeper, and rightly so. I would say even from this angle it looked like Collins was well home. It was a tight single, but the sort of single that Thunder now have to take. 136 for 5. They're chasing 263.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all happening, but anything's possible, isn't it, in this wonderful game of ours?
It is, and I think as professionalism has sort of taken hold in the women's game, as another single is on offer up to long on here at 137 for 5, more and more things become possible. We were here last year at Southport. We saw the record stand for the last wicket, of course.
Another Australian.
And yes, another Australian was involved in that one for the South East Stars. But it just showed sort of more and more things were possible.
Well, we've got Captain Adams. Now we've got Captain Rachael. Let's see if she can be a superhero today.
Adams delivering in this battle of the captains. Rachael getting a single. Knew she'd nudged it up to long on off the back foot and knew it was there. 138 for 5. It's one of those things they teach younger players now in the winter nets, isn't it? To go onto that back foot and push down the ground and then push for your one and then hopefully your two, as this one's delivered. Well defended by Collins. Goes out to mid-wicket eventually, but no run, but it needed to be respected, that ball. 138 for 5. Adams short of a length into the pitch. Knew it would just almost stick there for her. And another 1 to the total. 139 then at the end of the over. The target 263, so still a long way off.
Long way off. It's over a runner ball now. As
the batters discuss mid-pitch.
Indeed.
But there's not a lot to discuss other than we just have to keep going. We just have to get on with it. 1, 2, 4 more still needed off 18 overs. It's not impossible, but it's difficult.
And I think we've got Ava Lee coming into ball. Adam's just having a quick, quiet chat with a young bowler.
It is Ava Lee indeed, as the tannoy confirms there. The wind's still whipping up now. Advertising hoardings flat on its back again.
It's given up the ghost, I think. It's been put up and down so often now. It's decided to just lie down and be good.
It's very much Emirates again rather than fly better. It's done its flying. It's landed.
So we've got another left-hander in Collins. Right-handed Lee comes into bowl. There's a big appeal, but they choked it halfway through, so not as big as I first thought for a dot ball.
So 2 chasers still going in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, this one here.
Again, Collins is looking to attack that ball off the back foot. She's disgusted with herself because there is a big gap there if she can find it. We've got somebody in at short cover and just forward of point on the boundary is Freya Kemp, but there is a gap. Plays a defensive stroke on the front foot for no run.
The other chase going on, South East Stars 150 for 5, chasing 247 against Central Sparks.
In she goes again, Ava Lee. Again, she's missed the gap, but she's taken a run anyway, which I think is the right thing to do because the fielder misfielded. So again, as Michael already alluded to, that's what they need to do at this stage. Just
yeah, put the pressure on that first
fielder,
and then you never know, you might get the 2 or the 4
exactly.
if you beat them. The Blaze have won their game, 186 they chased down. Beaumont and Bryce doing the main damage.
No surprise, Tammy Beaumont's in the runs again. Forward defensive shot there for no run.
And it was Bryce of the Sarah variety today who scored runs for the Blaze.
Excuse me. Yeah, it's very hot, especially when you're down against that white wall there. The heat reflects off it and you feel like you're in a little oven over there. Backward foot shot, straight to the fielder on the one there.
Well, strangely, that's where the Thunder players who either are involved because of injury and that kind of thing, or are kind of in the academy and making their way through, that's where they've gone and sat, actually. So whether that's because they want the sun.
Also sat over there in the green dress. I don't know if she's moved. I think she has. Liberty Heap's mum. Very nervously thinking that Danielle Collins was Liberty Heap and then sat back in her seat when she realised she wasn't in yet.
Right, I see.
As you know, from Burnley.
Well, they're big supporters, aren't they, the Heap family of Liberty?
What a character her mum is, and she won't thank me for saying that, and I mean that in a good way.
140 for 5 then. Another 123 runs required for victory in just 16 overs.
Here's Liberty's mum now, strolling over. And the other lady apparently used to play for Lancashire as well, but her name escapes me.
Here comes Lindsay Smith, who's swapped ends to the Harrod Drive end of the ground, and that is driven towards it, up to long on for a single to start the over off from Collins. Brings Threlkeld, the captain, onto strike. So Collins is finding the boundary. It's Threlkeld's turn, really, if they're going to embark on this 122 more runs required for victory. Smith bowls. Threlkeld down the track, looking for that boundary. Doesn't find it, though. The offside to McCacken, who's on the back of the ring at mid-off. Round the wicket now comes Smith, driven by the right-handed Threlkeld, negating the turn, but only finding one run up to long on. 142 for 5. Threlkeld on to 8. So Collins has got to keep going. Threlkeld's got to start finding the boundary. Smith over the wicket to the left-hander Collins, defending watchfully to mid-wicket, and every dot ball now applauded by the Vipers.
Every dot ball is an extra run they need off the total.
Smith bowling. Back in the crease goes Collins. Can't find a gap. Another couple of dot balls. These are all costly. Just feel, I said it was going to be difficult to chase, and it feels that way at the moment. Here's Smith bowling. Down the track goes Collins, doesn't get much of it, straight back to the bowler, one bounce,
Collins
no run.
Having a little dance with her there, forward, back, trying to put the ball off her line. Didn't work.
Hurt Smith, to be fair. She's
she get
limping
her?
away a little bit.
Oh yeah,
but
she is, isn't she?
She'll be fine with that, because it's a dot ball in her analysis. 142 then for 5. The board just creeping along at the moment. 15 overs to go. 121 needed. That feels too many to me, Alison Byrne.
Yeah, so you've got 90 balls left and 121 to get. It's always difficult when you're going at more than you need to get more than a run a ball, especially with the way the Vipers have bowled and fielded. Excellent captaincy by Adams. Field placements have been on point.
Reminder, this is Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy Cricket, 50 overs aside, brought to you by Lancs TV. Lancashire Lightning, of course, playing Surrey in the T20 Blast quarter-final later. Hampshire Hawks as well, that Southern Vipers fans will have an interest in. They have the Worcestershire Rapids down at Southampton.
Averley's ready to rock and roll again with her over. Oh, and that's a nice little dab down to third, and there's nobody in that area. Could it go? Could it go? It has as well. That just is amazing. She hardly touched it, and it's rolled right along the carpet past the fielder for 4 runs. Very well needed and very well played.
Clever from Threlkeld, that, wasn't it? She's perhaps tried to sort of hit a few down the ground, that kind of thing, not found the boundary, so she's gone another route, and it's worked well.
Down the hill slightly, down that end as well. Swept, hits the pads, and they've run a quick single leg by. Umpire Banbury not interested in the LBW appeal.
So not the ideal way she'd have wanted to get her single after the boundary, but she's got it. So 5 off 2. Now it's over to Danny Collins. Can she make this a big over? Because they're going to need some.
It's a good time to get a 10 or a 12 running over here, isn't it? She's gone for it. Big strike down the ground. Along the carpet for 1 run.
We saw Ditani against the new ball with the fielders up hit 3 4s in an over, didn't we? So that was 1 big over to them, but there haven't been enough of them. Back to Threlkeld then, another single, 6 off 3 balls.
In comes Lee. And she's moved her feet beautifully there. Played a lovely shot, but unfortunately from the Thunder point of view there is cover on that boundary, on the cover boundary there. She just gets 1 run. 149.
So yeah, the rate that I'm looking at, it's a couple of balls behind, but round about 8 at the moment.
It's doable. Here comes Legam. She's tried to play that around her pads down to fine leg with no luck.
I mean, if they can keep it at 8 and then be at sort of, you know, keep it maybe 80 off the last 10 overs with 5 wickets left. That starts to look very doable.
Collins is on strike and she's played it forward. She's gone for a quick single. Threlkeld is usually very quick between the wickets, and she was called through very quickly there for a single.
But the problem they've got is they need eights already, and it is a dry pitch, and the Vipers are very good at what they do.
I think that's the 150 up for the Thunder.
It is indeed.
Just checking, I haven't gone prematurely there with the 150 with the statisticians. No, I'm good.
Little ripple of applause to greet it for Thunder, but I think that shows the fact that most of these spectators know they need another 113 now from here, and that's the real target now for Thunder as the breeze blows again. Smith bowls down the track, nice shot into the leg side just behind square, one for Freya Kemp.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. Yeah, she made that into a full toss there by coming down the wicket, but didn't quite get the connection that she was hoping for.
And Smith again will just change her angle slightly around the wicket to the right-handed Threlkeld. Has fielder back at mid-wicket, another one at long on, another one at cover, backward square leg as well. Threlkeld's down the track, hits it back to the bowler, who's again brave. He's going to be battered and bruised, is Lindsay Smith, but she won't care one bit if she walks away with a win.
Have to get the arnica out. They still have arnica, these youngsters.
I mean, I assume arnica still exists.
Oh, the ECB man likes that one. He's had a bit of arnica on his wounds.
Here's Smith bowling short.
Now.
Clapped away on the cut, out to cover point for the 1 run. 152. As we've been indebted really to have Paul Edwards sat behind us.
Indeed.
He's royalty here at Southport in Birkdale Cricket
Mr. Birkdale, Southport and Birkdale.
And we've got the ends right so far. This the Harrod drive end as Lindsay Smith is bowling, and it's pushed back to the bowl. Another dot ball. This is what's killing Thunder at the moment. Just too many dots. And that's harsh to say, but that's the situation they're in. They need to be scoring off everything, really. As Collins comes down, it's going to score off this, but only one to long gone. It was a neat stroke, powerful stroke, but it was rather more spectacular than what it will look in the book as just a solitary line.
Somebody's waving. Collins is waving for something to the 12, who isn't actually looking up. Hello, look up, Madam
152 for 5.
That's good.
Make that 153. 263 the target. So another 110 for victory for the Thunder. They have 13 overs left to get them.
I think they're after some drinks there. Even I can read that sign language. There we go. Come on, Sophie. Sophie, the little Birrell girl. Plays her cricket at Upton CC, round the corner from me. I used to play hockey with both of our aunties, who I was constantly nagging to help me out and fill the numbers in with the cricket team when we were short, and they never did. It's quite ironic that Sophie's playing at this level. Hello, Lisa and Susie, if you're listening. I'm sure you are. Well done, Sophie. Brilliant 12-thing.
You're Oxton, of course, aren't you?
Well, yeah, that was my last reincarnation after my fifth retirement and unretirement. Previous to that, when I was playing some proper cricket in my youth, I was a Neston player.
So no one's roping you in this season?
They've tried very hard, and I keep honestly, I've got one leg that works at the moment. I don't think I'd have been much use to them, and you've still got Ava Lee bowling, I believe, Mike.
Yep, still Ava Lee turned into the leg side there for one.
Leg side for 155 for a loss of 5.
Or 108 more is the other way of looking at it now.
Bowling at the left-handed Collins. Oh, don't know what she intended there, but she's managed to squeeze a run out of it.
Yeah, I don't think even
Forward,
if you asked her, you could tell her what she was intending there. But it's got a run. It's got it down to 107 to win. But it's above 8 now. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's difficult days for the Thunder here.
At the
but
start
all
of
they
this
can do
over,
is keep going.
It was 8.38.
Oh, nice shot. I don't think she's going to get a 4 for it, though. Swept out to the boundary nearest us, and the redundant hoarding for 1 run.
Is this where we see almost the mind of Charlotte Edwards, the Vipers coach, at work? The fact that the fielders just all seem to be in the right positions for the right batters.
Harm, will it, to have somebody with that experience guiding them. And of course they've got Anya Shrubsole now as well.
It looks like they're just bowling to plans here,
Of course,
Vipers. They're bowling to be hit for dots and ones essentially, and they know that'll be enough from here.
That's what good teams do, though, isn't it? Bowl to plan. Oh, unlucky. Collins is gone. She's moved down the track, hoping to connect with a ball that she'd made into a full toss, and she's just completely missed it. I don't know if she lifted her head up or misjudged the line of the ball, but she's been bowled on the full. And that's really sorry for Danielle Collins. She was really making a fist of this. 25 she scored.
She was, to be fair, taking the attack to Vipers, but the problem was between the boundaries there were too many dot balls.
Yeah. The
pressure built. She had to play a stroke like that, and she'd been chancing her arm. It had been coming off. It didn't on that occasion.
I think her little eyes lit up then, and I think her little eyes just took them off the ball.
An enterprising 25, wasn't it? But it's
Real
not
shame.
going to be enough to win
now
this
then,
game.
Liberty Heap's on. You probably hear her mum from the... she's gone round to the pavilion area there.
Sat next to my mum.
Is she? Oh,
well,
how
I don't know,
nice.
not directly,
She will
but
be
my
near your
mum.
mum.
My mum was sat by the pavilion, is what I meant.
She's a character, is Liberty's mum, and she'll be rooting for her, I'm sure, with her half an eye shut, because she gets very nervous.
Is Libby Heap the young, fearless Libby Heap,
Yes,
the one sort of player who could do this here? She could come out. We saw her play a little cameo back end of last season against Western Storm, last game of the year, and she came out and played fearlessly and really made what was a kind of average total into a pretty good one.
I don't think she'll die wondering, put it that way.
No.
She'll have a go. Her mum said she only knows one way to play at the moment, so this should be interesting. If anything else, it might make the Vipers reappraise their plans.
I was going to say, and it might be
and
she
give
sort of
Frelkelt a few
plays in
spaces,
that
you
way.
know?
I mean, look, we're giving her the big build-up. It might not
I
happen.
hope she merits it, because I think it's great that Thunder have got these youngsters coming through. As Lee comes in to bowl her first ball to her. Ball one, she tries to sweep it down to fine leg. Okay. It didn't quite work out, but she's got a run. She's got Threlkelt on to strike.
Or not, as the case may be,
What
as we
did they
reach the
give?
end of the over. But she's
Of course,
she's off
end
the
of the
mark.
overs.
She's got going. I just almost wonder, can Liberty Heap come out and, as I say, fearlessness of youth and just play in a way that Charlotte Edwards can't draw a nice little plan of where the fielders should, just start hitting the ball about and just create a little bit of panic and give them a chance here.
It's really difficult to set a field for somebody who's just swinging the bat, because quite often as you know, it hits an edge or it's it squirts off and it spins a little bit or whatever it might be.
She might clobber one over long on. She might hit an edge and it go over third for four. It doesn't really matter at this stage. They've just got to get up with that rate and give themselves a chance. And then Norris can come in and play the sort of clever innings we know she can, having won a final in this competition. Smith bowling to Heap, which isn't going to make it easy, and Heap defends that one. Quite orthodox in the end. How close can Thunder get here? They're chasing 162. They still need more than 100 runs. 105 to be precise for victory. Heap drives and makes that 104 for victory. So she's on to 2. Threlkeld sort of came in and had to get Dotton on strike, lost Dotton. Then Collins was going all right, had to get Collins on strikes, lost Collins. Now maybe just has to get Heap on strike and let Heap go for the big shots. Here comes Smith. What she can't do is face dot balls here, Threlkeld, and that's what she is facing as she advanced down the pitch, looking to make a scoring opportunity, but wasn't able to do so.
I've said this before, it's a type of situation, isn't it, when Smith's bowling so tight that you need somebody to play some funky shots here.
You've got to knock her off a length. That's what Threlkeld's trying to do by using her feet. It doesn't do so. No. There's an appeal for a stumping at the... Oh, not a stumping, a run out at the bowler's end. But there...
Heap as well in her
Well,
case.
Heap was past the stumps when the bails went off. So it was never going to be out. In comes Smith again. Bowls back into the crease. Nicely forced, but only as far as the very short, straight mid-wicket fielder. Is that the captain, Georgia Adams? I can't quite tell. It looks like her. Yes, it is. She stands back to her lofty height, and Smith comes in to twirl away again. Threlkeld gets a single, but it's just taken her too long to do it, really. Ball returned slightly clumsily by the captain there, but it won't matter. Doesn't cost a run. 160 for 6. Liberty Heat, the Thunder number 8, coming to the wicket, looking to add to this. Had a little twirl with the ball earlier. And now must do the business with the bat. One of these many all-rounders we have in the game these days. Get her figures from earlier. She bowled 6 overs, 31 for 1, Liberty Heap.
Liberty Heap's mum has decided to stand right in front of the commentary box. Thank you, madam.
It's all right.
Good for her. Why not?
Makes it more difficult for you.
Not really. I can see both batters' ends. I was just teasing. I'm waving. She's giving us a wave. Oh, she's moving. Oh, look at that for movement. She's giving me the thumbs up. Well, thank you, Mrs. Heap. Averley into bowl. They've taken a quick single there down to long on. 161. The new total. I bet they wish it was 261 then, be only one run, two runs away from a win there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, wishful thinking, I think.
Only 100 out. Oh, and she was about to strike that and changed her mind, did Heap. And Threlkeld was halfway down the wicket, changed her mind herself and came back.
If they were 100 on, there'd be a bit of pressure on getting there for the bonus point. But I think if they get their first win of the competition from here, they'll be very happy because it's nearly
get close.
10
I
and
think
over.
they'll be happy, to be honest. There you go. Heap's taken aim, fired, but unfortunately she's found the fielder at deep mid-wicket for a single, but at least she's off. She's getting the scoreboard moving in the right direction, 162.
But that's what you've got to do, isn't it? I mean, there's no point, just batting out 10 overs here. They may as well have a go at it, even if they do need 100.
Averley's bowled beautifully. Threlkeld's attempted the sweep, and Heap is quick off the mark again. That's the benefit of having young players in your team, isn't it? Up to 163. Heap's brought herself onto strike.
So 100 to win, just over 10 overs to get them. We're up to 10s.
Even I can work that out. Bang, she's gone again, straight down the ground. And of course Adams has got a fielder posted down on that boundary and they've taken a single. 99 to win.
Heap's putting back to ball, isn't it? There's the intent's there.
Cheers.
The intent's there. It hasn't come off yet, but the intent's there. And as I say, there's no point dying wondering, to use that phrase.
Threlkeld on strike. Well, she's tried to give herself room there and hit that one off the back foot to the same fielder who fielded the previous ball. Still for a single. 98 to win.
And given it's almost 10s, 9.8 now with 10 to go. Always good to get it in with 10 to go because it's easy to work out at that point.
9.8.
But it's almost Threlkeld's got to give it a go now. There's no point just putting the other batter on strike anymore, is there? And she's not looked at her fluent best yet. We know she can make runs in this competition. There's nothing to lose for Threlkeld either.
No.
She's got to try and join Heap here by putting back to ball, see if they can just find a few boundaries, put a bit of pressure on these Vipers who look in a very strong position and just look exactly the way you'd expect them to look at a side that they've only won 2 games so far in this competition.
Now this might be interesting, I think.
Well, this might
suit her.
In some ways this might move the game along because either Brown's gonna bowl some of her heat and get some wickets and finish it off, and we'll go and have a chat with her for our friends at Radio Solent, or she will
nice shot.
Get some boundaries. Clip down to long leg will only be 1. Used the pace of the ball well there, Threlkeld, but the fielders were set back, as they so often seem to be with the Vipers. They just seem to know where to put them. 166 for 6. A lot of sixes in that.
She's very pacey as Maitland Brown. I wonder how young Miss Heap is looking forward to facing her. We will see, won't we?
97 for victory. Heap versus the Sydney Sixers, an Australian A bowler, Maitland Brown. It was into the pitch, stuck there slightly, and Heap was just able to tap it into the offside off the back foot for 1. 167 now.
She says, she's all yours, Skip. I'm off.
Where does Threlkeld go then? They're up on the offside at third and backward point. Does she go for the cut?
Gap here, deep backward point. Down the gully area, possibly.
Just separate those two. Through backward point and third.
She's dabbed it.
No, she's got a ball into her legs, and that was deliberate because the field was set back on the leg side. So Threlkeld just turns it for 1. That won't hurt the Vipers. 167 for 6. Another 96 required for victory. A long way off at this stage. Another gentle summer breeze blows across Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. A lot of Aussies in, actually, watching Maitland Brown, maybe here with the A series, sort of friends and relatives, that kind of thing, as Heaps forward, orderly, defends, but the dot balls can't keep coming from a Thunder perspective. They've got to find boundaries. Lovely, lovely day still to be watching cricket now.
Beautiful.
I think it's crept above that 25, you know. I think we might have even pushed 26
definitely.
here.
The forecast was 27.
It certainly feels, you know the way they say on the forecast, 25 but feels 27. It's been that sort of day, hasn't it? Short of Heap, actually attempted a sweep in the end. I think got a little flustered by that one, if we're honest, and it went through to the wicket keeper. It's a little bit quicker than it is in the academy, that one, I felt.
Oh, I feel so.
Now they're calling up fine leg and third.
I don't think there's many...
So she's bowled a short ball. Now she's going to send her fielders back in front of the wicket and probably try and bowl closer to the Yorker length, you'd imagine here, Maitland Brown. Another train rattles by, this one on the way to Southport.
Unless it's a double bluff.
Here's Maitland Brown.
Oh,
hit up in the air. It was full. Is it caught?
Yeah, what a catch.
Just about out at deep mid-wicket. 167. Emily Windsor, we think, out there is underneath it. The binoculars are out from the statisticians just to confirm that one. 167 for 7. The verdict seems to be it was Monaghan who took the catch out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So, trudging off is Liberty Heat. Well, she put bat to ball, she gave it a go, but she's out. Caught Monaghan off the bowling of Maitland Brown, and that very much feels that for me for Thunder. 167 for 7, chasing 263 for victory. It's a bit far now, is it not, Alison Byrne?
Oh, I think so. I mean, Norris is an experienced player, but she should be the first to admit that batting is not her strength. Incredible bowler, decent bat.
Former Viper, as we've been saying.
She's a decent bat, but she's not a batter, if that makes sense, because you need
it's not
a
her
specialist
strongest
batter
suit,
here, don't you? In this scenario.
They've added another to the total, 168 for 7.
Yeah.
So 95 needed. As I say, she put on with Emily Windsor in a Viper shirt in the final of this competition, 78. I've been saying it all day, but that shows that Tara Norris does have a bit of balance.
Yeah.
The difference there was, though, they were chasing a low total and they had time on their hands. And here, they're chasing a big total and they very much do not have time on their hands.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, there's one thing trying to push ones and twos and putting the bad ball away. There's another thing trying to make a good ball into a bad ball by doing something unusual that a batter has been in the nets for hours and hours and hours has practiced, like a reverse sweep or a ramp or whatever. We're not going to see that.
Yeah,
I think it's almost we're at that stage where we need. Then the Thunder need, they need boundary after boundary, don't they?
Yeah, and Norris, for me, is quite an orthodox player, if you like. She likes sort of extra cover. She likes down the ground.
She's going to surprise us now with
a pull
every
and a
shot
cut, maybe.
in the book and some that aren't.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see her getting down on one knee and ramping, but we'll see.
Well, I hope she has a bit of fun out there anyway. Entertain the crowd. There you go. You've got the Thunder Academy girls having a little wander now. They've decided it is too hot with their backs right against the white wall. They're heading back to the shade. In comes Ava Lee. Dot ball, that might help the cause.
Yeah, look, Collins and Heap have tried there, haven't they?
They have. They've gone for it. Oh, there you go. What a lovely sweep shot from Norris. Pretty technically standard, but worth a run.
It's Threlkeld, I think, I'm afraid.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because there's a slight thing that Norris is a lefty as well, Mike.
It was a nice sweep, though.
It was a nice sweep.
It was a nice sweep.
Oh, well, you can't take that bit of the commentary away from me. Just the wrong player. Norris is on strike now.
Let's see what she got.
Let's see,
Has she got a sweep?
Let's see. She's having a little look around. They've still kept that double backward of point fielder in there.
First ball against former team, bit nervy.
Indeed. Oh, she's tried to sweep that. I wonder if it is hitting a bit high up on the pads there or a bit too leggy. Can't tell from here, but either way, umpire Banbury has refused the appeal. She survives her second ball from Ava Lee. That's a nice straight drive from Norris, but her partner got in the way, sadly.
I think, was it not the bowler? I couldn't tell, actually. I had a big... That's the big beam in the window.
Just
there.
give me my confidence back, please, Mike, and say it was her partner. In comes Ava Lee. Bit short, and she's hit that off the back foot towards Freya Kemp. Just for a moment, I thought Kemp had missed that and was a bit slow to react, but she got there in good time to save the 4.
You can see why everyone's excited about Freya Kemp as a cricketer. The way she batted, the way she fields. She obviously bowls rockets left arm as well.
Bit worrying that she's not bowling at all at the moment, still due to
stress fracture.
She's only 18.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Especially at her age. She's a tall player, and they're more prone to back injuries than us shorties. Well stopped on the boundary in front of us there. They're looking to go for 2. But 2 wasn't there. They're high-fiving each other. They're swapping places. They're doing all sorts.
That's the thing there. Kemp fielded the last one, but they decided they needed somebody maybe even slightly quicker over the ground, maybe slightly low to the ground. So this time, all of a sudden, it wasn't Kemp who popped up, it was Monaghan. It's just like...
Attention to detail, that's called, Mike.
They just get it right every single
Edwards
ball,
factor you were referring to earlier comes in, isn't it? It's attention to every little detail.
Every single ball, Vipers. They just seem to get something right in the game, and these are the differences. 171 for 7. 262 the target. That looks very unlikely, particularly with Maitland Brown.
But at
onto bowl.
Whatever we were for 2, were we 48 for 2, something like that? We were definitely only 50 for 2. We didn't look 171 at one point, looked out of side. So still a few overs left to make up a really good score here.
There's points they've looked in it, isn't there? And then there's points they've really not. As this one's bowled, flicked away into the leg side by Threlkeld, and another single is taken. Yeah, Thunder's fall of wickets. What was the worst position they were in? So they were 2 for 50, 3 for 74, 4 for 105. They've always been there or thereabouts, and they were 5 for 112, 6 for 157, 7 for 168, and obviously by that point it was done. These two though, they've added 4 to the total so far. That's nicely played by Norris, away into the offside. She likes extra cover, but unfortunately there's a very good fielder there who does the work and stops another one being added to the total. 173 for 7.
I think these players are going to have a few grazed elbows between the 2 sets of fielders. A lot of really good diving for the ball.
Lindsay Smith with her bruises and her arnica tablets. As in comes Brown, short of a length. Tempted a ramp by Threlkeld, who I think had premeditated that and was rather stuck in the position as the ball. She realised it was a slower short ball.
That was one for the over.
Yes. It was... I think had she just been in her usual position there, Threlkeld, she might have clobbered that in the direction of one of the lovely poplar trees on the far side. The balsam poplars, to give them their full name. Here comes Maitland Brown. Bowling to Threlkeld, who does try to clap it towards the poplar tree and gets a big toe end dot ball again.
I'm wondering if she's going to call that a no ball.
Nah. Just rammed it into the pitch and tried to knock her head off. She gets 2 in the over, doesn't she?
I don't know. How many did they get? 1 or 2?
2, I think, these days, yeah. They change it all the time, though, to be quite honest. So now she's bowled her short balls. Third and fine leg come up. Mid-wicket goes back. Long on goes back. And it's now right, Ellie Threlkeld.
Right for the Yorker.
Can you hit me Yorker for 6 over the top of those fielders? My guess is not, because I'm a very good Australian. Oh, she's gone short.
That's the
poor
gap
ball.
I asked her to hit it through, yes.
That's the weakness of the field, and she went short, she went wide. I don't think she was intending to bowl there, and she's been cut away. And that was a poor bit of bowling, ultimately, from the Australian. 177 for 7. She's got runs to play with, but that wasn't her best bit of cricket of the day. Has picked up 3 wickets, though.
Yeah, Threlkeld does play that shot well. She likes it. I've seen her play it on numerous occasions over the last few years.
And as I say, the hope is we can get a chat with Maitland Brown afterwards. She's running into bowl. This one's played into the offside. And McGacken is there with the fielding. Watching Lancs TV, of course. Building up, really, towards that T20 Blast final between Lightning and Surrey tonight. Hampshire Hawks, they've got Worcestershire Rapids, all looking for a place at Edgbaston on finals day. One of the quarterfinals already played in this competition. There's chasers on in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Reminder, it'll be Essex Eagles who already made it through to T20 finals day. In the men's competition here, we've completed our T20 competitions in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but we've got South East Stars needing 77 more with just 3 wickets left, so they look a long way off their 247 to beat Central Sparks, as do Thunder, who are 177 for 7, needing 263 here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club.
Adams coming into ball. Bit short. Oh, she's tried to pull that. Didn't connect. Got a bit lucky there with the ricochet. Top ball.
Just got to try something here. Just see how many you can get.
Yeah, well, she tried on that one all right. Just didn't connect. Norris. She really swung the bat all the way through that one for a single down to long on. Well fielded from McGachan.
I just heard a "come on, Andy" from the statistician, which I presume means Wimbledon's getting quite exciting as well.
Mr. Murray. 2 sets to 1 up, wasn't it, at the end of play last night?
He was. Let's get the latest on that for you.
In comes Adams, back to the cricket. Nice use of the feet there from Threlkeld. Just push that down to long on for a single. She feels a bit disappointed in herself there. Perhaps hoping for a slightly better connection because that gap is still there. Yeah, she's replaying the shot in her mind and with her bat. Adams is quick turnaround to bowl. Left-hander Norris taking a swipe at that. She's missed the fielders, and what a shot over that fielder there. Very, very good shot from Tara Norris for 4 runs. What a shot over long on. Long off, sorry, she's a lefty, isn't she? So there you go, it's long off for her. Great stuff, great stuff.
A lot more of that needed, but it's still not done yet. Tara Norris will still have a say. Yeah, it's on serve in the...
She's flicked that off her legs this time, bringing Threlkeld onto strike for a single there. 5 so far off the over, but we still need a big hit or two every single ball, practically every other ball now, I think, Mike.
That's the Andy Murray match that's on serve, by the way, not the cricket here, but we are in the tennis pavilion, so it seems appropriate to give you the
We're
Wimbledon
in the Barry
score
Burns
as well.
Pavilion. Adams takes a run up. Lovely strong hit from Threlkeld, but it was too strong.
That deserved more than a 0.
Yeah, it really did. Straight to the fielder at long on, but that's what she's there for ultimately. At the end of that over, we've moved on to 184. It'll be interesting to see who is going to take the next over. I'm not sure how many overs Maitland Brown has got left.
As I say, thrilling day of sport. We've got the tennis on that we've just been mentioning there. You've got the Tour de France cycling. Mark Cavendish denied that record 35th win. And we've got plenty of cricket. We've got the Ashes Test match. We've got the Rachael Heyhoe-Fint Trophy. And we've got the T20 Blast later. I mean, you couldn't ask for any more from a summer's day than that, really, could you?
Well, it's a shame it's so sunny and everyone wants to be outside and watching the sports at the same time. It's difficult, that one. Yeah, I think it is Maitland Brown taking the ball at the far end.
Yes, is indeed. And she's going to look to finish this game off as quickly as she can into a final over. 3 wickets so far. Up to the wickets from the Harrod Drive end. Bowls, they're going to run regardless now, it feels. I think it was pad first as the umpire confirms with the tap of the knee. 184 for 7. At the end of this over, we might just get Faith Florence back for a final word, if that's all right, Alison.
Not a problem.
And
umpire Adnan, I think. We haven't given him a mention yet.
Indeed, yes.
Hassan Adnan.
No, we
haven't even noticed him, which is a good sign.
It is indeed, actually. I mean, we've mentioned umpire Banbury a few times, but that's, I think, just more because she's more familiar in this competition. Did the final last year, so we're sort of she's a familiar face for us around the circuit now. As in comes Maitland Brown, right arm over the wicket. Quick Australian, it's pulled away by Threlkeld. Has she found the gap? Yes, she has.
That. What a
4
shot!
runs out towards a supporter on the wooden bench on the far side against that whitewash wall. 189 for 7. Still a long way off the 263, but they're giving it a go here, aren't they, these last few overs?
Absolutely, they've given it everything they've got. And why not? Yeah, umpire Bambury was telling me she really enjoyed her first international umpiring experience this summer. She umpired for England A in one of their matches.
Well done, good for her. In comes Maitland Brown.
Another,
Short
she's
again.
repeated the shot.
Again pulled, this time fine, and this time 4 again. This is what Thunder need if they're going to get anywhere near that 263. It looks an unlikely prospect, but they've got it within 70 now. And the captain Threlkeld's on to 40, and this is a little bit of defiance from the skipper here.
It is, and it makes you wonder why she doesn't bat herself higher up the order sometimes.
Yeah, and the other reason for that is she needs the time, doesn't she? She needs to get going.
She's captaining and wicket keeping. She probably needs a mental break as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's probably why she puts herself at 6. But also, you think maybe if she went 3, say, she'd have a little bit more time to get in, because we know when she gets going, she gets going. Here she goes again, clapping into the leg side. It'll just be 1 this time because there's a fielder back at deep mid-wicket. Looks like Monaghan had took the catch earlier, as I see the swish of a blonde ponytail from behind the cap to confirm that. 194 for 7. I mean, Threlkeld with that last shot there, for a moment she was looking to stick that on the railway tracks, wasn't she? She just didn't quite get hold of it, mainly due to the slightly added pace of Maitland Brown.
1700 hours train to Liverpool Central.
Bowls, heat and hits bombs was the advert for Maitland Brown on the Southern Vipers Twitter. Well, she's trying to bowl heat at the moment in her 10th over.
Did you? They should have done that second run. Kemp was playing cat and mouse with them. Is it Kemp there or
it was
George Adams has moved herself out to boundary?
Yeah. Just the 1 in the end.
Kemp, I was right for a change.
You.
Yay! You got to me right. Hurrah!
195 for 7 the score. 263 the target. So if they are knocking it off 10 at a time, they're down to that sort of 60 to 70 bit of it. Brown bowls. Threlkeld again to a slower, shorter ball this time. Almost got in a sweep position, a bit like Libby Heap did earlier. But
it was clever from Brown there, wasn't it?
Was able to hit it.
Was in the position really a little bit early there, wasn't she?
And just hit the ball out to mid-wicket. 196 the score, and another 67 required for victories. It's too many, let's be honest. It's too many with 5 overs left.
But I'm enjoying watching these two have a go.
Definitely.
And I'm sure the Thunder supporters who've streamed in over the course of the day will be enjoying these last few moments of the match. Oh, she's...
Fine. Carry on. We'll carry on.
Mike was trying to get rid of me then, and Faith was having a chat with the photographer. She's not having none of it. Sorry, Mike. You're stuck with me, mate.
Might get the winning moment here, I reckon.
Maybe.
It's coming. Well, it's coming in these next 5 overs for definite.
5 overs.
One way or the other.
Well done, Mike. Master of stating the obvious. Adams into bowl. Nice sweep shot from the right-hander, who is Threlkeld, unlike the last time I said it was Norris. Well done. 4 runs. She does again. That's another one of her favourite shots. She gets down on one knee and slaps it round the corner there beautifully.
On to 46. There's a half century here for the skipper.
No, we better make sure we get the actual 46 right this time.
But
200 up.
Nice. That's the main thing riding on this now, isn't it? Is the Threlkeld half century, because the 63, surely not.
Don't jinx her, please, Mike. Adams into bowl to Captain Threlkeld. No, into not. Yep, Threlkeld. She stabs it round to fine leg to Kemp, who jogs in and casually fields it back to her keeper. Adams is just having a little tinker with her field over on the leg side. Oh, she's moving somebody onto the deep square onto the cover boundary, beg your pardon.
62 to win. Still too many. It's too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
Too many. It's well over to a ball now.
Actually deep mid-wicket for the left-hander, of course. In comes Captain Adams, Georgia Adams, England 18 player, obviously. Vastly experienced. She's hit that into the ground and it's bounced awkwardly on to Smith. She's going to need witch hazel and arnica now, I think. Not just the arnica.
Yeah, I forgot arnica was probably a brand, wasn't it?
Oh, nice sweep shot again from the left-handed Norris. Lovely, and it's gone all the way to square leg boundary. Hits the white brick. Nearly hits the people shading under that beautiful poplar tree.
I'm sure if Arnica or Witch
Lovely
Hazel...
orthodox shot from Norris. Well played.
I'm sure if either Arnica or Witch Hazel want to sponsor Lancs TV, they'd be more than welcome. Or indeed Lindsay Smith's Bruisers.
Adams into bowl to the aggressively the aggressive batting style of Norris, who's just come in and is just having fun here and going for a shot, and why not?
Did you see who it was getting battered at short extra cover? Lindsay Smith again.
Yeah, well, she will field in silly, stupid places. There we go, big shot. Down the ground for 4! Goodness me, Norris is having a go here, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's probably heard me, being slightly doubtful about her batting prowess earlier on, and she's saying, I'm going to show them. I am a proper batter, and she's certainly looking like a proper batter at this stage, Mike.
As I say, that Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy final where she battered with Emily Windsor, she was more the aggressor in that partnership, as I remember. Let me just get the details of it.
Go on, Mike. Get that computer going.
See if we can get it.
Batters are having a little conflab in the middle here. So I don't think Vipers will be ultimately worried at this point, but they will be thinking, oh, hello, what's going on here? Maybe we need to just readjust our plans here.
And I tell you what, if Lindsay Smith had tried to stop that last shot from Tara Norris, it had taken her with her. Yeah. Went right over her head. 209
lovely
then.
Looking shot. Really orthodox, straight through the line. Picked her spot. Beautiful.
Mary Taylor back on to finish her spell from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Here goes Taylor. Bowling, full toss and hit well by Threlkeld, but straight at McAcken, who's positioned herself at extra cover on the back of the ring. And that was a wise position to take up in the end.
I think Threlkeld will be disappointed that she didn't at least pierce the inner field there.
Here's Taylor again with those elbow protectors on. Threlkeld claps it away to mid-wicket, but she knows there's a fielder out there and was almost slightly disappointed with herself. So 2 to the total from the over, 2 singles, 210 for 7. Another 53 for victory. They're going to get it inside the last 50.
Yeah.
You never know, but it looks impossible here. With what?
Well, at the very least, they'll be looking to avoid giving the Vipers a bonus point, I think, probably.
Yeah, well, I think they've almost already succeeded in that, as 22 balls to go, and Norris goes through extra cover. She likes that. Gets only 1 for it on this occasion. Thought about coming back for 2, but Threlkeld, who is quick between the stumps herself, decides against it. Threlkeld on 48, the captain of Thunder, leading a bit of a rear guard action, getting a little bit of respect as much as anything here. As Mike makes his way through the archives looking for that.
Keep going, Mike. You're doing well. Get that
final
get that laptop
result.
to work for you.
I can tell you that Sophie Luff made 417 runs in the competition.
Taylor into ball.
Yeah, as that one's bowled. It's played well by Threlkeld. This will be away for the 50. Nice. Swept round the corner. 215 for 7. The score goes on to. Threlkeld has 52 of them, and she's warmly applauded by Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Lovely shot from Ellie Threlkeld. The Thunder players will join that applause from the pavilion, where most of the fans are seated. Faith Florence as well is
I don't know what dance that is,
taking
Faith.
advantage of being off the mic there to applaud and cheer that one as well. Well battered, Ellie Threlkeld. 52 onto her tally for the season.
First one of the day, I believe, Michael.
In comes Taylor bowling. Threlkeld chopping away, and
she likes that shot. She really does.
219. The score moves on to. It's a very, very distant hope here for Thunder, but their captain, Ali Threlkeld, is enjoying being in the middle. She's not giving it up, and she's batting on here. And she has Tara Norris, who made 40 in that Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy final in 2021 as well, alongside her. Chased it down that day with 2 balls remaining. It's a very different type of chase today. It was 184 they needed that day, as that was swept away by Threlkeld. 4 more to the total. 223 they move on to. They're within 40 now. Threlkeld dispatching Taylor for 3 boundaries in the over. That's the sort of thing that they need if they're going to get anywhere close to this. Bringing up her 50 as well, Threlkeld. So, yeah, and as I say, she's supported by Norris, who made 40 from 44 that day, so can certainly bat.
Yeah, she's already moved on to 18.
She's done that. She's got a winner's medal, so she's got able support here. I mean, 40 off 18 is too many. They can't do that, surely.
Why not? If they get, what, 3 fours and over?
Well, if they keep batting like Threlkeld did there, maybe they can.
We'll see, eh?
Bit of pressure on the Vipers. They lost
as long as it's mathematically possible, Mike, it's possible.
We know they're used to winning games of cricket, Vipers, but they've only won 2 in the competition so far. There's pressure on them here against the side that haven't won any.
I can't hear them chirping, can you?
No, they're a bit quiet.
Quiet, tired, and concentrating probably. Oh, it's gone again. It's gone again. Don't believe it. It's gone again. 4 off Adams' first ball of the over. Takes the score on to 227. Down to a little slice down to the third region for the left-hander. 227. Adams in.
On.
Smack! Smack and... Oh, is that a 6? Just a 4. 1 bounce 4. Goodness me, what's happened to Norris?
Maybe a couple in the end, but Norris is in that mood.
Goodness me, 231. 8 off the over already. We're in the 3rd ball.
Morris is in that mood that won her a medal for the Vipers.
She's a winner. And she wants to win.
All of a sudden,
this game's turned on its head in the last 2 overs, hasn't it?
Yep.
Adams into bowl. Where's she going to bowl it? Short. Oh, I think they're going to stop them getting a run there. Threlkeld, get back. Oh, it's all very exciting, this, isn't it?
It is indeed.
2-3-1.
So Vipers were 2-4-4 for 7 after 48.
She's gone again. It'll just be a single, I think, this time, unless there's a horrific mistake in the field. But sensibly, the fielder's held on to that rather than overthrow. 2-3-2.
So let's see where they can get to at the end of the over. But they're sort of 12 away from where Vipers are at the moment, with the same number of wickets down, though.
Interesting. It's closer than we thought.
It is. 31 to win.
Threlkeld is eyeing up the field. There's a deep backward square. There's a deep forward of square, actually, rather than a mid-wicket, I feel. There's a short, fine leg. She is eyeing up this side, though. Yeah, thought so. She's gone. She's gone. She's tried to sweep it leg. It wasn't the right ball to sweep, and umpire Banbury really didn't have any choice there. It's hit a really low down on the front pad. What a shame.
What an innings from Ellie Threlkeld. 60 runs. She's put her team back in a position to get close. Okay, it's still 31 more runs, but that's a valiant effort, and that's why there's applause as Threlkeld walks from the pitch here, head down, bowed. But that was a really excellent innings, wasn't it?
Not over yet.
LBW in the end.
Yeah, I just had a feeling she was aiming for that boundary, whatever. She just kept looking at it, kept looking at it, kept looking at it.
Well, she had to at that stage, didn't she?
Yeah,
and it worked. She'd hit 3 boundaries off the last over.
And it is one of her best shots, to be fair.
Yeah.
So, youngster comes into bat. Tall, long levers.
Now, how does she approach this here? Does she just have to go for boundaries like Threlkeld and Norris have been, or does she get Norris on strike?
She will approach it exactly as Tara Norris tells her to approach it. Senior pro in the partnership there.
Have you done that to youngsters coming out?
I've had it done to me, and I've done it to others, yeah.
You will approach this exactly how I tell you to approach it as the senior pro.
Well,
I see.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I would imagine that Norris is saying, just tap it and run on the first one. Get me back there. How many balls left?
Oh, well, this is it.
I'm not sure. 3 gone.
I know. I think there's only 2 left.
2 left. Maybe she'll
2
just
left.
say
1 left. In fact,
1 left.
So she's
stay
got to
there.
try and hit a 6 here, hasn't she?
Hit a 6 or a 4 or stay there. Oh, that's probably the last thing they wanted.
It's another single to the total.
But at least it's a single to total. 2-3-3.
30 to win off 12 balls. Mahika Gore, the new batter, on strike. She has Tara Norris with her, who has won this competition with the side that Thunder are playing against. the Southern Vipers. It looks like Vipers' game here, particularly with the wicket of Threlkeld in the previous over. We'll get the details up of that innings in just a moment, actually, because it was a fine, fine knock from the Thunder captain.
Brilliant, brilliant knock. 60 off 60. Wow.
78 minutes, 60 balls, 8 fours in the end for Ellie Threlkeld there. Our thanks to Paul Edwards, the ECB reporter. And
this is the girl who hasn't got a high strike rate, Mike.
What, Mahika Gore?
No, Threlkeld.
Well, supposedly so, yeah. Well, she took a while to get going, but she caught up, didn't she?
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. And she put her team in a position, albeit a long shot, to have a go.
Go on,
Gore's
Gore,
gone
go
high
on.
in the air, and it bounces once.
Sun.
And I think that was probably the sensible decision from the fielder out there. Is it Emily Windsor on the far side? I think so. I think she made the sensible decision there to let it bounce and just concede 1 run rather than go for it and risk conceding 4. It's 1 for Gore, so she's got 2 from 2. She's done her job. Now,
good cricket
can Norris, who's on 27, replicate those heroics that won Vipers that final back in 2021? 29 needed for victory. Is it a wide? The umpire seems to be motioning that way, so that's a free ball essentially as far as Thunder are concerned, because they get an extra 1 to the total and they get another chance to play at that delivery. So, here comes the Vipers bowler Taylor under pressure. She was given some tap from the captain Threlkeld in the previous over. She was given there's an attempt to give a tap from Norris there. Hits it straight at cover though. Only gets 1, 2, 3, 6. That is 27 more needed for victory. Here, news from the Test match that that Bairstow has dropped another catch. So Threlkeld won a ball innings, 70 minutes, 60 off 60, and Georgia Adams eventually getting Threlkeld her opposite number, her opposite skipper.
That's a good shot for
as
one.
that one's hit down the ground by Mahika Gore for 1, 2, 3, 7. Chasing 2, 6, 3 here. Still feels too far away as we enter or approach the final 6 balls. But yeah, Threlkeld, LBW in the end to Adams. 60 off 60 balls. 8 fours as Paul Edwards was telling us. 78 minutes at the crease. Taylor bowls.
Oh, hello.
Norris has gone big. Over the infield. One bounce and over the rope. It was nearly 6. And it nearly put the panic amongst the Vipers. And there'll be another ball here because of the wide in the over. So another opportunity. 2-4-1. My maths makes that 22 more to win. Approaching the final over of this game. Norris on strike. Knocks her bat 3, 4 times on the ground.
Pressure on this youngster.
5 times, 6 times. Waits. She wants 6 runs. Down the track she goes. Misses. A swing and a miss. A strike, if you will, in baseball terminology from Norris, who's almost playing in that fashion here, looking to target kind of long on and mid-wicket. That was a bit too far outside the off stump. The message from Georgia Adams here is talking to her bowler will be simple. Bowl your best ball. If it goes for 6, I don't have a problem. Bowl your best ball. 22 more needed for victory. Thunder have taken this much closer than it was looking at one stage. Norris on strike. Down the track.
Oh, hello.
Big. This will be 6.
Oh, my goodness me. That's huge.
That's huge.
Huge.
Over the
goodness
little
me.
tannoy box at mid-wicket. Well.
Game on.
Well, Ali Byrne has called it. Game on indeed. 6 more to the total. I make that 16 off the last over to win, Alison Byrne.
I do as
and
well.
Norris has just hit Taylor for a big 6. Gore's got to get her on strike, surely, off the first ball now.
Absolutely.
She's on 38 as well, Norris. This is top quality Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy
young
cricket.
man in the corner there is letting out huge size, a statistician for Lancs
well, he does
team
have a
over
vested
there.
interest as
It's quite excitable.
does
He's getting like
Andrew.
me, this boy.
He's watched a lot of them play, and I think he's got the right to be excited here.
Definitely.
Faith Florence looking excited out there. I think even the photographers
now,
getting
if
excited.
I was a Viper, now I'd be nervous because this is definitely game on now. Gore's a big girl, you know. Wouldn't put it past her to go for the big shot here.
As well. Georgia Adams to bowl.
Adams, in she comes to go, and she's taken a swipe. She gets that run. She gets Norris on strike.
Almost the best result there. She had to go looking for the 4 or the 6. Didn't get it, but still got the 1. And now it's Norris's turn.
Goodness me.
The railway track side, which, OK, the spin is going away from, but is in her mid-wicket region, is probably the shorter side of the ground. She's just cleared the long side with absolute ease.
I think they may have the sun in their eyes a little bit there as well on that side. Adams is coming in, and she's taken a big swipe. It's gone again, it's gone again, it's gone! She's managed to squirt it through the point boundary. Don't think she meant it. Who cares? 252.
11 off 4.
11 off 4, thank you. Hieroglyphics from Michael.
5 off the first 2 balls.
Oh, the statistician's getting very excited now. He might even turn his hat round if you get this. He might even just put his baseball hat the right way round if his team achieve this target. Go on, promise me you will.
Go on, Al. You're here to commentate, not rinse, Andrew.
Sorry. So, I'm waiting for Adams to settle herself. Here we go. Into the left-handed Norris again. She's gone again. Don't think she's going to get a boundary for this one. Quick single.
They've got to go 2. They've got to go 2.
No, they've gone single. 253.
Clever throw.
Good throw.
Keeper's end, because if they'd gone 2, Norris would have been the one out.
Kemp was cool, calm and collected there for an 18-year-old.
10 off 3.
It's really hard to concentrate while this young man's sighing so much. But I'll do my best, Mike. Right, the batters quite rightly have decided to just have a little chat here about what to do.
So what she said to her? Has she said, try and clear the ropes, it's 10 off 3, you've just got to go for it?
I think she's going to go for it, and if they get a single, they get a single. I think at this stage she's going to have to go for it. There you go. She's gone for it, and she's got a single, as we suspected might happen. 254. Now then.
You know what that means.
2 4s for the draw.
9 off 2.
9 off 2.
9 off 2.
Dear. She needs a biggie.
Or 2 4s for the tie, you're right.
2 4s for the tie.
It's got to be a boundary, though.
Yeah, didn't you say that the wickets were equal at this stage? Yes, you did. So it's 2 4s.
Thunder are 1 more down now.
Oh, hello. She's gone for it. Oh, my goodness! It's a 6! It's a 6! She's gone straight down the ground and hit it high and mighty, and it's just cleared the boundary.
Wow.
And right by a couple of the ground staff there who were delightedly placed both hands in the air like they just didn't care. 1 run left, 1 ball left, 3 needed.
Exactly.
Amazing.
So what's the tactic? Another boundary?
Well, I don't think
you're not going to run 3.
There's no 3s on this pitch anywhere. It's just such a fast outfield, even if it was.
Does she go for the 6 again, or does she try and get a 4?
I think she just connects and hopes for the best.
Sure, Nat Silver-Brunt was in this position and hold out going for the 6 in an international.
Here we go. What's happened here? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, they've stopped it. They're going to have to run them. They've run 2.
That's a tie.
No, it's not. They're 1 short. Oh, what a shame! But what a match!
2 runs taken, 2 runs completed.
Statisticians, I need your help here.
I'm going to wait for the board to change. It has changed. It's a tie.
So blimey, that's the second one I've had.
For the second time this season. They tied against Central Sparks with Ali Byrne on commentary. They tie here against Southern Vipers. The Vipers are gutted because they've had control of this game for such a long period of time.
Yep.
Thunder still yet to win a game, but boy have they provided some entertainment. A tie. You've seen it on Lancs TV. What a way to set up the evening to come as well. What a fantastic performance from Thunder, particularly their captain, Ali Threlkeld. 60 off 60 balls. Alison Byrne, what about that?
What about that? What did I say? It's not over until it's mathematically not possible. You just never know. Who knew Norris was going to pull that one out of the bag? What did she get in the end? 50? Was that her 50?
51. That
Goodness
was her 50
me, what a way to bring up her 50.
I mean, it was almost inconsequential.
Who was the fielder over there? Because if she'd been a centimetre further away from that ball, that would have been game over.
And I thought the ball was going to drop on the rope. I thought the fielder picking it up was maybe going to
I want to be out there and clapping them, but I can't. But go on, Faith, go and clap them in.
Go on, I can keep talking if you want to go.
You keep talking. I need to give these girls a clap.
A tied game, fantastic entertainment on Lancs TV. Thanks to Faith Florence, thanks to Alison Byrne. What a game of cricket we have just witnessed. Well, to be honest, I'm sure the people at Badger and Coombs doing the cameras will indulge you a comment on that one as well, Faith Florence. What a game of cricket.
Oh, thank you very much, Mike. I could not believe what I was seeing there. Ellie Threlkeld, just the impetus she put into the back end of that innings, and every other batter went along with her. And we almost saw a miracle of, I mean, I've almost lost my voice there. But that was just beautiful to see. Well done, Thunder. Congratulations to the team.
Well, the loss of the voice almost says it all from Faith Florence there. She was cheering along, as I think everybody in Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club were. What a great advert that was, on an out ground as well. It's good. We've seen it at Old Trafford. We've now seen it on one of the out grounds. We've had great time. So the likes of Sale, Blackpool and now Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Terrific game of cricket here. A tied match between Thunder and Southern Vipers. Tara Norris bringing up her 50, and we need to give her credit for that off the very last ball of the game, because it almost, as I said, became inconsequential because it was all about getting back for the 2, maybe even the 3 for the win. But she ends up on 51 off 27 balls, not out. She batted for 36 minutes, hit 7 fours. Threlk held the other mainstay with 60 off 60 balls and 78 minutes with 8 fours. There was 43 for Datani at the top as well off 71 balls in 85 minutes with 6 fours. Absolutely fantastic game of cricket. Thank you for joining us with us on Lancs TV. Of course, the T20 Blast final tonight. We must as well give credit to the Vipers, who in the first half of this game, 49 for Emily Windsor, 48 for Norgrove, as well as 42 not out for Lindsay Smith, and they bowled valiantly as well in the second half with Maitland Brown, I think the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 52. But it was all about that innings from Threlkeld, 60 off 60 and then 51 off 27 from Tara Norris, including 2 big sixes that got Thunder into a position where they have tied this game in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Thunder tie with Southern Vipers in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy.
Nice room.
How's that? How's